Strap in, buckle up. I want a 10, I want a level 10. I want to win, then I want to win again. You thought it was done, I'm hoping it never ends. If you want to run, then I'm on a level 10.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 5 of Drift Masters 2026. And that's right, you are joining us from the beautiful city of Riga in Latvia. My name is Ian Waddington. I'm joined by my very good friend, Jacob Gettins. Jacob, once again, a beautiful, wonderful setting in the city of Riga and an incredible weekend of drifting coming up.
I'm so happy to be back here. I mean, this facility is just incredible. The history, just everything about it just makes for an amazing weekend.
It certainly does. Well, this is where we are and this is where we've been. We've recently visited 4 rounds around Europe, and these are how it's stacked up. We have had 4 different winners. Conor Shanahan took the win at round 1, Biķernieki took the win at round 2, then Pavel Korpelinski took the win at round 3 before Jack Shanahan killed that losing streak and got himself back on the top step of the podium at last round in Finland. And then 2 more rounds to go after this weekend in Latvia. It's, of course, the Iron City in Germany, and all roads lead to that Red Bull Drift Masters finale in Poland. But this is what went down in Finland just over a week ago. It was all tears on the podium, on the scene for most of these guys, as we see Conor Shanahan, get a mechanical failure in the burnout box.
Yeah, I mean, he was on such a tear, and we were hoping that this was going to kind of like continue on that championship run that he had, and unfortunately a small bolt is all that took him out super early in the show.
It certainly was. Well, the man that I had my money on the weekend, Benediktus Scherber, he went and did it all the way. He got himself back on the podium again. He was a man that really had so much momentum last time that it was unstoppable, but the man that did stop him was, of course, Jack Shanahan.
Yeah, the man with literally all the momentum, so much momentum, throwing back. He's in qualifying, incredible job. Super pumped to see the Irishman back on the top of the podium.
Yeah, certainly was, and this is how the championship looks after 4 rounds of competition. Obviously, that will change today after qualifying, but for Pavel Korpelinski, still leads the pack with 278 points. James Dean hot on his heels, though, with 266 points, and Biķernieki, the Polishman, 258. But, as you can see, the 2 Irishmen, the 2 Irish brothers, still in contention for it, and 235 and 228. Still biting at the bit, and Conor Shanahan looking for a bit of redemption this weekend here in Riga.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for, if you will. There's so many different scenarios that we could run through, and there's so many drivers that are still mathematically in the chase. So this is a very, very big round.
It certainly is a big round. Well, this is how the weekend is looking. This is our schedule for the weekend. Of course, we're getting qualifying off right here, right now. But tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV, we go live at Top 32 at 1:45 p.m. local time. And then Top 16, the big show, at 5:20 p.m. before we go all the way to the podium. Not only do we crown our King of Riga, we crown our winner of round 5. But this is the track, Jacob. It is unique, it is special, and it is super fast.
It is incredibly fast, and it is, I mean, just known for it. It's known for high risk, high reward, and here we go as we fly through the trees of the track here at Biķernieki into this incredible run-up where you feel like you've got a lot of time, but it goes by really, really quick. Snap that car into initiation, and you've got to hold this zone while all you're doing is picking up speed the entire way, and then parts of the rest of the track start to come into view as you transition out to outside zone 2, and then try and find some grip to grab inside 3, push out to the most dangerous section through 4, a big transition. They don't want much of a slowdown, but you can change some speed there through 5, and then now the long turn along the concrete barrier in front of all the fans to wrap things up. What an incredible and iconic track.
It certainly is an iconic track, and an iconic person is down on the ground who's going to bring us all the stories. Of course, the beautiful Becky Evans.
Yes, hello guys. I am back for this round. We took a brief hiatus to go to Goodwood, but I'm going to be bringing you all of the gossip on and off track. Now, I am on outer zone 4. This is where it all really counts for our drivers. As we've just seen the track run through there, this is a high velocity, thrills and spills track. So when you're coming out to here, you're going to make sure that you're keeping your full throttle because we've got that inner zone to pick up. And out here, I'm just looking at the track here. It's feeling a little bit like a drag strip. There's so much rubber being laid down. Now, yesterday, we saw Jason Benet take a little bit of a tumble with the wall, but it easily happens. Get that wheel up on the curb, and it could be curtains for you. Our drivers drivers need to make sure that they set themselves up as they leave the line to get that perfect line through here into the roundabout. Now guys, this is one of my favorite tracks of the calendar because it's all to play for. We're at round 5 or 7, so our drivers are really going to have to make their intentions known here if they want to take that top spot and be crowned the king of Riga. Guys, who do you think it's going to be?
I don't think that anybody can put money on any driver this weekend because everyone on the grid looks super good in practice. Everyone is on form and everyone really is getting into it. This is the qualifying rules. 2 runs of qualifying. The best run counts. Top 32 drivers advance to the finals on Saturday. Up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers.
Big points, big points. It might not seem, 8 points may not seem like a lot, but considering how tight this championship run is, 8 points, 1 point could be the difference.
It certainly could be, and we've seen the top of the championship split by only a few points. But this is the start list for today. Obviously, we throw in our wild cards first, and we've got a whole stack of Latvian drivers that are ready to make their mark here in Latvia at Riga, at this iconic circuit. Before we get into the usual contenders in the championship, and you start now to see where drivers are sitting in the championship as we are now 5 rounds in to our 2026 championship.
Yeah, a lot of drivers to run through today and a lot of really cool stories. Getting a lot of Latvian drivers out here again. Some of them have driven this track a lot. Some of our regular contenders have actually driven it more. Yeah. You might think, oh, it's going to be the home track for the Latvian drivers, but you take a look at Piotr and James Dean. I mean, 10 years they've been coming here. They've got a lot of seat time, but yeah, we can start to see how the championship order is playing out. As Mika Keski-Korpi, I mean, he's up here too.
He certainly
talk about the top 5 a lot, but Mika's right there.
He certainly is right there, and they are your top 4. Those guys will be the last we'll see in our qualifying runs this afternoon before we head them back out for their second qualifying runs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the grandstands are packed. We are eager to get action underway here in Riga. It's time for qualifying. Well, we go straight back onto the line to our first driver of the day, and it will be our wildcard driver all the way from Finland, Mattias Lindell, in a brand new car for 2026. A car we haven't seen him pilot here at Drift Masters before. It's a BMW E46 with one of these new body kits on it that makes it look like a newer chassis. M52 turbo underneath the bonnet, 820 horsepower. Finished 3rd in the 2025 Finnish Championship. What can he do right here in Finland? Nice initiation, gets that car right to the edge of the circuit. Needs to keep his wheels inside that box. As Jacob said, only picking up speed, but this is where it all matters. Keep the cool, keep the calm, put the back wheels towards outside zone 4, then 5, and now 6. The only decel is right there before outside zone 6, and then it's back on throttle, put the back bumper along the wall, and across the line for Mattias Lindell.
What a great way to get things kicked off. I mean, a very confident run. I can't imagine the amount of stress that a driver experiences being at the line, being the first one out.
A wild card, the first driver. Changing weather conditions as well this weekend. Was you, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Jacob.
You're good. We're locked in this weekend.
We're in the zone.
Yeah, earlier on through practice today and yesterday, a lot of the earlier practice drivers got mixed conditions. Some of them got a full wet track. Some of them got patchy. It's going to be tough for a lot of these early on drivers because they may or may not have had the seat time to really understand what this track looks like. And this track develops like no other. The amount of rubber that gets laid down here is incredible. Plus, we have a bunch of different track surfaces. You can see as we go through the replay, the different colors of asphalt that's laid down. There's different ages there. Some of them are more coarse, some of them are smoother. So it is an incredibly difficult track. It's a tough track if everything was the same. Now we added all these different factors, but for Mattias, an incredible way to kick things off, being our first wild card out the gate.
Yeah, certainly so. You can see Mattias there. Just dropping a wheel over the white line, which is the backside of that outside zone, so he will be losing points, and those points and those guidelines, what the judges would have given to these drivers in briefing, will be how many points they lose for how far over they are, and that will be to the edge of the tarmac, a wheel on the dirt, and obviously that's not what we want to see these guys. A 75 drops in for Mattias Lindell. And yeah, I mean, look, we've seen guys drop a wheel on the dirt before. It drags the back of the car out and the front of the car in towards that wall. Not a lot of runoff here at Riga if you've been watching with us for many, many years, and you'll know how treacherous this track is. Back on the line, Andreas Vasiliauskas from Lithuania up next, BMW G87, S55 underneath the bonnet, 850 horsepower, super aggressive looking car, full carbon Kevlar, and Vasiliauskas looking to make a move here this weekend in Latvia as he gets that car off the line and through the gears. Vasiliauskas goes for a big weight transfer, flicks that car to angle, dab of the handbrake, slows it down. You can see him just waiting there, patience, but he does drop wheels over the edge of the circuit. As it puts him now on the wrong line, he's going to come up way on the inside of inside 3. Can he get himself back on that qualifying line? He can. He adjusts outside zone 5 and now 6, but still can't really find where he needs to be. Waits and gets the back end of that BMW into the wall and across the line.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy there off the start. And this is the toughest part with this track is there's not a lot of areas to try and come back and make some redemption. Because if you mess up that initiation, you could have an incomplete. You could have so many different things go wrong, and that is a lot of wheels off.
Yeah, so judge is saying 3 wheels off there outside zone 1. So pretty sure we already know what the conclusion of that is going to be, Jacob.
Yeah, not a good call, especially for a driver that was just outside qualifying here, I believe it was last year. So really want to be able to try and make that come back.
Yeah, certainly so. Debuted that car here last year. Look at that, 3 wheels up as that wheel drops over the edge of the track surface there, and you can see the staff here at Biķernieki Trace have extended that portion of the circuit. Previously, the track was narrower there outside zone 1. They laid some extra tarmac. So here we go, our views from down in the paddock. Korpolinski nervously looks around his S14A, that 2JZ S14A, and Korpolinski, you can see the team in the background watching along to the broadcast on YouTube from our incredible Red Bull team. So we go back down there onto the line. Daniels Bulmanis now from Latvia, for our first driver, a hometown hero. 18 years of age, 2JZ BMW E46, 850 horsepower, comes off the line and rips through the gears. What can he do here at his home track? The pressure on his shoulders to perform as he fires that car in. Very nice initiation, just creeps along that white line as he flicks it now to outside zone 2. Comes up a little short, and that's going to push him on the inside, and it does. Now starts to turn the screw, stands on the accelerator, looks for 5. He's going to go deep, and over-rotates onto the grass.
Throwing his hands up immediately. I wonder if something went wrong. And you can see that that's a look of somebody who has no idea what has just happened.
Yeah, on the radio as well, which would be to his spotter. And I wonder if he's maybe complaining that there's something on the circuit before he got to outside zone 5. We're going to take a look back at the replay of this in a few moments. We see the judges looking at their replay system. Jacob, talk us through it. What can you see?
Yeah, the initiation, looked really good. Did get caught out a little bit on the inside, but your car just floats wide before transitioning out. So let's see. On the inside, you can watch the rev limiter. Car is off, grabs the handbrake, car dies. That's it. You can see there's no revs up on the top of the dash.
Yeah.
Normally that'll indicate what the RPM's
Those
like.
are LEDs, on the top of the dash.
So I'm wondering if the car just died on him. Because, in practice, everything else looked good. Yeah, that's really strange for the young local driver.
Yeah, it certainly is. So our track staff down there just going to get cleaning up that mess, and I wonder if Daniels Bulmanis. Yeah, that car, it does look like it is stranded on circuit.
So he's got electrical, because we see lights and everything else on the dash. He's thrown it into second now.
It looks like this could be a bigger problem than first thought. He does wave to the crowd. So we are going to get him recovered off the circuit, and unsure of what that could be.
Yeah, super strange. And once again, what we're saying is just speculation. We're taking a guess based on what we've seen.
Oh, of course.
It's possible that he just didn't get back on throttle. I might have to watch again to check for his right foot. It's hard to look at the dash and the right foot at the same time. But considering he's getting a toe off right now, that really does say to me that there was something else going on.
Yeah, certainly so. And it does look like... Yeah, so it does look like he's not going to be able to... Yeah, it looks like he can't get it into neutral, so it looks like the track staff are saying maybe a clutch issue with this BMW.
Yeah,
it never really lit off again.
No.
And he handbraked to adjust. Watch this, goes like that.
Clutch in. He's got his right foot in, there's no revs.
The LEDs at the top of the dash. You can see him looking down already at it, and nothing.
Yeah. It is possible it's multiple things, but I have a feeling we're about to find out.
I think we are going to find out, because it does look like Becky is down there. So Becky Evans is down on the ground. Becky, what's going on for Daniels Bulmanis?
I have no connection, I don't think. Oh, I think we're live anyway. Okay, so Daniels, can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure yet, but it's definitely something mechanical because my car just shut down before outer zone, and I can't put it into neutral, so it's either clutch or gearbox. So yeah, very unfortunate because so far the track was quite okay, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, we hopefully see you out there for your second qualifying run. We're hoping it's something simple that you can get fixed, but not the way you wanted to start your first run out here in Riga.
Yeah, of course, not the way we wanted to start it, and I'm sure that the guys will fix it. And yeah, let's push on the second run even harder. So, and fingers crossed.
Absolutely, we're rooting for you. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, yeah, we were right. Jacob, looks like the car did shut down, and then a mechanical. I wonder if the mechanical came from bouncing up the curb on the grass. It could be something along those lines.
I mean, he kind of did a bit of a grind across the rumble strip there. They're not small either, so
no,
it's possible it knocked the transmission up or something of that nature.
Well, many moons ago we did see a car roll there, clipping that curb. So
yeah, that was man. You tested. It's funny.
Well, test your knowledge.
No,
you did some research.
I don't think I've got this one.
No.
No. I want to say 2018, but I can't remember who it was.
Can you remember the car?
A BMW.
Very good.
Okay.
It was BMW E30. His name was Jim Olofsson.
Okay.
From Sweden. I know he still follows along now. So
I hope you're doing okay.
And believe it or not, those guys were seconds away from getting that car back out for the second qualifying run after a rollover. So incredible. So it just goes to show you how the extent of these teams will go to get his car back out. We are currently floating on board with Daniel's Bulmanis as he gets that car onto the lorry. You'll see what it looks like to be a drift car on the back of one of those Bud Met lorries.
We were playing a little game earlier on of obscure
History?
drivers.
Oh, obscure.
Obscure drivers of Drift Masters, drivers that we haven't thought about or talked about in a long time.
In a long time, yeah.
Looking up some old stats and stuff, so it's been fun. You guys were testing my memory, although you're much more well-read in this.
Well, I've been here since day one.
This
so
is true.
It'd be pretty bad if I had a memory that didn't reflect back 10 years. I'd be out of a job.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm just trying to keep up at this point.
You are learning the facts. So there we go. Looks like we have got that car on the back of that lorry. Once again, our incredible Drift Masters team making sure that car is ready to go. We're going to get that off track, and we'll be moving along back to the line to our next driver, Martins Immermans from Latvia. Toyota GT86 2JZ, 900 horsepower.
Yeah, cool to see more of those drivers making their way over as well. We're always expanding out all the different countries, and it's been kind of neat to go back and look and start to understand like how competitive a lot of these drivers are in their home series and everything else. And then, you know, it also does give you a kind of an idea of some of the rankings as different countries have come up and done a lot better and start to improve. So it's one of my favorite things about this series. Just you learn so much about the culture and the history of drifting all over the world.
Yeah, and I also enjoy the different driving styles because the different countries we visit around Europe and with Drift Masters is the tracks vary.
Yeah.
From different city to different city.
What they have access to, right?
Exactly. So there we go. We are down on the line with our next driver, Martins Immermanis, sorry, from Latvia, another hometown-ish hero from Turkmus. As he sits on the line in that 2JZ powered Toyota GT86. Waits the all clear from our start line Marshall and Marcin.
Fun looking car, I like the livery, color choices, very bold.
Very bold, stands out.
Yeah.
I do like a car that stands out.
Yeah. It's very like
Vili Kalkanen's car for me.
Oh, okay.
You can't miss it.
No.
See it a mile away.
Yeah. I think it's important. You gotta have a good livery.
You gotta have a car that stands out.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Looks like Marcin is going to give Martins Immermanis the green light, and he does, and he's off the line and through the gears. What can this Latvian driver do as he pedals his way to that initiation point on the handbrakes, gets that car set up nicely for that first outside zone, now works the throttle, works the back end of that GT86 where it needs to be. It's a nice line so far for Martins as he pushes that car a little shallow on outside zone 4. Makes his way around, he goes deep on 5 as well, up the curb, but deals with it now into that final outside zone, trying to put the back bumper of that GT86 along the wall. As Martins now across the line and job done.
Yeah, I really like that he didn't panic at any point in time because I could considering a few of the spots on track, it would have been really easy to either back out or make a bigger mistake. But even catching that curb, didn't back out at any point in time, kind of used it. So car starts to float a little bit wide through outside zone 1, 2 looking pretty good, nailing 3, but it's going to be through 4. Being shallow through 4 often means that you're going to overextend going into 5. It's just how the line works out. This is one of those tracks where everything is cause and effect. If you make a mistake in one zone, it will cause an issue later on. So being a bit shallow in one spot usually means you're going to be way too deep in the next one.
Yeah.
But did a great job through 6 of kind of settling the car down, probably taking a real big deep breath, because catching the curb with the amount of speed that he did, that can spook a lot of drivers.
Yeah, and I think coming up short, what it does is on this circuit, especially from 2 through 3 and 4, is you end up gaining a lot of speed, and we see what happened there was it pushed Martins wide on outside zone 5, and I think that was because instead of pushing the car nice and wide and swinging that car and slowing the car on the transition into 5, it actually picked up speed, an 83.2 on the board for our wildcard driver. And as you say, dealt with that curb run very, very well. As once again, our slow-mo camera in action this weekend here at Drift Masters, giving us those beautiful shots. And back down on the line to a brand new car and a brand new driver for Drift Masters, Elvis Ledskallnins.
Nice.
BMW M2 G87, an LS3 supercharged engine underneath the bonnet of this BMW. Again, another incredible looking BMW 2 Series as he puts the visor down, puts that car into gear, 940 horsepower. Again, another striking livery. What could he do right now? Haven't seen anything from this guy in practice, so this will be all brand new to all of us as he hammers through the gears, looks for that initiation point. It's a tentative initiation on the handbrake. It's very shallow angle as he stands on the throttle. Keeps it clean though, looks for that transition. Oh, big angle. He pulls out of nowhere. He's come up very, very short. Now he's going to start sacrificing that qualifying line. Is he going to come up deep on 5? No, just about. Keeps wheels off the curb, but it's scrappy into that final outside zone. The pressure of the moment getting to this young man as he puts it across the line.
Yeah, I think the run up to initiation kind of told you everything that you need to know about this run. You could see the hesitation with it, and you can definitely handbrake into it. You'll see a lot of drivers as we get through this will take a couple of different approaches. Kind of driving straight at it, grabbing the handbrake isn't always the best, but I will say you did a really good job of adapting, because often you don't get on throttle at the correct time. Now, the other issue that came up with this is just a bit too much angle.
Yeah.
And angling up too much into 2 is going to be a massive issue. You're going to be too far on the inside when it comes to 3.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I've just spoken to the judges and they just said to me, unchaseable.
I
understand it.
The
throwing the big angle on outside zone 2 and then the transition into that final outside zone. Judges obviously have to pick out the best 32 drivers in that lead position. That's what we're looking for here this afternoon at Drift Masters. And unfortunately, in the lead position, Elvis not really doing what the judges asked in the briefing, and would have made it a very difficult task for a chase driver.
It was a big point that the judges made, where it's like, hey, these need to be chaseable runs from start to finish. It still needs to be a chaseable run. Unfortunately, there was nowhere a chase driver could go.
Well, a brand new Estonian driver on the grid, someone who we have never heard of, Jacob. Sim Oskar Hall from Estonia, from Tallinn. Toyota GT86 2JZ, 950 horsepower. If he is anything like the rest of the talent that we've seen come from Estonia in the past, then this guy should have all of it, and he does. Look at a big flick to initiation as he stands on the throttle, puts that car right to the edge of the circuit. No messing around for Hall as he now puts flat to the floor, looks for outside zone 4, collects it lovely. Good transition as well, full throttle in outside zone 5. Wow, what a run from the Estonian as he puts it in to the final outside zone, looks to get the bumper onto the wall, and he does, almost flexes a tail light off the wall across the line.
Yeah, seem very, very comfortable. I'm going to have to do a bit more diving into the Estonian drifting culture, because they are all absurdly fast. I don't know if it's a game that they're playing to see how fast they can go, but it's really, really cool to see. I want to look into their tracks more and figure out if this is a track thing or a driver thing, but run looks great. It's really quick, maybe just a touch too far out. I mean, riding that line through that inside zone, but everything else looks good. Car looks settled, very committed all the way through every single zone. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some points knocked off here and there, but I think overall, for first time out here, this is a really solid run.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mean, only 2 so far of our wildcard drivers scored points on the board. So for Oscar Hull, this could be a nice points haul in his first qualifying run. Came out here with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence, and you could see the Estonian flags flying as that young man finished his run and got it across the line. Beautiful shot here of him nice and close to the wall. Just wandered a little bit away, but we're splitting hairs there as the scores now start to drop in from our judges for the young Estonian driver.
Yeah, really, really good.
Yep, an 85.2 and well deserved for Sim Oscar Hull. And definitely a name that we're not going to forget for a little while, that's for sure.
No, I mean, I'm putting that on my research
Is that on
list.
your...
What's going on
you
there?
put a star on that one?
Yeah.
Go back, do some research.
Let me come back and check on this
Well, the
man.
final one of our wildcard drivers is going to be Roman Kandrasenka from Portugal. We see this young man at our Spanish event in, well, 3 rounds ago now. Mercedes AMG GT Coupe 2JZ 1,000 horsepower. Yeah, that's right. You're not seeing things on screen right now. This beautiful screen, this beautiful car, and this good driver are back once again. Oh, a little twitchy on initiation. Whoa! Holds on to it though, puts the car right to the edge of the circuit, and now starts to find the grip and dial that car in as he looks for outside zone 4. Collects it lovely. He flicks the car back once again. Tries to pick up outside zone 5. Comes up a little shallow. You have to work for 6 here, and you can see comes up shy, off throttle, then back on to push the back end of that AMG towards the wall, tacks the wall across the line.
Man, I really do love this car. I really do love this car.
It's the steering wheel for you.
It is. It's the onboard, because the way that this car is set up is so unique. There's only a few drivers in the entire world that drive this way, because it's got an incredibly fast steering rack on it. With that being said, it got a little sketchy there through outside zone 1. And same thing, he was able to collect it, get his emotions back together. But that flick in kind of gives you an idea. So look at this. As he's steering the car, that's it. That's full lock. And when he's just getting past 90 degrees, that car is at full lock. Most other vehicles are getting a full rotation in a bit before they find that point. But he's got this set up like it feels like a Formula 1 car. But yeah, it's just incredible to see a completely different vehicle and build out. And there's still so much more to learn about what we can do with this both the vehicle and the steering system.
Yeah, certainly is. I think that, you look at this chassis and you think maybe it isn't the right platform for a drift car, but I'll tell you what, Roman Kandrasenka is doing an incredible job piloting that car, as you say, with a 1-to-1 steering rack, which is, like you say, not even really a full rotation, half a rotation to full lock one way.
Yeah, you're not even. You're quarter. Yeah. From one lock to the other, you're half a rotation.
Exactly that. Well, there we go. Score drops in, a 79.7. Roman Kandrasenka back. You're trying to work that out?
I had to do the math with my hands, yeah. Let's say 190 degrees.
Okay, right, there we go, 190 degrees. Enver Haskasab sits on the line from Nicosia in Turkey. San Silvia S15 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. Again, looking for a weekend here, a little turn of fortune for the Turkish driver. Not been the best year for him so far, but could this be a better round? It's a very wild initiation, but look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. As he now dials himself in, puts it nice and wide for outside zone 2. Can he pick up 3? And this is really good so far. Oh, he comes up short on outside zone 4, and that's a critical part of the circuit. You can see how far deep he went on outside zone 5, and that messes up the line to outside zone 6. Such promise on probably one of the hardest parts of the circuit, outside zone 1, and fell apart throughout the rest of the run.
There's a few drivers in practice that either had the first half of the track nailed or the second half, and it's putting it all together, obviously, that means you're going to make it into the show. Enver was one of those drivers where you'd see him come out of the trees and zone 1 and go, man, he looks like he's got everything sorted. 2 and 3 look pretty good. But yeah, just unfortunately not able to get the car to float all the way out to 4. I really do feel for him. This is kind of a year I'm sure he's already ready to forget with all the trials and tribulations that he's gone through in previous rounds. But hopefully, fingers crossed, they're able to get that car to float out a little bit more. I think that would solve a lot of the issues.
It's very soft on suspension as well. I was watching the front, the suspension on the front bouncing up and down. I see the suspension on the back. It moves a lot on the suspension on the wheels, and I don't see that a lot from many other cars.
It can work. You just have to be so used to it, right?
Yeah.
There are definitely drivers that can thrive in cars that are a little bit more jumpy, but man, you have to know what you're doing with it. So, yeah, tough call out there. Just a little bit too much side bite in the car, and it doesn't really want to float out to all the zones.
No, so there we go. Score drops in. It's going to be a 59 dead on the board there for Enver Haskasap as we get into the next driver on the line. It's going to be Konstantin Shurenko from the Ukraine. Another Toyota GT86 steps up to the line. 2JZ 890 horsepower. This is only his second full season after an 11-year break. He said, this is just the beginning, Jacob. Well, it's been a tough season of Driftmaster so far. What can he do this weekend? Been having a lot of tuition from the Shanahan team down there as he now fires that car in to that first outside zone, wanders away, but then gets himself back into that first outside zone. He's going to come up short and deep on 2 and 3. Oh, and he's up on the curb and it over-rotates him. And that is the danger of the curb on outside zone 4. You get wheels up on there, Jacob, it unloads the car and then it instantly puts you into a spin.
Yeah, there's only a handful of drivers we've ever seen be able to tackle that section of the track. And the hard part too is like you can use it a little bit. You're losing a couple of points. I think it's just one if you just creep out to the edge, but it can be used correctly, but incorrectly it is going to bite you every single time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this run looks so good for him too.
Yeah,
that's the hard part.
The thing is, the initiation, you know, he threw that car in and put it where it needed to be, but unfortunately, it's the rest of the run. A lot of these guys struggling to really connect all the dots. It will be a 0 for Konstantin Shurenko. A spin outside zone 4 is not what we're looking for. We go back on the line to the man from Egypt, from Cairo, Karim Hani. Big Karim comes to the line. BMW G87 M2, 2JZ 3.2 litre underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower, and bought a brand new chassis to Riga this weekend. Another BMW G87. Yeah. Opted to drive this car, said that he was more familiar with the setup on this car and how it handled, and he wanted to keep going with this chassis for 2026. He said, that car's for next year, Jacob. Well, here we go. Nice initiation. We were chatting to him just before the break, and that car just didn't want to react there in outside zone 1 as he now flicks that car in aggressively to 2 and 3. Halfway through the run and gets himself back on that qualifying line to outside zone 5. Now stands on the throttle, but it's late to outside zone 6. He has to work to put the back end of that BMW into the crease, into the pocket, and across the line.
The big question is going to be is that initiation. Did he have to fully reinitiate? How's that all look?
Is it a double initiation?
Yeah, it was really weird. It's like the revs just weren't high enough.
Well,
the car grabbed. Oh, yeah, man. That's tough. That's tough. I could see a lot of different arguments that could be made here. So we'll let the judges decide that. Zone 2 looked pretty good about midway through that section. Zone 3 just caught maybe a touch on the inside of it. 4 looking good. I mean, yeah, Big Karim doing what he does best, man. I mean, forgetting the first part of the track, and the rest of this looks pretty good.
It certainly does. Well, we were chatting to him just before we kicked off the show here, and he had to go out for qualifying, and he was saying that he struggled all weekend, and they found out that the car was hitting a boost cut or only allowing it to run 1.3 bar of boost, and normally he runs 2 bar of boost. So he said he was down on power, and he said he hoped that they had it fixed, or they thought they had it fixed. I wonder if at initiation they didn't have that car completely fixed and dialed in and ready to go.
Yeah, possibly. It seemed like it. It seemed like it lost power.
Yeah.
Or had less than what he was hoping for.
Well, knocked out of qualifying at Finland. He'll be hoping for a little bit of redemption, but at 66, I can almost guarantee you won't be enough to get him into the show later on this evening. We'll be looking to do better than that. We go back on the line to the man from Switzerland. It is Yves Meyer in this incredible Toyota GR Yaris 2JZ and 930 horsepower. Back in Drift Masters after a little hiatus. Engine failure knocked him out of competition, but he said he's back, and we are so glad to have this incredible chassis back on the grid in 2026 as Yves Meyer now comes off the line and through the gears as he looks to flick that GR Yaris to angle, and he does right across the circuit. Oh, wheel on the dirt. Oh, shuts it down.
Looks like a rally car. Tried to go back to its roots there for a moment. That is a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, certainly is, and I think that was maybe a moment there where Yves Meyer thought, this is going to I'm either going to destroy the car or I'm going to bail on my first qualifying run. Or was it yet another mechanical failure for Yves Meyer?
On the throttle, car dips. I think it dipped into the dirt, and he just gave it on it.
Yeah.
Just said no, it's not worth it to try. It almost looked like.
Oh, he caught understeer. Oh,
yeah, he caught a lot of things.
Cool, yeah.
It's almost like, you know, when you try to drift a car with like an open diff. Oh, the DB. No, it looks close.
It looks
though,
very
it?
close to a DB. You're right there, Jacob.
Yeah. Oh, weird. Super weird. Yeah, it almost looked like if you've ever tried to drift a car with an open diff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You go to whip it, it just does not come around. But that's the first thing I thought of. But he's got some stretch for a tire. Stancy boy.
Yeah,
Never
certainly
would have
has.
expected.
Well, a man that we didn't think was going to get out for qualifying is George Christoforou from Cyprus in this BMW 1 Series, the S50 B30. Earlier on, engine problems in practice, and I know the team had the engine out during practice. Looks like he is good to go for his first qualifying run as George Christoforou comes off the line in this 1,100 horsepower BMW 1 Series. Picks that car to angle on the handbrake, stands on the throttle, but he's out of that first outside zone. Now he's going to try and get himself back on that qualifying line, but he's going to start coming up short on all of these zones now. Can he get it back on line here? And he can't, as George Christoforou, the run starts to fall apart from him, but with zero practice, this man will be just hoping to make it round to see maybe if the car works.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. I hope this was more of a test run because it did not look like it was making full horsepower. That looked like a car that might have had 600, to be honest. Like, I know we're seeing some decent tire smoke out of it, but it is just not going the way that he wants it to.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, look, you can have enough horsepower to get around this circuit.
Yeah.
You do need a lot of horsepower on this circuit to get to those outside zones, those very wide lines. We spoke to a lot of these drivers and they say that it's so fast, you need the speed, you need to be able to rely on the car to push it right to the edge of the circuit, to flirt with the curves, to get yourself deep in the zones. And a zero drops in for George Christoforou, and judges saying unchaseable once again, Jacob. So that's twice we've heard that today.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the middle of the track. Like, there's nowhere for a driver to actually go.
No, certainly not. Well, it's going to be an interesting qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you've got a nice cold beverage or a hot cup of tea, because this could be an interesting afternoon here in Riga as we get a little bit of paint laid back down on those outside zones once again. We're going to go back on the line in a few moments' time to Clint Van Oort, the man from the Netherlands, in this Nissan 200SX 2JZ 900 horsepower. He said he's had multiple wins in Oman in the Middle East, and he was the Iron Drift King in 2024. As our track marshals now just assess the track, maybe a little bit of lost oil somewhere.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder who that was from.
Maybe George Christoforou. Yeah. So we're hearing that maybe George Christoforou's car was a leak in horsepower, as they like to say.
I thought I
Did
saw
you
some
see
smoke.
something?
Well, I thought I saw some smoke come out from more of the front of the vehicle, but it's tough because, like, some of these cars will have smoke billow forward. Especially,
yeah.
with the windows and everything else closed up. Some of them could just be the downpipe.
Well, this looks like it came out of the car over the finish line. So it looks like he finished the run, the car straightened, and then as he was driving off the track, he's in a dead straight line there through that part of the circuit.
Yeah. You hope it's like just the catch can that's overflowed.
Yeah, well, yeah. I
But even that's not great.
Yeah,
That's
any
not
of those
great.
situations isn't great. Well, here we go, our beautiful drone pilots up into the trees and seeing the smoke lift from the circuit here in Latvia, in Riga. The event we always look forward to, Jacob. It's always a favourite on our calendar.
Yeah, it really is. And I had the privilege of getting into town early. Got here on Monday with my wife, and we toured around and got to learn a lot about the city and the culture. And it's really made me love this entire area so much more. So it's been incredible. Everybody, everybody we've run into and everyone we've met have been incredibly friendly. So yeah, it's if you're watching at home, this is one of those events you travel to. You make the pilgrimage and you make it out.
News in, hot off the press, from the beautiful Becky Evans, who is on the ground giving us information personally as well to relay to you guys watching along at home. Apparently, the oil down on the track was from Karim Hani.
Oh, interesting.
So that is from what I've been told, that Karim Hani lost oil on the circuit. So hopefully, Karim is good to come back out. Now, he can't change cars. We mentioned that he had a spare car in a paddock. He did cross the line that first qualifying run, and he can't change cars now. But Becky Evans is down the ground getting all the gossip, all the stories, but she's down there with a man that we haven't seen for a long while, Jacob, and we wish he would come back. Becky's with Tor Anekavia.
Yes, absolutely, guys. I was having a quick look around, see who I could grab for an interview, and I just saw Tor up here in the spotters tower. Tor, we miss you, but I know you've been very busy. You've just had a baby.
Yeah, like I miss you all as well. Like it's good to be back here, meeting all the crews and drivers, and yeah, I got my family back home with my missus Marianne and my new kid Ada. So yeah, it's a new life for me, and yeah, I'm happy.
Well, everybody here at the Drift Masters family are absolutely delighted for you. But this weekend, you're back. You're spotting for Simon Olsen. How's he getting on?
Good progress. We started off with rainy weather today, but yeah, it's getting way better. I think we're good for qualifying.
Now, we're looking at this track here. You know yourself, if we have a little bit of rain, this place becomes treacherous because there is so much rubber laid down from those full throttle transitions. Can you tell us what you would tell Simon if you started to see the raindrops on the windscreen?
Be calm, because you're gonna crash out there. If you go on the line, you're gonna crash if it rains. But yeah, blue skies in above us, so I think we'll be good for qualifying.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to catch up with you. Get yourself back up to the spotters tower, because I think we'll be going very, very soon. Well, there you have it, guys. People are moving on. They're having babies, but I'm sure we'll see Tor back on our track very soon.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, and a huge congratulations to Tor Anikavia and his wife, Marianne, on their birth of their child. And he's not the only one. We know we haven't seen Jack and Connor spot on Mats for a while. That's because he's been away having a child as well. We're all getting old, Jacob. We're getting old. It's sad. We're getting old. And everyone is having children and moving away from the sport. But hey, we have a huge influx of incredible young drivers coming back into the sport and growing into Drift Masters and proving their worth here. And that won't stop because of the way that this is all laid out here at Drift Masters.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a waiting list to get in. I mean, I know wildcard spots are heavily fought for to get in. There's a lot of different ways you can become a wildcard driver, but yeah, it's just proof that there's a long line of drivers ready to go and make their impact, and that's so cool.
It's very, very cool, and I love coming to all these different cities around Europe and meeting all the new fans and all the young drivers that always ask, how do I get in? How do I become a Drift Masters driver? Well, it's not an easy task, and you unfortunately do have to be a champion in your own city or your own town. So,
yeah.
And you'll be judged heavily by our panel of judges, obviously, once again this weekend, and as always, David Kalas, Tormo, Levi Maggie, Rasmo Rios, and Chris Witowski, our EVS judge down there on the replays, giving our judges all of the camera angles, slow-mos, and everything they need. Well, Becky's still down there, wandering around, trying to find who she can chat to, and she is actually down there with the Shanahans and Dwayne McKeever. Becky, you're getting some more behind-the-scenes stories. What is going on? What are they talking about?
Well, you know, guys, it's just a little catch-up, because as I'm wandering around, the boys are all anxiously watching what's happening on the track, because, as we know, guys, track conditions play out for everybody here. Now, Jack, you're no stranger to this track. You've won here. What does it take to be a King of Riga?
To be honest, consistency, and that's something we're missing a lot this weekend. The track feels super weird in practice. The first session, we felt like we had no grip at all. We were chasing that extra little bit, and then when we put the extra little bit in, the second session, it bit us in the ass basically, because it was very, very grippy then. So I think the paint they're using is different to what they've used for previous seasons, or else they've got the ratio of the mixture off, because it's very, very slippy. I think the first few cars, you could see it too. The first corner, people are washing through a lot more than what you'd expect, to be honest, because the wild cards this round are very, very very, very good competitors. So to see them going off the track, I think that's most of the issue. But yeah, no, I think we just need to try to get our head in the game, try to get the consistency back, and fingers crossed qualifying goes to plan.
And you had a brilliant weekend in Finland at the last round. But are you carrying that high into this weekend, or is it starting from here again and having to look upwards?
Going into yesterday, I was like riding the wave. We were very comfortable in the rain, having as much fun as possible with Connor. And then this morning, first session was okay, and then the second session was after knocking my confidence completely, to be honest. So I'm just kind of shitting myself, to be honest. I don't know what's going to happen, but look, we're just going to take it as it comes. We're going to try to take some grip out of the car, leave it float around, just try to get the points and see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Jack. Bit of money in the swear jar there. Sorry about that, guys. Over to Dwayne McKeever. Dwayne, you know yourself, everybody puts a load of grip into the cars for this track, but it's a fine balance, because if you put too much grip in the car, it can take away from the front end and cause understeer, which is always seems to be the problem when you come into outer zone 4. Can you tell us how you've set your car up this weekend, or is it a trade secret?
So probably at the minute we have the car set up pretty loose. This is not the track you want on the steer on. If you've on the steer in that first corner, it's all over and you're going home very early. But yeah, as Jack said, we watched a few guys, and we also felt it in practice this morning. The white painting on the track is super slippy, and I've seen everybody that sort of touched it there in their first qualifying run were running a bit wide. So yeah, we're trying to watch out for that, and we're going to be watching extra to see if they're going to be repainting that again before our runs. But Yeah, for this track, I think, to be honest, you need a screw loose because this track is absolutely insane. And as I heard some of the guys saying earlier on, every year you come back here, you think you remember Riga, but you don't. Until you enter that first corner and flick back and it's all blind. This track is absolutely nuts.
It sure is, and we're looking forward to seeing your run out there. All right, thank you so much, Dwayne McKeever. Guys, I think we have a track that may be just about clear, so I'm going to hand it back up to our commentators, guys.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, and apologies once again for Jack Shanahan. Yeah, money in the pot. Money in the pot. And that all goes towards the after party on Saturday night, apparently.
Oh, perfect.
That's what I hear, anyway.
We have €2.
Yeah, €2 we have for the after party. So take it easy, Jacob. Take it easy.
I'll do my best.
Well, it was 1,077 days before Jack Shanahan got back on the top step of the podium. He did it here in 2023 when Jack Shanahan was crowned the King of Riga. Right here, we're going to see some shots right now of how he did it. He took down the hometown hero, of course. He took down the man that everybody picked to win this event that year, and you can see Jack Shanahan doing an unbelievable job. I think they have got a screw loose. I think Dwayne McKeever is right with what he says there. These guys are unbelievable. Look at what Shanahan, though, in the car. He knew from that moment, that battle, that he had what it took to take down Nicolas Bertans.
Yeah, I remember watching this, and it was an incredible event, and Jack looked absolutely on it from the start. And, you know, I try not to get too far ahead in predictions. As much as Jack was very humble in that interview, talking about not getting things right, he is one of the drivers that looked really, really good in practice. So we'll have to see. Another driver looking for some redemption as Clint Van Oort. So we'll see what he's able to put down. We know it's going to be fun.
Well, it certainly is going to be fun. He was throwing in some serious moves yesterday in practice, finding the limits of the circuit. What you do right now, where it counts in front of our judging panel, those guys are going to be scrutinising every single movement of that car on circuit. It looks like we have got the thumbs up all round our start line. Marshall Marcin calls Clint Van Oort to the line. The man from the Netherlands in this 2JZ-powered Nissan 200SX sits on the line, ready to throw down that first qualifying run. Probably the most nervous one of the day after all of that practice that they've had.
Yeah, and especially coming off a couple of events where things did not go great for him. I mean, this is big. This is really, really big. So he's going to have to get out of his own head and drive his own race. I know he doesn't want us talking about it anymore. And I said I wouldn't say it explicitly, but you know, just give it 105%. Don't worry what I think, because at some point in time he's going to land that, and it is going to be one of the greatest runs we've ever seen in drifting. If Clint can make that work, it will be one of those highlight runs that we will, you know, save in our phones and send to all of our friends. He's just right on the cusp of it happening.
It certainly is. Well, there we go. He's in the car, and he's had a long wait to come off the line. And what can Clint Van Oort do as we see our track staff now start to exit the circuit? All of those zones have been repainted, and interesting what Dwayne McKeever said there, that the track gets a little loose outside zone 1 on those white lines, and not the first or last time we've seen that or heard that from a driver, but they're trying to find every single piece of grip out there.
Well, the drivers all it's clear, like, all right, let's go. What time is it? Every driver has told me that they can feel the difference of either the paint or the chalk or anything else that they end up using. Is Marcin now giving him a quick chat, so I wonder if Clint's like, nah, I'll just go. It's fine. The tires don't cool off as fast as the drivers think. A lot of the drivers like, if I've been sitting for 3 seconds, that there's no grip anymore, it takes a little while to lose it, but don't let them hear me say that.
No, we won't let them hear you say that, Jacob. No one knows apart from me and you. No. And then we go off the line, it is a green light, and Clint Van Oort is good to go as he hammers through the gears. What can Clint Van Oort do as he fires that car into a very fast initiation? Look at this from Clint Van Oort, big angle, holds it on angle as well. Good transition, but he comes up short, puts a wheel up onto the curb. That's going to upset the line. Clint Van Oort fires that car back on angle again for outside zone 5. We'll be being told that Clint Van Oort is only running on 5 cylinders right now, so he's doing the best job he can with damaged equipment as Clint Van Oort puts the back of the car into the wall and across the line.
Wow. I don't know what all they had to do to get that car to go out like that. I know at this point he's just trying to get the car to qualify and hopefully swap out an engine, but he got caught so far on the inside through zone 3. So let's see, through the first, finding the grip, into second, into third, grabs fourth, there it is, handbrake, and then right out there. But man, that run-up was so incredibly fast. And then the hop transition between 5 and 6 is wild. Watch the rear end of the car. It like bunny hops over through that transition. You think you would take some grip out of the car when you're down on power, but Clint doesn't seem to be doing that.
No, Clint Van Orr, you can see him there wheeling that car inside. Unbelievable job from Clint Van Orr. Look at that big angle as he puts that back bumper nearly 90 degrees to the wall on that outside zone 6. You can see where the power was lost when he went from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
There's a big pull there, and that requires quite a lot of power. And you can see he struggled, and instantly you see, when I was being told he's down on power, you know then he can't get all the way out to the edge of the circuit because he doesn't have the power to get the car out there with the grip these guys are running.
Yeah, exactly. And there's him going up those lines. I mean, finding grip coming out of it, but...
Look at the wheel speed slowing down now. Look, as he's trying to load the car up and flick it on transition. You can see the car now struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. And that score does reflect that 65.5 for young Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, so a couple of zones missed, a couple of zones just too deep on, as he now goes back to the pits to try and get that car repaired and back out for that second qualifying run. We go back on the line to Juha Biķernieki from Finland. A BMW E92 2JZ, 900 horsepower from the Finnish driver. Biķernieki sits on the line, ready to rock and roll. Engine failure in Finland in front of his homeland. What can he do here in Riga as that car now 150%, he was saying. Big aggression, big flick, as he puts that car right where it needs to be. Dances with the white line, almost catches understeer as he now flicks it to outside zone 2 and is absolutely screaming through the circuit. As Juha puts it to outside zone 4, goes for the flick back off throttle for a little bit there as he stands on the accelerator now, looks for the decel zone on the handbrake. Oh, and he wanders out of outside zone 6. Back in he goes as he puts the back bumper of the BMW towards the wall, on the throttle and across the line.
Really had to work it through 6.
That looked like it wasn't easy to drive, Jacob.
No, it didn't. It really didn't. I do know from being outside today that when the clouds part and the sun comes out, it gets blisteringly hot out here.
Very hot, very quick.
And a couple of drivers, we were talking about setup up in the spotters tower, because believe it or not, the drivers themselves are the biggest fans of this sport. They'll come up and watch everybody else run and talk about it. And a lot of them are saying that the setup that they ran last year is not the setup that is working this year at all. And drivers thinking that the temperature change is so different from last year, and the fact that we've got sun and then cloud and then we've had rain. So I think everybody has kind of had to take all their notes and throw them out the window and start fresh again. And for Juha, it looked like they hadn't quite got it figured out. He is definitely driving the heck out of that car. He is pedaling it, he's working the steering a lot, he's working the left foot brake a lot. He got through it, and I mean, right now with the amount of zeros we've got on the board, that might be enough at this point to get through on qualifying.
Well, yeah, I think we've seen an unusual amount of zeros in qualifying so far in the competition here at Riga, when so many drivers know the track so well. A 77.5 drops in for Juha Biķernieki.
I do think that this track is just so abusive that
yeah.
It's going to break things, it's going to be difficult to drive, and I think our threshold for getting into the show will actually be naturally lower here than maybe what we're used to.
Exactly that. Well, here we go, back on the line, Harry Kerr now from Ireland, this BMW E46/F22, 2JZ, 850 horsepower, comes off the line and through the gears. Harry Kerr looking to really make a move this weekend. Fishtails that car to initiation, falls out of that first outside zone, then back into it again as he flicks it to angle for outside zone 2. On the inside zone 3 and misses 4, now tries to get himself back on that qualifying line, and he does as Harry Kerr bounces around the circuit, puts the back end of that car towards the wall for that final long outside zone, and across the line for Harry Kerr.
Another driver getting caught out just inside. It's interesting. I am wondering if them coming through the shadows into the light, just the temperature on the track being so different. 1, not too bad, floats out of it a little bit. Now we go through 2, gets on the throttle, and the car just shoots forward.
Yeah.
Just immediately finds forward grip. Everything here in the car looks really good. As soon as he gets out to that sunny section, though, the car is just not complying. Doesn't throw the runaway, keeps on it. I mean, it's going to be some big line points deducted through that, because nowhere to be found through that zone.
No, very uncharacteristic, and I do wonder if you're right there, Jacob, where the track's got hot outside zone 4. with the sun beating down. It's not under the shade of those trees from initiation of an outside zone 1 and 2. I wonder if the cars are gripping up massively and they're not being able to push the car out to 4.
Well, and it's a spot too where you can't, because you're going from that outside to an inside zone.
Yep.
It's not like you can really just get on the left foot brake.
No.
And hold the car back, because you're just going in a straight line. But kind of the best thing you can do is over angle a little bit to try and keep that car in the zone a little bit longer. But I mean, once again, very easy for us to say. Not
From
an
where
easy
we're
thing to do.
sitting.
Well, because once you realize what the car is doing, it's already too late to make the adjustment.
Of course.
Beautiful shot here once again. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Super tough.
There we go, 71.2 on the board for Harry Kerr, and he'll be very disappointed with that. And I know he would have expected that car to react a little different. You can see there where that shade is and where the sunlight hits the track after the outside zone. We go back on the line to a man from Lodz in Poland, Jakub Kroll. He sends Sylvia S14.92 JZ, 920 horsepower. The man at top qualifying in Poland last year at the final round. He's been looking for a little bit of luck, a little bit of turn of fortune, had a broken inlet manifold during practice. They got that fixed. He said he wondered why he was down on power, and now he looks like he's on full power as Jakub Kroll puts that S14.9 right to the edge of the circuit. This is a very nice lead line at the moment for Jakub Kroll. He goes deep on outside zone 4, and this looks like the run we've been looking for from Jakub Kroll as he finds all of the edges of the curbs, finds all of the edges of the circuit, gets himself deep into that final outside zone as Kroll now back bumper towards the wall and across the line.
Yeah, definitely put it together on that one. Even on the run-up, like you could see, he twitched the car out to break traction, find out where the grip is sitting, did a really good job getting into one. This run-up really does tell you so much about how the run's going to go. Where the driver's head at, how much confidence they have. It is very, very controlled, getting that car to break free. Zone 1, just towing the line on the outside edge of it. Through 2, everything looks good, line looks good, no adjustments. Left foot, but like the car is not changing line through there. Yes, he's making adjustments to make sure, but often you'll see drivers changing line through that section. And the way that the track is painted, it's meant to be when you transition from 2 all the way through the inside, from 3 out to 4. That is kind of a straight line out through that.
It's a perfect arc.
It's a really, really well set up track.
Just caught a little bit of understeer there that just put him wide onto that curb, and judges would have noticed that, that's for sure. But very nice run there.
For understeer. Maybe style points. Because that'd be fluidity. You probably lose it a little bit there. Yeah.
Well, it was a big talking point in the driver's briefing. The judges will be harshly deducting points in qualifying and in the battles for drivers understeering between outside zone 2 to 4. So keep your eyes on that. If you see those front wheels pointing in the wrong direction, they will be losing points. We wait for the score to drop in for Kroll, an 89.5. He does top qualifying at the moment with that, and one of the drivers to put the biggest score on the board. We go back on the line to a man from Ireland. It is, of course, Dave Egan, who announced his retirement from Drift Masters earlier this week. At the end of the season, we're sad to see Dave Egan leave Drift Masters and not seeing that beautiful 2JZ A90 Supra on our grid on 2027, but we wish him all the best of luck in the future as Dave Egan slams through the gears and flicks that Supra to angle. He said last time he drove this track, he wasn't in the Supra, he said, and it was very sketchy, but right now he looks like he's on form as Egan fires it up into the curb. And it just unsettled the front wheels, but he's on the form now as he finds outside zone 4. Egan, you can see making those adjustments in the car as Jacob was talking about, but looking good. And a mistake into outside zone 6, but he holds on to it as Egan now opens up the throttle, bumper and tail light along the wall and across the line.
Solid.
If it wasn't for the, I'm going to say, if it wasn't for the curb run at outside zone 2 that unsettled the front wheels, I think that would have been an absolutely beautiful run.
Yeah, I completely agree. His run up, everything looked good. Outside zone 1, he is just towing the edge. Might have tiptoed half a tread through parts of that. 2 looks good, gets back on the throttle, has to make an adjustment. I wonder if he'll hang on to it between this zone. So there it is.
Yeah.
There's the adjustment that you see in the car. Gave a little hand over hand, 10 and 2, and his driving instructor would be proud of him for that.
But you're going to see it plain as day there.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, you can see the car go up, and then he's got to wheel the car back around. But go Dave. Very, very happy to see the progression.
There was the decel there as well. I forgot to mention. Look at his decelling.
Yeah.
And our judges said in the briefing, decel once the car is set after transition, not during or before, and that is where I think Dave Egan went wrong.
Well, and the judges say it for more than just the reason of like this is how we're you know judging you. It's also for this is the best way to take this track.
100%. Yeah.
If you're decelling during the transition, the car's not going to come around correctly. It's going to do funky things. Man, they've got that completely dumped in the rear end. The holy. But yeah, beautiful shot here, as you can see exactly how this car that has been a little battle damaged really navigates the track. So there we go, 80.2. Is that the best qualifying score Dave's gotten?
Well, you've got all the statistics,
might have to do
Jacob,
some
so
digging
you
on
might
this
have to
one.
do some
Yeah.
research on that one. But Dave Egan, yeah, an 80.2 on the board. Dave Egan, look at this, looking out of the window. The cabin's still full of smoke as Egan waits the score to drop in onto the board. He wants to see what that qualifying score is. As we go back on the line, Teemu Asunma now on the line from Finland, BMW M2, M50 Turbo, 880 horsepower. Teemu Asunma given the signal that we are good to go, puts the car into gear, slams the visor closed on the helmet, screams off the line and through the gears as Teemu Asunma now unleashes 800 horsepower towards the tarmac here in Latvia as he flicks that car to angle. Very nice line, a little wobble there before he exited outside zone 1, but clean apart from that. What can he do here as he puts the back end towards outside zone 4? Whoa, big angle on the transition. Gets that car where he wants it. Very nice line into outside zone 6. Onto the wall, tags it, upsets it. Has to keep a hold of it. Asunma across the line.
The hard part with 6 is that if you tag it once, you're probably going to do it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of wobbles the car. Fishtails are down along the wall.
Yeah, it'll knock the back end of the car. You'll pull angle out, and then you'll kind of drive forward. Have to try and get the car to come back around. But let's start from the beginning. Outside zone 1 looks good. Asuma with a ton of speed. He's really got a great pace going through this. It goes really, really wide. So the judges made some noise around there. I wasn't sure if it was a good or a bad one. I couldn't quite tell.
Couldn't quite pick it up.
Yeah. It's it'll be interesting to see how they play this one out because it's a really wide line through that section of the track, which isn't necessarily what they're looking for. But yeah, we'll see.
I mean, hey, golden buzzer moments, highlight reel moments.
Yeah,
I like the
great.
transition there on that from 4 to 5. That was very nice.
It's not like the party line.
Yeah,
it's a
the
very
party line.
chaseable.
Yeah,
at least in my
wide,
opinion. Going
opening the
super
door.
wide like that. Yeah, it was just a little bit too much angle. Is probably what they were upset about.
Yeah.
Maybe not upset, disappointed.
Disappointed.
Yeah, the judges don't get upset. They just get disappointed. We are hearing it as a little bit too much angle.
a little bit too much.
But once again, we're
We're
fans
here-
of drifting
we're
as a
here-
whole.
yeah, exactly.
Right?
We're here for the party. I mean, the party on track.
Yes.
Not the literal party on track,
Yeah.
the drifting. 75.2 drops in onto the board for Finland's very own Teemu Asunma. And he'll be quite happy with that, I'd say, on that first qualifying run. He knows there was a few mistakes creeping in there. We go back now to Norway. Espen Road on the line, BMW E46 again with one of these new BMW G Series body kits. M50 turbo underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower. And Espen Road in the zone, fully focused. Goes the car off the line. The car shuts down.
Oh, man. But he did leave the line. And the head is dipped. He is staring at the dash, trying to figure out what has just happened.
Yeah, so, and as Jacob clearly just stated there,
That's not starting either.
it looks like he's lost all power in the car. We can hear the engine cranking over, but nothing happening for Espen Road. And as you just said, Jacob, he has left the line in that vehicle. All right, so it looks like he may have...
That's a very unfortunate spot to need a tow, too. So the dash is lit up.
So we're going to have a watch back. Listen to the slow-mo as he comes off the line.
Two pops. He was pointing to the bottom left of his screen, and I think I see a percentage there, but I don't know what that percentage actually is.
Oh, wow. So Espen Road there, looks like he is going to be recovered off track. So it will be a 0 on that first qualifying run for Espen Road. And what a day at Riga we are having so far. This is a very strange event. Somebody said there's something in the air today. There's something about Riga 2026. It doesn't feel like a normal Riga.
Is there such thing as a normal Riga, though?
Not really.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
really, no, but I think there's a lot of things going on the circuit. Drivers having problems with the cars, a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
We don't normally see that unless we have rain, which obviously right now the sun is out. It's blisteringly warm. Jacob's crossing his fingers, touching his toes, tapping on wood, whatever he can do. Espen Road's going to get recovered back to the paddock. He will get a second shot of qualifying. Don't forget, this is just the first runs of qualifying for our drivers, but hopefully they get that car fixed and back up. Been a year of mechanical failures for Espen Road.
Yeah, famously packing a bunch of concrete into the engine block just to be able to try and put down a qualifying run, and that's one of those stories that's going to live on for a while.
It certainly will, yeah. I mean, by any means, these guys will get back out onto circuit. Well, we are down back onto the grid, and we can see Simon Olsen now. He's a fellow Norwegian, warming up the tyres on the back of this James Dean S14.9 2JZ, 1,130 horsepower.
Oddly specific.
Very specific, but hey, all the numbers count. There we go. Simon Olsen gives the thumbs up to our start line, Marshall Martin. Simon Olsen said yesterday when I see him that he wasn't really feeling it. He had mixed practice, a little bit of rain. He said that he was struggling really to adapt to the track. His first time in Riga. What can he do right now as he hams through the gears in his S14.9? He goes for a big flick to initiation, sets that car up lovely, stands on the throttle, and he wanders out of that first outside zone. He gets himself back into it again and flicks that car aggressively to outside zone 2. He's on a nice line now as Olsen puts a back bumper towards the curb, looks for outside zone 5 and collects it. Can he get this one done nicely? Just flirting with the edge of outside zone 6 as he now starts to really get himself into the groove and across the line.
Yeah, just not maybe the initiation he was looking for in that first outside zone, but once he got a little more settled, things started to come together for Simon Olsen. So gets the car out sideways, and it looks like it is gripping up, and this is the toughest part with this track. You can see how much left foot brake he's got to put down, and that is just to keep the car at angle. It slows down the front, allows the back end to start to rotate a little bit more. Judges already starting to point out a couple of spots on track where he wasn't filling all the zones, but as we see all these zeros, I'm sitting here going, I think just getting a lap on the board right now is putting you in a great spot.
It certainly is. I think getting a score on the board right now in these first qualifying runs says a lot.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, a fun, very nerdy stat for you. The average score over all 10 years we've been coming here to get into qualifying at this track is a 70.5. Okay. It is lower than almost any other track. And I think this is an incredibly difficult track. There's a lot of zones. Like, you have to remember, outside zone 1 is broken up into sections. The last outside zone 6 is also broken up into sections. So we'll see. So if 70.5 is our threshold, historically, 76.7 is not looking too bad.
No, it certainly isn't for Simon Olsen. So a 76.7 on the board for the young man from Norway, and hopefully they can get that car dialed back in. Zakaril will miss the first run of qualifying. We jump ahead to David Spossop from Poland and his San Silvio S15 2JZ, 920 horsepower, comes off the line. Looked like he had a great practice session earlier on. What can he do right now? Where it counts, he goes very wide and holds it on the edge of the circuit. Spossop flirting with danger as the Polishman now puts it to outside zone 2. This looks very clean for David Spossop as he goes very wide outside zone 4. This is absolute beautiful from David Spossop, and out of nowhere the young Polishman puts the back end towards the wall uninterrupted on the front wheels, stands on the throttle and across the line. Spossop comes out of nowhere with an absolute blinder of a first qualifying run. Wow
indeed. I mean, easily the best run of his season, one of the best runs of his life. That was epic. I mean, a ton of commitment. He is just on the outside. The judges are going to pull out the microscope and really see how close he got when it came to outside zone 1. But I mean, man, love the energy of this run. It is fast. It is accurate. He's got a decent amount of angle all the way through. Let's see, doesn't over-rotate, doesn't lose any speed in adding a ton of angle. Spossop is on fire right now.
Look, I watched him earlier on in his practice sessions, and he looked like he was having a whole bunch of fun. I see his dad, and his dad was relaxed and smiling and happy. And that tells you one thing: if everybody is happy, including your team, that means you're doing a good job and the whole thing is working as expected. Look at this from Spossop.
Well, we know anytime a driver's having fun, when there's no pressure and they're just enjoying driving, is when they drive the best.
I've got a new word for that.
Okay.
The Jack Shanahan theory.
the Jack Shanahan effect, yeah.
If you're having fun, you're in a dangerous position to every other driver. You're going to drive for a long time tomorrow. Well, here we go. Scores looks like they are dropping in from our judges. David Spossop out of nowhere this weekend, really kind of just throwing his card on the table and saying, this is how it's done.
Yeah, Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, we've seen this with a few different drivers. We talked about Kroll having a crazy event. Maybe this is Bossup's. Maybe this is his big moment. Man, I'm nervous for this score right now.
You're nervous?
A little bit for him.
I think this is going to be a good score. Here we go, score's dropping in. It's going to be an 89 on the board for David Spossup. Just not enough to break a 90, but definitely up there, that's for sure. And David Spossup looking real strong, probably wondering what he can do to get that. And here we go. This is down in Marco Zaccaril's pits. He wasn't on the start line. You can see the turbocharger missing from the side of that Volkswagen engine. And
there it is. Yeah, so still there, but not sure how attached it is.
No, well, here we go. We got back on the line to another Irishman. It is, of course, Alan Hines in the Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ, the James Dean built vehicle, full carbon fibre, 900 horsepower. As he comes off the line, he said he's done 5,000 laps of Riga on the sim. What can he do right now in real life? Puts it right to the edge of the circuit, stands on the throttle, left foot brake, locked on as he now works his way down and into the sunlight as Alan Hines puts it deep onto outside zone. Big flick to angle as he finds outside zone 5. The line into 6 is absolutely beautiful. Big clutch kick as Hines now stands on the accelerator, looks to put the back end of the car onto the wall and across the line.
I think every single one of those laps helped. This is probably the most played track in sim drifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a couple of sim guys are going to tell me it's something else, but I mean, this is the track everybody goes to test their merit in sim drifting, and Alan Hines, for the amount of time he has spent on his rig, it is really, really showing here. So outside zone 1 looking really good. 2, 3, nailing that. The amount of smoke, like almost no movement.
Watch the front wheels, yeah. I was just going to say, the front wheel, look, they're absolutely locked on. There was no movement from 2 to 3 to 4 on the front wheels. The only thing I think the judges are maybe going to dock him on is that big flick on the transition from 4. But hey, again, as a drift fan, as a gold bust moment for me and you, a highlight reel one, I loved it. I love the aggression.
The term that I was told is the appropriate amount of angle. Like, thanks, Dad.
Hey, come on, we're drifting here. It's all the more angle, the better, surely.
I get it, though. The idea of qualifying is to see who can lay down the best lead run.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the big thing.
Most chaseable is what we're looking for.
It's still sick, though.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm a drift fan.
I think we all are. I would hope everybody watching is a drift fan.
Here we go, Alan Hines. Look at this, absolutely beautiful. Keeps that car deep into that zone all the way along, and the way the score to drop in from Alan Hines is going to be an 88 on the board from the young man from Ireland.
Ooh, can use some on style. Interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm trying to see where these guys are losing those few points, as Jakob Kroll still leads qualifying with an 89.5 at the moment. We go back onto the line. It's going to be Jarkko Juhla from Finland in this Toyota Chaser JZX 100 2JZ, 900 horsepower, and if you remember rightly, changed the engine bearings after every single battle, every single qualifying run in Finland. Hopes that he's got that problem fixed this round as he fires that car in big speed once again. Look at this from Jarkko Juhla. These guys now aren't messing around. It looks like they've found the secret sauce down there on the back end of the paddock as they put foot to floor. Jarkko Juhla gets that transition done lovely as he finds outside zone 5. Looks for 6. Big handbrake drag and back on the throttle nice and early as Jarkko Juhla now flirts with the back end of that car on the wall and across the line.
Man, uses all the weight of that car. It is heavy. It's a big girl. But, man, he definitely handles it. It's really, really cool to see. Because this track allows you to kind of highlight what your car can do.
Yeah.
It really does. There's so many different sections. And for a big body car like this, you can use that weight. It's almost like a low power drive, right? When you've got that much weight, you've got a momentum, everything.
Yep.
And Jarkko Juhla does such a great job. Suspension looks pretty soft in it. It's doing a great job of absorbing the bumps. This track is bumpier than I think most people know, but yes.
I think this round, more than any other round, and maybe now thinking about it historically, this is the round we really see suspension working dynamically.
Yes, I wouldn't say famously, that's a little self-indulgent, but last year, seeing the way Piotr's car handled was such a breakthrough moment for me where I went, oh, this is different. Like, this Supra is so different than anything else.
But this year it seems like everybody's car.
They've had to. You have to. The sport progresses so fast that if you don't have a suspension expert on your team now, you're just not going to do well.
Well, there we go. An 89 drops in from Jarkko Jula, yet no one is going to break that 90-point run. What have they got to do to wow the judges? And it looks like maybe a little bit of line is where these drivers are slacking, a little bit of style, angle, not...
Yeah, I see it. I think I know a few spots, but
Yeah.
we'll
touch on those.
Klaas, later.
Yeah, we'll touch on on all those points with David Klaas a little bit later on. We're back on the line to Ite Sada now in the BMW G87 to Jay-Z, 1,000 horsepower as it comes off the line. Full carbon fibre BMW into action as he fires it in. Look at the speed. The door absolutely flexed in as Ite Sada stands on the accelerator. Wild flicks across the circuit. Full throttle from the young man as he now starts to pedal himself into outside zone 5 and picks it up beautifully. That car transitions into outside zone 6, and another driver that seems to have this circuit worked out, absolutely dialed into the zone and across the line.
Yeah, Ite back on it. So if there was some sort of, sun thing going on, drivers took note and made adjustments because, after we pointed it out, it seems like drivers are coming to the table with something a little bit different. So here's the onboard, gives you an idea of what it's like in the cockpit. So just a little hesitant before he starts banging through the gears, but on the red line through so much of that first part of the run-up. It's a left foot brake there to make sure that car stays into the right spot. It wasn't for super long, didn't drag it, just a quick adjustment. But yeah, it's very, very confident through this run.
Yeah, certainly so. Very, very confident. A nice run of the circuit for Ite Sada as he puts all of that carbon fibre towards that concrete wall down there outside zone 6. You can see him there slow the car down on the handbrake and then into that zone. Now, not a lot of steering correction really for the length of that long arc. A very nice job from that young man.
Yeah, a few spots to work on, but I think overall through that first run, you should be fairly happy with this score, unless there's something massive that I missed, which is possible. But I think it's, you have to remember that outside zone 1 is broken up into, wow.
And there we go, a 91 from Ite Sada, the first man to break into the 90s, tops qualifying at the moment, and always fascinates me, Jacob, seeing the door on these cars flex in from pure speed.
And you see it with his more than anybody else.
Yeah, because it's just a single skin of carbon fibre. We're back on the line with the man from Portugal. It is, of course, Diogo Correia, BMW 3 Series, M104 Mercedes-Benz engine underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower, screams as the Portuguese driver now fishtails that BMW to angle, gets that car into that first outside zone. He goes wide, catches a little understeer, but keeps a hold of it as Correia flirts with danger as he backs off a little bit there, loses some grip and loses the line to those two outside zones. Correia now having to get himself back into the moment. Oh, flicks it. Oh no! Correia puts it into the wall.
Oh.
And you could see it coming.
Yeah.
It just tagged the wall a little too hard, and unfortunately for Correia, dragged the front end in. And he shakes his head. This isn't the first time this has happened. A repeat of 2025 when he went into the wall with Connor Falvey in chase, and Diogo Correia back out of the car. And a lot of these drivers have one of those events where they say, I just cannot. There's too much stuff going on, Jacob.
Yeah.
They're like a magician out there, or a clown juggling balls. Yeah, they just can't seem to pin it all together.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it looked like he started his initiation yesterday. Like it took him a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not always a great sign. That's a driver that's got some worries, but man, just goes a bit deep, catches the back end, and flings the front end around. You'll see it right here. Gets on throttle, but he's already on more of a V line as opposed to an arc. And that means at some point in time with the V, it's going to bottom out. And unfortunately for Correia, it's a very unfortunate time. He tried to pull out of it.
He did, yeah. He tried his best to try and keep that car on angle and keep it out of the wall. But unfortunately, that outside zone 6 is such a radius that if you tag it at any point and it does upset the front wheels, to save it is very, very hard. It will be a 0 for Diogo Correia on that first qualifying run. And the Portuguese driver once again falling foul at Riga. Becky's down there with Diogo Correia. Becky, this just isn't the event for Correia.
Well, don't write it off just yet, guys. I'm just with Diogo here, and we're glad to say that you are okay.
Yes, I'm okay, I'm okay.
Now, can you tell us what happened? I mean, you obviously came into the last outer zone there, and you were coming in hot, but it just looked like as soon as you touch that wall, it drags that front end in.
Yeah, I have big problems in my handbrakes, and the entry in the finish corner, handbrake not good. The wall is strong, and the touch the wall. Now repair for second lap.
Are you confident the guys in your team can get the car back out on the road and get you out for your second qualifier?
For sure.
Well, there you go, guys.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, look, we know the teams down there will do an incredible job to get him back out, but I think for Diogo Correa, that knock of confidence once again here in Riga just starts to take its toll.
Yeah, for sure. And you're going to have to give your head a bit of a shake before the next run, too, because you can't keep thinking about what has already happened.
Yeah,
so
of course.
It's tough, though, but as we said, even with the run-up, you could kind of tell it wasn't looking super confident, but fingers crossed. I know his team's incredible. They'll get whatever damage is done repaired, and we'll take a look one more time here. So already on that tighter line, transitions back out. That's always going to mean he's going to have too much speed.
Yeah.
And that car just wanders a little bit wide, catches the wall, and slings it back around into the front end. So that's the hard part, is one contact is going to be two contacts when it comes to a situation like that.
Yeah, and then like you say, once you make contact with that wall and it upsets the front wheels, and you kind of start to then triangulate half a circle, which doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's that math don't math.
Yeah.
Wasn't great in geometry.
And I'm not good at maths.
Yeah, it wasn't good in geometry, but I do know that does not line up. So thankfully, what I was really impressed with is our track worker was there. Basically, the car was still, it looked like it was still moving.
Yeah.
And he was right there in the window. So great work to all the local track workers here. They do an absolutely phenomenal job of keeping everybody safe, keeping the track clean, and making sure this show keeps moving.
Yeah, they certainly do. And without those guys, this event wouldn't be possible. So a massive thank you to all of the staff here in Latvia. We do drag that team around a few other events.
Yeah. Good group of people.
So there we go, Diogo Correa's car on the back of the lorry, making its way back into the paddock to get those repairs. We know he has an incredible team down there with him, and they will have that car fixed and back out for that second qualifying run. Didn't look like it was huge, maybe some front damage to the suspension, a realignment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely an alignment. Hopefully it's nothing too major, and just a couple of, maybe a tie rod and a control arm, and back out onto the track.
And there we go. There is the scene. As you can see, the beautiful track nestled in a forest on the outskirts of Old Riga. And the crowds have come out this weekend to once again support Driftmasters. A sellout crowd, back-to-back sellout events. We're heading to the Iron City next, Ferropolis in Germany, where that track always attracts huge crowds before we sell out that stadium in the PGA Narodowy in Warsaw in Poland for the Red Bull Driftmasters finale, where more details of that event have been released. So keep your eyes on that one, because it's going to be a big one. I'll be there, Jacob.
You know what? Yeah, I'll make it.
Oh, they said they might replace you, but
cool.
We might let you back in.
Good to know.
I'm just joking.
Dave retires and I lose my seat immediately.
Yeah, immediately. Right, we're off the line with Laurie Heinen, the former Driftmasters champion who has had a year to forget. Comes off the line in his 180SX again, that NASCAR Dodge V8 screaming as he fulfills all of that first outside zone. Heinen fires it across the circuit. He knows this track like the back of his hand, but what can he do right now? Looks for outside zone 5. Is absolutely stunning from Heinen at the moment, as he now looks to fulfill all of outside zone 6. Heinen onto the wall, deep in the zone and across the line.
Yeah, I wonder if the judges will knock him just a bit through 6.
It was a bit hesitate. It was a bit of a hesitation. Sorry.
I think he was just trying to pull the reins back on that bucket Bronco. I think he's super happy to have his car back. That's for sure.
I would be.
Not that he did terrible in Mika's car, but no place like home for Larry Heinen, and at home is a very wicked up NASCAR V8. But Larry, man, he suits this track so well. Like, it's just phenomenal to see. It's kind of a shame he's never stood on the top step here.
Never say never.
I know, because this really is a track that I feel like is built for him. It's fast, it's insane. I mean, both things that Larry really exemplifies: fast and insane. But Yeah, we'll see what the judges think. I mean, I really enjoyed watching it. Hope everybody else did too, and we'll see how the scores align with my thoughts and opinions on that.
There we go, score drops in. It's a 93 from Laurie Heinen, and the judges liked it as much as everyone else. And even though me and Jacob thought the outside zone 6 was a little sketchy, looking back at the replay, you can see he was Jacob there, just trying to tame the beast.
Yeah.
That's all he was trying to do. We go back on the line to Kevin Pascotti, the Hungarian driver now in this Toyota GR86 for 2026, 2JZ, 800 horsepower. Car into gear and across the line as he now works his way through the gears down to initiation. Kevin Pascotti, the Hungarian, fires the car in, looks for the very outside edge of the circuit, but wanders in outside zone 1 as he now flicks it back. Oh, he's up on the curb. It unsettles the front wheels, but he holds on to it as Kevin Pascotti now flicks that car to angle for that outside zone 5. Does manage to collect it, but it was an odd line into it. Gets into 6 beautifully as Kevin Pascotti navigates his way around the final outside zone, foot flat to the floor and across the line.
Yeah, that could have all come undone very, very quickly through outside zone 2. That is a lot of curb to be taking. That's just way too much curb to be taking. But able to gather everything back together. So zone 1 comes out of it just a touch, grabs the left foot brake just to keep that car in there, but unfortunately it does put him on a bit of a strange line. There you can see him catch the curb. We'll see it right here. That's a lot. So fantastic job of keeping everything together, because things could have been very, very hairy, very quick. Rest of the run looking good, great transitions. And then through here to 6, I mean, he does get the transition done. I just want to see when he grabs the handbrake. Okay, so he's through the transition. That's the way the judges would be looking for it.
Yeah, I think the judges as well were looking at outside zone 5, the line he took into it, because he kind of got a wheel into it halfway through, and then it was like the zone needed to be further down for the line he was on. So that suggests he's on that wrong line. You can see it right here. Look, just gets into it at a weird place. He does get the transition done. He does fulfill all of outside zone 6, and that all really comes back to running the curb on outside zone 2.
Yeah, it shows you.
And there we go, score drops in. It's going to be an 83.7 for Kevin Pascotti. And it'll be a nice one in the bag for Kevin Pascotti, if your statistics are right, Jacob.
That air horn, though. Holy,
yep.
That's a lot of batteries in that thing.
Certainly is an air horn. Well, there we go. Jason Benet on the line, the Frenchman. We see at the top of the show where he took this car to the tyre wall, put himself into a spin. But now back on the line, they worked tirelessly all night to get it repaired. The 2JZ Subaru BRZ comes off the line and flicks to angle. And Jason Benet will say, well, there's not much left to damage, so let's just try and go out there and get ourselves a spot in the show. And Benet doing a good job so far as he puts it nice and wide, just puts a wheel across the line of outside zone 4, but now deep on 5 as he looks for that transition back. It's an odd line into outside zone 6. It's going to take him a while to get into that zone, and it does as he stands on the foot brake, puts the back end towards the wall across the line.
He had to wrestle this car through the entire run. And, you know, they got it back out. I know he didn't get a ton of practice. Look at the crack in the windshield. Didn't notice that until right now. The hit that he took in practice was a really bad one. It was all 4 corners. So just making it back out in practice, there was a round of applause from the crowd, because everyone knew what it took just to be able to get back out there. And there's no way this car is still straight. There's absolutely no way. So any of the alignment, any of the suspension that got set up in it is just a Band-Aid. Hands off the wheel, good transition. I mean, his caster in the front end, it's hard to do that. But yeah, it's tough. There's no way this car is in perfect form.
No, 100%, yeah. I went down there yesterday evening before we left the circuit, and the guys had the whole car pretty much in parts, front subframe out, rear subframe out. They were doing a lot of repairs. The welder was out, and they were checking every single component after he put that into a spin along that wall. And Jason Benet will be thankful that his team managed to put in a late night shift last night and get him back out today for a little bit of practice and qualifying. And a 77 drops on the board, and the way things are going, I wouldn't be too shocked that that is enough to get him into top 32 for tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of drivers sitting on a goose egg that need to make their way back up.
And certainly so. We go back on the line to Jakub Paszkonski from Poland in this Toyota GR86. B58 underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower, and the man has done it all, apart from stand on the top step of a Driftmasters podium this weekend. We'll be hoping for a sign of good fortune. Oh, and he just tickles the dirt ever so slightly, stands on a foot brake and gets that GR86 dialed in. Very strange line there into outside zone 2, but makes it work as now Pruszkonski puts foot to floor, finds outside zone 5, and again another slow transition in to outside zone 6, but making it work is the Polishman as he fires it through that final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, a left foot brake in transition from 1 to 2 is not something you see very often. I don't know if I've ever seen it like that. He made it work, but very, very different. So when we get back into the replay, we'll make sure to highlight that for you. First outside zone, dipping that tire off, gets back into it. So he's going to be bleeding a few points there. Yeah.
It's like it doesn't make the car react.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see it here a little bit more.
Like he has
right
to.
Right there. You can see it the car just shift over.
Yeah, and he has to make it do that in the car. So that is a correction. And he did it again there on the transition before outside zone 5.
Right there it is,
and
yeah. That's a big delay. Now, if you're chasing that car, that is a nightmare.
Yeah, and that's what the judges are going to be looking at. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be bleeding a little bit of points here for Pruszkonski for those transitions because they aren't clean. And that's what they're going to be talking about. They talked about it in the briefing, clean, fast transitions.
So imagine you're a driver behind and you're trying to transition around them. They delay like that. You're kind of boxed out for a second. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, that transition nice and smooth would look incredible. But yeah, we'll find out what the judges think on this one. I'm sure some style points to be docked either way.
And there we go, 81 drops in for Jakub Pruszkonski, and yeah, definitely some style points knocked and line as well for Pruszkonski as we move it back onto the start line to another Estonian driver from Tallinn. It will be Oliver Randaloo in BMW E46 M50 Turbo, 900 horsepower. And safe to say, Randaloo didn't look too good yesterday in practice. I didn't manage to catch him today, so it'll be interesting to see as he found his form, as he got himself back into good shape after that podium in Finland at the last round. It looks like he may have done as Randaloo fires that car through that first outside zone, headlight shining as he picks up all of the zones and then bursts into the sunlight down the main straight. Now looks for 5, and a correction there coming into outside zone 5 and another correction into 6, but gets himself into the zone nevertheless, stands on the throttle, and you can see him really wrestling that car to get it around and across the line.
Line-wise, this is a pretty good run.
Yeah.
Like line-wise, he really did check all the boxes. There's a few spots here and there where not able to completely fill the box, but yeah, we'll see how everything else stacks up with it. There we go.
Wow.
Man, he is pumped.
That is a real...
It's a real intense Estonian driver, man. Yeah, through these zones, everything looks good. Does have to make that correction coming through 3, but he is on throttle through so much of this run in spots where sometimes drivers will check up just a little bit. Oliver Randaloo, man, so I don't know if you caught his foot there.
Yeah.
But he's using the left foot brake to settle the car instead of using the handbrake, which is interesting. So, yeah, and it would have been through just after here. We're starting to see it a little bit more then.
I think Randaloo wanted to go very wide there before he got to outside zone 5, and I don't think the car reacted, and I think that's why you see him on the handbrake. And then when he got into 6, he had to really wrestle the car to get it around, and you can already, look, you see where he dapped the handbrake before he got to 5. He knew he was on the wrong line. He needed to be wider. He did make it work. But I tell you what, that car, I think it's wicked up to the max. Tags the wall there.
I didn't even catch that.
I didn't catch that either.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going full force today.
Well, there we go, an 86 for Oliver Randaloo. Will be a nice qualifying run score on the ball for the Estonian driver. And we go back on the line to a man that in Ireland took the second step on the podium, the first ever Drift Masters podium for Conor Falvey, and he now was looking very good this weekend. We see some chase driving of him this morning, and he looked like he was on absolute 110% form as he comes off the line in this Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ, 1100 horsepower, fires that car in. Look at Falvey, right to the edge of the circuit, holds onto it, left foot brake to push that car deeper than it wants to go, as he now looks for outside zone 4, collects it nicely. Falvey with a big flick, full throttle transition from Falvey, wow. Oh wow, look at the angle into outside zone 6 as well. Beautiful stuff from Conor Falvey as he stands on the foot brake, pushes the car to the wall and across the line.
Yeah, he's a driver with a pretty crazy taillight and bumper budget, that's for sure.
There is no bumper budget.
Yeah, well, it's probably most of it. God, I really do like the way that he drives. He's just, like, abandons all fear. right? Just goes out, throws down every run.
But I'm going to say something right now. I think that has come since the podium in Ireland.
Yeah.
Because I think for the first 2 rounds of Drift Masters, he kind of drove very tentative.
I agree.
It wasn't the usual Conor Falvey that we see in 2025. And I think now he's got that podium, he's kind of realised what he has to do to impress the judges in qualifying, to get himself inside a higher place, and then he has a nicer run into the final.
Something we don't talk about a lot is managing the emotions of being a driver. And there's so many highs and lows, and he's experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows in one season. And it's now just trying to figure out how do you squash those emotions? How do you just drive and not think about things? Obviously, we talked about Dave taking a step back from Drift Masters next year. That also means Falvey has lost a massive partner for next year. That's something else that's going to be kind of playing in their minds.
Well, he won't be alone. He'll have all of his fellow Irishmen with him, but he does come to Drift Masters in 2027 alone, and 88 drops in. He won't have that camaraderie, that teammate alongside him to give him that feedback from a different practice group as well. So he has to really go out there next year and find his feet himself. So it's going to be a tough season for Conor Falvey in 27, but we wish him all the best of luck and look forward to having him back. We go back on the line to Nicolas Bertans from the hometown in Riga in the BMW E92 Eurofighter. Has a big boy V8 underneath the bonnet with 1100 horsepower as he flicks that car in. This man has flirted with winning this event so many times in the past. Can he do it this weekend in better machinery than he's ever had before? And he goes deep on outside zone 4 as now Bertans starts to flirt with top end of qualifying, puts that car deep into outside zone 6, goes for the wall, dials on more angle, just tickles the wall and upsets the front wheels.
Well, he's got a second, he's got a third. Now he's just looking for that first place spot.
Yeah.
And this feels like a great first step towards it. His qualifying here has never been super, super incredible. It's always been really good, but it's the head-to-head, it's the battles, it's just chasing at this track where he absolutely puts on an incredible show. But man, this is such a fast run in qualifying. Still has a ton of angles, still has the style, but I feel like he could outrun pretty much anybody on this track right now.
He certainly could. Well, don't forget that this car was built behind the 1960s grandstands. Many moons ago. It was piloted by Kristaps Blues, and it was designed for this track. So this car, this engine package is designed to win in Riga, and that's why I think this car looks so good at this circuit, especially on that first qualifying run. It did tag the wall, and it did wander a little bit in that first outside zone. Apart from that, it's an incredible run from Nicolas Bertans.
We're just being picky because we expect so much from this young driver.
Yeah.
But he's a fan as well, taking a look, and there's some of those grandstands we talked about.
And it was right behind those grandstands, right there. That is where that car was built in the HGK factory, which have now moved to new premises. And we can see the Latvian flags flying from our spectators and the hands waving as we see some more beautiful slow-mo shots. Score drops in, and 85.5 is only good enough for 9th place at the moment. So judges not liking it on the line, and could have done with a little bit more style, the judges are saying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll bug him about it later.
We'll talk to them about that later. We'll have a debrief. But there we go. We're back on the line from the man from El Salvador, now residing in Dubai, is of course Nasser Al-Habali in that Nissan 400Z supercharged Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet. 1,000 horsepower, had that big impact with Tiina Asunma in Finland. The car, he said, now back on form, back how it needs to be. Goes wide, drops the bumper off the car, but holds on to it as Nasser Al-Habali now starts to fire pieces of carbon Kevlar around the circuit here in Latvia as he stands on the throttle, a little wobble there coming in to outside zone 5. Keeps his head cool though as he gets into this final outside zone. Nasser Al-Habali puts the back end towards the wall one more time and a big clutch kick across the line.
I think judges concerned about the initiation line. So there's a spot at the beginning of the track where the drivers are expected to keep clear. So we'll see how that kind of comes into play here, and if we have anything a little bit interesting, we'll keep you in the loop on that. But Nasser, man, really catches the dirt, back on throttle, left foot brake, gets everything settled back in through 2. You can see what's left of that rear bumper flying, and this is the line we're talking about.
Oh, the dotted line?
Yeah. So I'm sure, I'm thinking I'm hearing some scores coming in, but I think there might be a bit of a deduction for that section.
Yeah, so that line, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys that probably don't know what that dotted line means, that dotted line is to separate lead and chase.
Yeah.
The lead driver has to initiate within the confines of the right-hand side of the circuit, or left-hand side, whatever way you're looking at it. And the chase driver can be on the other side of it. That is to stop the lead car on initiation blocking or impeding the chase car's initiation.
Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. You can close the rule book now.
Hey,
But yeah, it's
whenever you say that, we always have a rule book problem. There we go. 76 drops in for Nasser Al-Habali, and I think it's going to come down to, I mean, outside zone 1, dropping a wheel, the line on initiation, it's all going to come down to little bits of that. But we're going to find out, see how these guys can improve on their second qualifying runs. We go back to the line. It's going to be Dwayne McKeever from Ireland in this Nissan 180SX 2JZ, the James Dean built machine. Hammers into gear as McKeever comes off the line, and it was a brand new car at the beginning of 2026, so it looks a little tired now, but no point repairing it. Every track from now on in has walls as McKeever goes wide, drops a wheel on. Oh! McKeever holds on to it as he flirts with danger, puts it where it needs to be, and you can hear that 2JZ singing, and McKeever shuts the car down, over-rotates outside zone 4.
Yeah, and he's reaching up to the switch panel immediately, probably turning off any anti-lag or anything else. But McKeever, what happened?
That was a wild run.
It's very wild. Sometimes,
yeah, I want to see the onboard. A shake of the head there for Dwayne McKeever.
Yeah, sometimes in those moments you can really find out what happened. He just catches the curb.
Pumps on the curb, kind of loses grip, and then he knows that where he's going to transition is completely off. Look at this.
You can see it.
Almost over-rotates, yeah.
The moment that car catches curb, it loses all of its grip.
Yeah, it just wanders along the curb. It's going to be a 0 for Dwayne McKeever. Wow.
Feels criminal.
So Dwayne McKeever sits on a 0 in qualifying, and he heads back to the paddock to reassess and get himself back in the right headspace for that second qualifying run. We've seen this man before do great things on that second qualifying run as we go back on the line to a Finnish driver, Juha Rittinen, Toyota GR86 2JZ, 1,003 horsepower. Absolutely pumped up and ready to go and in the zone. As Juha Rittinen missed out on a podium in Finland, well, can he get one here in Riga? He knows this track very, very well. Well, look at this. From Juha Rittinen right to the edge of the circuit, on the foot brake, pushing the back wheels of that GR86 into that first outside zone. A very nice line now as he pushes it wide for outside zone 4. Back on throttle again as Juha Rittinen dials it in and looks for the transition to 6, so he gets it done perfectly, and Rittinen onto the wall already, and now really into the pocket as Rittinen dials on the angle and across the line.
Well, he was our top qualifier last year for a reason. He drives this track incredibly well. Unfortunately, last year went out real early in top 32. Didn't really get to display everything that he could do at this facility. But Juha Rittinen, he's so smooth in this track. A lot of drivers are very aggressive, has big, snappy transitions. For Juha, he just takes his time. He's very controlled through all of it. Look at all these transitions. He just floats out. It seems the car's quick, but it seems like he's not in a rush. He just wants to get around, make sure he's filling all the zones. Watch here. Look at, just drives through it, back over, gets on throttle. It's just very, very smooth driving. See? No fear,
like
no
a
concern.
Sunday drive.
Exactly.
On a Friday.
On a Friday. Now, I thought it was Sunday because it's like an ice cream Sunday. Or is it actually like you're going for Sundays?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, that's a new one to think about. I hadn't thought about it. Now
Sorry,
I'm thinking about ice cream.
My brain always defaults
Thinking about
to ice
food?
cream.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll get you an ice cream after, don't worry about that. Only little thing for me that I picked out on that was outside zone 1 kind of started to come out of it a little early. You can see him on the foot brake trying to push that GR86 into the zone. I think that was where the judges will be looking as we see this absolutely beautiful shot. Look at this. Our man Addy down there with the phantom camera over the edge of the wall filming those shots, and that's why we give him unlimited access.
It's great. He has a pass that just says, I can do what I want.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Incredible shot. Yeah, Juha Rittinen.
Wow, well, look at that, 91.5 for Juha Rittinen as he lays down an incredible first qualifying run. And as you said, Jacob, he was the top qualifier here at last year for a reason. Maybe he can do that again and replicate it, but this man will be hunting him down, that's for sure. Benediktas Čerba from Lithuania now sits on the line in this BMW G42 2JZ, 900 horsepower. Comes off the line in this yellow machine. And yesterday looked like one of the fastest men on the circuit. What can he do? Oh, big aggressive initiation, but a little late there for Benedictus Cerba. Again, another driver on the foot brake, trying to put that car deep into that first outside zone. Looks like he's now settled on that qualifying line as he flicks it to angle. Full throttle, he's shy on some of these zones though. Judges won't like that big handbrake drag as he gets into outside zone 6. Cerba stands on the accelerator and looks to fulfill all of that zone and across the line.
Well, as we get deeper through this list, the history of Riga starts to show up even more. So I'll apologize in advance because basically every driver that we've got coming through the rest of this has had some incredible moment here. And for Cerba being the runner-up in 2021, only losing to Piotr Vincek. But this qualifying run looking good. You're kind of your favorite? Is what you're feeling?
I listen.
I know we don't like to play favorites, but it's just every practice.
We take notes from practice.
We do.
Mentally.
Yes. Yeah.
Not
We don't write anything
physically,
down
yeah.
in case someone steals it.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of his practice in Finland looked incredible. Obviously, him coming up on the podium, all of his practice here looked really, really good and consistent. It wasn't like he was going out and doing runs where things would go really strange and then he'd, try and make some sort of adjustment. It's just like everything was consistent.
Flowed, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think this qualifying run flowed.
No, and that's kind of what I was getting at. Is this of all the runs I saw out of him, this is the one that I actually didn't like.
I would say this is probably the worst run I've seen from Cerba this weekend.
Yeah, get it out of the way now.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, not the right time to do it. An 80.2 on the board for Cerba. He will know himself in the car as well. That wasn't maybe the best run that he's done this weekend here at the circuit. He was having issues with the car yesterday, clutch issues, I do believe the team was saying. So looks like they've got it fixed and ready to rock and roll. Now we go back on the line to Kevin Passer from Estonia. BMW M2, I can already hear the Estonian fans cheering. M50 Turbo, 1,000 horsepower, comes off the line, hammers through the gears as Kevin Passer now flicks that car to angle on the handbrake nice and early, gets that car set up for that first outside zone very deep and a nice line into 2. Kevin Passer looks like he's got this one worked out perfectly now as he puts the car right where the judges want to see it, stands on the accelerator, good line into 5, and Kevin Passer coming for top spot right now as he puts the back end of that BMW into the pocket, into the crease, right onto the wall and across the line from Kevin Passer.
Love that wall run at the end. What a great way to wrap up a run. Make sure that the judges know your intent for this weekend, and for Passer, it's push the limits. It's grind the back end off and make sure that all the fans are excited. I think we're gonna need a track to go to in Estonia soon. There's a lot of fans.
I tell you what, I think there's a calling for it.
I think so.
I think there's a calling for it.
Get that rumor mill turning.
I heard they have a good track.
Do they?
Yeah, I heard they have a good track. So
well, we'll have to see what happens. Kevin Passer looking really good. He's done well in qualifying here, taking third in 2023. So he's no stranger to being near the top when it comes to a qualifying session in Riga. This is definitely another run that may put him in that contention. It'd be tough to say. I know the initiation was a little wonky, a couple too many moves. Judges wanted a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
He had a lot of movement going into it, so that's going to drop him some style points. But everything else, pretty good.
Yeah, just taking a look back at it and watching the front wheels on the outside zone. There we go, a 91.5 for Kevin Passer. A nice score, enough for 4th place at the moment. And some heavy hitters up there. Laurie Heinlein still ahead of everyone with a 93 on the board. Heinlein really looking strong. Look at this. Passer out of the car, waving and showing his appreciation to all the fans that made it over from Estonia to Riga this weekend, and the party capital will be alive this weekend after tomorrow night.
I think a few beverages will be had.
Yeah?
Yeah. Apple juice mostly.
I was just going to say. There we go, on the line, Mika Keskikorpi from Finland now in the BMW F22 Eurofighter. S58 screams off the line with 1,007 horsepower being planted towards the tarmac, and Keskikorpi, holds onto it. Wow, got a little loose out there on outside zone 1 as Keskikorpi now navigates his way around the rest of the circuit, flicks it to big angle, wants to try and save something from this run as Keskikorpi puts it almost 90 degrees into outside zone 6. He's driving angry as the young Finishman now.
Well, what else do you do?
Well,
right?
yeah, exactly,
you know you've had a massive mistake. Sun beats down on the Finnish fans. Please apply your sunscreen. A group of people that I mean, when they see
don't
the
believe
sun,
in it. They don't
when they
believe
see
in
the sun, they're fully involved.
They're there, yeah.
For Mika, I thought the run-up looked good. The initiation was looking good, but I think it was the dab of handbrake that he added in at the beginning that just pushed
I want to see the
button.
angle.
Yeah, I mean, there's all of it right there.
It wasn't as wild. It looked wilder because he kind of dials on big angle, holds onto it, but then has the front catches understeer.
I would almost want to see that replay again, but like a second before if we can. Sorry, truck guys, if you could do that, because I think him just grabbing the handbrake for a second is what ended up pushing him a little bit wide on initiation. The rest of it was fun though. Outside zone 6, just kind of hocking it in there, party style, and then as much angle as he can possibly put down. And the driver dropping into third before our final zone. That seems to be the way everybody is setting the car up.
Yeah, fourth to third seems to be like the key.
Yeah.
I love this flick.
Yeah.
Big angle into that zone. Carrying a lot of speed as well. And
Driving a little angry.
yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, I would be. I'd be a little frustrated after having that one.
Slightly annoyed would be more Biķernieki Circuit style.
Potentially perturbed.
Ever so slightly. Well, here we go. Score drops in a 72.5. Enough at the moment for 25th position. So we're going to see how that stacks up and who's on the drop zone and where these drivers are after all of our drivers have qualified. We're going to go onto the line to the man that was the King of Riga in 2023. Jack Shanahan from Ireland now sits on the line in his 2JZ Toyota GT86. Thumbs up. He says, look, I'm driving fun from now on. I'm having fun. I'm going to enjoy myself. When 1,000 horsepower comes off the line and through the gears, and Shanahan already starts to blow the tyres off the back of that car, flicks it in, and sets himself up lovely for that first outside zone. You can see smoke from the front brake as he puts foot to floor, now fires through the centre section of the circuit. And Shanahan, big angle, big style and big flair, comes back into play once again as Shanahan into that last outside zone super aggressively, stands on the accelerator with the tail light on the wall and across the line.
He is one of the most decorated drivers here for a reason. This is his track. This is it. It's fast. I know it has kind of shades of Mondello with that big initiation, with carrying all the speed. So there we go, our drone risking it for the biscuit. Look at this first outside zone. He's just starts to come out of it, so there's going to be a little bit of a point deduction there, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Everything else, I mean, Jack just feels like he's on it. He really does. He got all the grip in the world. He's still got a ton of angle. There's a few spots where I know he's going to be losing a point or two for line, but I know where he's not losing it. That's outside zone 6.
No, certainly not. The entry into outside zone 6 after that little decel was absolutely flawless. You can see the front wheels unfazed as he makes his way all the way around there. I love that. That transition for me is absolutely stunning.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, he has scored a 98 here. That was in 2022. Still was second in qualifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He got beat up by a 99, which, like, do you even get mad at that?
No.
Yeah.
How can you?
You can't.
How can you get mad at a 99?
We'll see what the judges think here. I do know there's going to be a few line scores not, but.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, a few online and a few on style and angle, believe it or not. An 89.5 drops in for Jack Shanahan. And he'll be looking where he can save some or get some points back. We go back on the line to his younger brother, Connor Shanahan from Ireland. Toyota GT86 2JZ, 950 horsepower. Shanahan, unfortunately, didn't make it to the line for his top 32 battle in Finland, and the championship hope started to fall away, but his brother holding it down for him as Shanahan now fires it in right to the edge of the circuit. Connor Shanahan opens up the throttle, looks for the transition, gets it done as Shanahan absolutely pinned on the throttle through the middle of the circuit. Good transition as he goes wider than his brother on outside zone 5, and again a real nice line into outside zone 6 for Connor Shanahan as he opens up the throttle, puts the back bumper towards the wall, almost wheel on the wall and across the line.
Yeah, for cars with such a small overhang, like they really do grind the rear end of that car all the way around outside zone 6. I mean, it felt like a replay of Jack's run through that section of the track. Connor really getting out there through outside zone 1. So you can see him too. Haven't grabbed left foot brake, so he's going to be losing a few points there. There's the onboard to show you just how quick this run is and the amount of precision that you need just to navigate it, let alone to top qualifying. There it is, a handbrake before getting into outside zone 6, and then the rest is just that Sunday drive that we talked about. It's where they're at home. It's right next to a wall.
Yep, the Irish style of driving really coming in clutch this weekend for the Shanahans and for the next 2 rounds as well as we head to Veropolis, that Lion City surrounded by concrete walls. There's no evading wall runs there, or Poland when we get to our final, the Red Bull Drift Masters final at the Pegay Narodowie, a concrete and iron ring to contend, to fight for the championship. And the Shanahans and the Irish, most of our grid certainly do love a wall run, that's for sure. As the score drops in, what's it going to be for Conor Shanahan? A 93.7, a 93.7 puts Conor Shanahan at the top of the pile at the moment. Shanahan just outdoes Laurie Hindon by 0.7, and it looks like those 2 former champions might be going head-to-head this weekend to see who will be crowned the King of Riga 2026. We go on the line to Peter Więcek from Poland in this incredible 2JZ powered Toyota Supra. A90 sits on the line, car goes into gear, 1,000 horsepower. As he gets the green light to go from our start line, Marshall Martin. Więcek through the gears as he comes down to initiation, flicks it across, and he goes very wide, but he holds on to it. Look at this from Więcek, right to the edge of the circuit. Flicks it back, just tickles the curve as Więcek's on an absolute mission this weekend. Wow, look at the line from Więcek as he now looks to collect outside zone 5, and he does beautifully. The Supra in to outside zone 6, on the throttle, stands on it. A Supra absolutely pinned to the wall, wanders away and across the line.
Well, if you look into the King of Riga history, you're going to see the Piotr Więcek name come up a lot. A 4-time event winner, 5-time top qualifier. He had a 3-year run between 22 and 24 where he was the top in qualifying. We'll see if he's going to start a new streak. There's a lot of parts of this run that are just absolutely incredible.
I see something.
You see something?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Outside zone 1. From that, I mean, it's tough to tell with the smoke coming up. Ooh, might have dipped a tire. Look, he does go wide. Goes wide through some of it. Ian's telling me there's still more to come. So let's see if we can pick this up. But yeah, he is really, really wide through that section. Through 2, just kissing the curb. And then through 3, and then we are completely blinded by smoke. I'm wondering what you are talking about here.
You're going to see it coming up right now, Jacob, as he goes for outside zone 5. Now watch this, into 6, watch the back end of the Supra. Ready?
Oh, he catches a fair bit of wall. And then he's got to get on the left foot brake. So left foot there to get the car to come back around. Oh, interesting, okay.
Didn't see it from the first angle,
yeah.
couldn't catch it, but you can see it from that different angle, and I know that's exactly the angle the judges were looking at. Watch this.
Oh, wow, big adjustment.
Slows the car down massively, then hammers on the foot brake, back on the throttle again. So a few mistakes creeping in there from Więcek on that first qualifying run. You're going to see it there, look, watch this. Dials on the angle once again. That's why he comes away from the wall.
Right.
Because he kind of triangulates once again outside zone 6. And we've seen a few drivers do that. Obviously, Diogo Correa did it. Look at this, we're going to see it right here. Addy got it on that slow-mo camera.
Go, Addy, go.
Yeah.
Super. I mean, this is why they pay the big bucks, man.
Exactly.
To see these things.
There we go, score drops in, yeah, an 88.7. It did hurt his score, those few mistakes creeping in. Wide on outside zone 1 and then a very odd line outside zone 6. He'll have to clean that up, Więcek, if he wants to challenge the guys at the top of the board. We go through 2 more drivers left to go in qualifying. Of course, up next on the line is the one and only, the machine, James Dean. From Ireland in the Ford Mustang RTR, the full performance V8 RY45 will be screaming through Riga right now as 1100 horsepower comes off the line, and James Dean in this Mustang for reworked for 2026 flicks it to angle, and Dean knows this circuit all too well as he now finds his way through outside zone 1, looks for the flick on the foot brake on the transition as James Dean goes a little deep on inside zone 3. Back on the throttle he goes and opens it up as he collects outside zone 5. Good transition, you can hear him working the throttle and the clutch as he gets into outside zone 16, goes for it, puts the tail light on the wall and across the line.
Another solid one with a couple little mistakes. It's been interesting to see how drivers are really attacking this track. You mentioned something earlier on about how this track feels different this year. The drivers have mentioned the track feels different this year. I really want to understand what's going on here because, you know, James obviously he's 5-time top qualifier here. He's tied with Piotr in top qualifying runs. And this is, once again, this is an incredible run from James Dean, but there are definitely a few spots where some line points are going to be bled out.
Yeah, something in the air at Riga this weekend.
Yeah.
There is definitely something in the air at Riga this weekend where I feel certain parts of the circuit, drivers have said it, aren't the same.
Yeah.
This isn't the same track they drove last year.
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe I wouldn't say the bumps. I always remember those being there. If there's been an asphalt change, something along those lines.
Well, I know that between, obviously, other motorsport events happen here in Riga. They open up the circuit, they run it as a full circuit, and certain parts of it are used for different disciplines of motorsport. I know the World Running Cross was here as well, and that would have laid different rubber in certain parts of the circuit. They drive the opposite way on the circuit as well, so it would have dragged the rubber off the track where these guys need to lay it to get that grip. And you can see it. You can certainly see where this track is reacting differently, and I think outside zone 1 is one of those, that's for sure. There we go, an 89.5 drops in for James Dean on that first qualifying run, and he'll be scratching his head a little bit there, Jacob.
Yeah, or he's going to know exactly what happened and come back and lay down something absolutely mental.
Well, he is a robot. So
Can't
you will
confirm, huh?
calculate and download the software and say, that's where it went wrong. Paweł Korpolinski from Poland, the man that is leading the championship at the moment, sits on the line with his 2JZ Nissan 200SX S14A. Before he comes off the line, let's hear from Paweł Korpolinski.
Yes, I'm feeling ready, and I already can't wait to jump into the car and go out on track and drive. My approach is still the same, like nothing has changed. Of course, there's slightly more pressure because I'm the last one to qualify. I want to do as good as I can. To maintain the lead in the championship would be more than I'm expecting.
Well, the pressure is on his shoulders, and he says to maintain the lead in the championship is more than he expected. Well, let's see what he can do right now. It's been a shaky qualifying session for a lot of the guys at the top end of the championship. What can Paweł Korpolinski do as the body panels flex under the pure speed he fires through outside zone 1? Korpolinski looks like he's got it absolutely dialed in right now as he stands on the accelerator and collects outside zone 4. Good transition back on the throttle, nice and early for Korpolinski into outside zone 5. This is beautiful from the Polishman. Look at the line into outside zone 6. Korpolinski, just sacrificed a little bit there. Stands on the throttle, it's shaky in 6, but he gets it done.
All right. This is going to be really, really interesting. Paweł let me know earlier on he was not happy with practice. He was not happy with the setup of the car. He just couldn't find it. He is one of those drivers that said everything that he came into this track thinking he knew had to go out the window. So for Korpolinski, that first outside zone looks really, really good. I didn't see him pop too far on the inside or outside at any point. Maybe just a touch there. Zone 2 looks good. Zone 3 looks good. This is going to be one to really tally up a lot of points because I'm not seeing a ton of spots other than Zone 6. I know he made some contact with the wall, but didn't make a massive change. You see a correction in the front wheel there as he starts to wheel that car back around. This view is going to give us a great idea. I mean, it really just feels like he's grinding that back bumper, and right there, just gets a little bit too much into the wall at the very end of it. We'll see how the points start to stack up when it comes to that section of it. But just another really interesting run for him.
Yeah, I think outside zone 6 was the only place really where I could say that Korpolinski was losing points. Yeah. Was it a rush of blood to the head, Jacob, when he got to there? Did he get to 6 and go, I've done it? Yeah. A 92.3 though puts Paweł Korpolinski in the mix up the top end of the championship, and that is all of the first runs of qualifying done. And we have a very different looking top end of the championship standings at the moment now after the first qualifying runs. As we see our crowd there now just going off to grab a beverage, a refreshment before we kick off the second runs of qualifying. And this is how it looks at the moment. Well, Conor Shanahan leads qualifying at the moment with a 93.7, but hot on his heels is the former champion with a 93, Laurie Heinen, and then Paweł Korpolinski, the man that is leading the current championship with a 92.5. We're going to go all the way down and see where drivers are standing. Falvey in the mix in 14th with an 88. Nicholas Burton's in the show down there as well. As you can see, we're getting through this. Some of our wildcard drivers getting themselves into the show. Dave Egan there with an 80.2 in 21st. Cherba underneath him with another 80.2. These will obviously move around as we get through qualifying those second runs to come up. And Karim Hani from Egypt with a 66 on the drop zone at the moment. These are the guys we've lost out qualifying. Clip Manor, Enver Haskasat, Konstantin Sharenko, Makiva, Zakharil, Meyer, George Christoforou, Espen Road, Vasily Askas, and our 2 Latvian wildcard drivers. Well, Conor Shanahan seems to be the man to beat today here in Latvia, and we're going to take a look at that qualifying run right now. There we go, this is how he got it done. Conor Shanahan put that car right to the edge of the circuit and fulfilled all of that first outside zone, enough to get himself a 93.7. As we say, hot on his heels though is the Finnish driver. Shanahan doing an incredible job, but I want to know in a few moments' time where these drivers are going wrong, where they can pick up some scores, or where those drivers are excelling, because it seems to be a very different Riga. As we see the onboard there of Shanahan making his way off, across the line, back into the paddock, the Irish flags from our fans there waving, supporting their hometown hero. David Kalas, you're going to join me for a quick chat briefly. David, a very up and down qualifying session here in Riga, something we haven't seen for a long time. A lot of zeros, a lot of big names out of the show. Some guys excelling. Where can they gain more points? We see you guys knocking them on line and style.
Yeah, it all looks that in Finland, the maximum the differences were in the style and angle, and now it looks that the major factor is actually the line. Drivers are struggling with fulfilling the line correctly. It is very difficult conditions at this moment on the track. Getting the line correctly is not easy at all. It looks that the conditions on the track are changing from minute to minute. And then they can also fine-tune a little bit on the line, on the style itself. Where it is not only about like being stylish and having that impact, that's just part of it, that's commitment, but it is also how fluid you can be on this track. And it looks as the drivers are struggling with fulfilling the zones, they are taking some compromises on the style, left foot braking to keep it in the zone and stuff like that, which is creeping the points out.
Thank you very much, David. Well, there we go. That's how you gain some points back, and that is how you're going to get yourself higher up the order. We're going to go back to the start line in a few seconds' time to join one of our wildcard drivers who is warming tyres, and it will be Matthias Lindell at 75 on the board. He is into the show at the moment with 29th place, but he'll definitely want to climb up the order and improve on that score. BMW E46 now, that M52 turbo sits on the line, 820 horsepower as the anti-lag fires. What can Matthias Lindell do? Can he improve on that 75? Can he secure himself a spot in the big show tomorrow as he flicks that car to angle, stands on the throttle? Oh, and he wanders way out of that first outside zone. A mistake again, already creeping in for Lindell. As David Kalas said, this track, very different, very technical and hard for the drivers today for some reason. As we get down to outside zone 5, Lindell gets himself in to outside zone 6, opens up the throttle, looks to fulfill all of the zone on that perfect qualifying line, and across the line goes Matthias Lindell.
Yeah, sitting 29th overall is not a great spot. 75, holding that spot down right now. I mean, I definitely want to be going out and pushing a little bit harder and trying to pick up those points. So, Matthias, that feels like that's what he tried to do on this run. Really did pick up a bunch of speed through one. Unfortunately, it pushed him just a bit out of the zone. So, it is a pretty good deduction to come out of the box there, and I don't think that's going to help too much on the line score. Now, as he flies through the rest of this track, things get a little bit better. Now, it's hard to say. Is this going to be better than the 75? I'm not sure. It was definitely great to see him on that first run come out of the gate with a solid showing. And now that we've kind of seen everything else, we'll have to see. I don't know.
Yeah, I look, from what I took away from David Kalas and that quick chat we had with him there between the break between our first and second qualifying runs was the commitment. First outside zone sets you up for the perfect qualifying run, and I think losing, from Matthias said, leaving outside zone 1 then going back into it again, you're bleeding a lot of points because you're really having to work the car into that zone. And it seems to be that 1 and 2, under the shade of the trees there and the forest in the background, is really hurting the guy's scores. A 76.7. He stays where he is.
Goes up a little bit.
A little bit, sorry. Yeah, 76.7 on that second qualifying score. It doesn't jump up a whole bunch though, and it will be a nervous wait for him, especially now as we see Andreas Vasiliauskas on the line, who currently sits with a 0. And the Lithuanian driver will definitely want to improve as the BMW G87 comes off the line, 850 horsepower, screams into action as Andreas Vasiliauskas puts it into that first outside zone. Another driver wandering in that first outside zone. A very tricky part of the circuit this afternoon here in Riga, which seems to be the key to success for getting a good qualifying score. Into outside zone 6 he goes, and again a little shallow, drops a wheel in and out of the zone as he now finds himself into there, stands on the accelerator. It's across the line and job done, but is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, it's as long as there wasn't anything that was missed there, it's going to be better than the 0 he was sitting on previously. But Yeah, we'll keep you up to date on drivers that are on the bubble, drivers that are potentially going to be knocked out. But for right now, getting a score on the board is the first step to this. I think 66
Yeah, at
is
the
the
moment.
threshold, but I would not hold that for very long.
No, Kareem Harney at the moment sits with a 66 on the threshold of being out of qualifying, and we only have 2 drivers below that have scored a score that isn't obviously higher, and they've got themselves out of the show. So it just goes to show we have a whole bunch of drivers at the moment with zeros, and we know that from what we see in the first half of qualifying. I'm going to say that the drop-off zone is going to jump up dramatically. I think drivers have worked this out now after that first qualifying run, especially the guys that we see out. Obviously, we had a few breakdowns. To see Dwayne McKeever out of qualifying, he'll know what he needs to do in the car to get round and put down a belter of a lead line.
Yeah, there's a lot of really experienced drivers that are sitting there, but for Vasiliauskas,
yeah, and there we go. Look, 74.2 drops himself straight into the show in 30th position, though. And that, again, will be a nervous wait for the Lithuanian driver to see if he can make it into top 32 tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV.
Another driver sitting on that incomplete.
Yeah, it looks like they have got that car working once again, and it's going to be Daniels Balmanis as he sits on the line, slams that car into gear. The anti-lag fires as he lights off the tyres and gets the green light to go. What can he do this time? It looked like it was going to be a beautiful qualifying run the first time. I've just got it all wrong as he flicks that car in. It's a lovely initiation, but again, another driver wandering in outside zone 1, collects outside zone 2 and steps on the throttle, keeps it absolutely pinned through the centre section of the circuit. Comes up a little shy for 4, but gets past where he failed last time. He's into 6, but it was a strange line. Now holds on to it as he stands on the accelerator, looks to dial on more angle, and as he does, he puts the back end of the BMW towards the wall.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive exhale, just knowing that the car held together and whatever strange issue that they had seems to be resolved, at least for the time being. So same thing, our threshold right now is a 71.2, so that is our cutoff. I would not expect that to stay the same through the rest of this. Daniels Balmanis, though, looking pretty good. The car does catch a bunch of grip, though. As he's coming through 3, you can almost start to see the car to grab. And that means that 4 is a little bit shallow, but he takes a really long line out to 5. Almost dips wheels off out to 5.
He does. But then that really affects the line into 6 as well, because it messes up the transition. But he does collect outside zone 5. So, for him, really, now this is just all about getting points on the board, trying to get a score on the board enough to get in the show. Is it enough? We're going to find out as we head through qualifying. Obviously, still 40-odd drivers left to go before we decide who our top 32 will be tomorrow.
This round always has some interesting wild cards. There's always interesting things that happen with those quote-unquote newcomers, although for Balmanis, not a newcomer by any means. But yeah, we'll have to see how it shakes down for him.
Yep, so score drops in. It's going to be an 80.5 on the board for Daniels Balmanis, and he'll be happy with that after that first qualifying run failure. As we go back on the line to Martins Immermans. At 83.2, he's definitely in the show at the moment with 83.2 and 19th position, so he kind of looks safe. Yeah. We're going to see how this is going to stack up as he comes off the line. Toyota GT8 62 JZ screams into action, wild initiation, really flicks that car, does wander in outside zone 1, but now gets himself up and gone as he looks for outside zone 4. He does manage to get to outside zone 4 on that strange line, but now works his way around into outside zone 6, barely slows that car down, stands on the throttle, big clutch kicks from the Latvian driver. And across the line goes Martins Immermans.
When we talked about fluidity and commitment, I feel like there was a lot of commitment on this run. Sometimes a bit misplaced as we talk about that initiation. It's had a bit more angle than what he probably needed, and that did force him to drive the car out just a little bit. But I really like this transition between 4 and 5, and then even 5 into 6. Like, once he had the car rotated, there was no other adjustment made once he got into the zone, which is phenomenal to see. For Martins, this is definitely a driver to keep an eye on. There's a lot of signs here of somebody that's just starting off an incredible career. I mean, only 18 years old and driving at this level is really, really interesting. I don't know, there's certain things that you see in young drivers when they throw the car that hard, when they when they know how to place it really well,
Yeah.
you just know it's only going to get better.
Of course, yeah. You can see the potential
Yeah.
in their driving. And there we go, an 83.5 and almost a mirror image of that first qualifying score. Drops in, stays where he is in 19th position. No improvement for him. We go back on the line to Alvis led Skalnins, a 0 from the Latvian driver from the hometown here in Riga in this BMW M2 G87. Judges saying unchaseable when he comes off the line. That supercharged Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet screaming. There's 940 horsepower, needs to put to work, gets that car initiated, gets it to angle, and that's much nicer on initiation, a much nicer line so far from Alvins as he now dials on the angle, looks for outside zone 5, full throttle. This is unbelievable compared to his first qualifying run. Almost a full throttle transition, a big mistake there leading into outside zone 6, but he opens up the throttle, puts it to the wall and across the line.
Yeah, this seems much more like a qualifying setup in a car. It looks a lot easier to drive. He's letting the car float out. He's got a bunch of angle in it. It's definitely a much more fun drive for him for sure. Not using any weight transfer, just kind of powering in. I didn't quite catch if he ended up grabbing the handbrake there, but gets that car to just snap into initiation, holds it well, does come out of it, but look at the way that car bites in and takes off. So a very interesting approach, but it's working for him. I mean, there's great angle through a lot of this run. The transitions are nice. He's full throttle through so much of it.
I like the transition from 5 to 6 because it was like he barely slowed the car. Watch this. Gets the transition done. Dab of the handbrake for a split second. Now, it does affect the line ever so slightly because he's still, forward momentum, forward drive, pushing himself out of outside zone 6. I tell you what, the commitment from this young man is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, lots of forward bite, not a lot of side bite in the car.
Yeah.
It wants to go sideways, but when you are on throttle, it does still want to drive pretty straight. When he wants to find grip in it, he can, which is great. It's just a matter of kind of massaging the car a little bit. I think if this would have been the first run, the second run would have been absolutely incredible. Very, very good signs here from Alvis.
Yeah, well, there we go. Oh, and it's a 72.5, and he's currently tied with scores with Mika Keski-Korpi. So at the moment, he sits tied with Keski-Korpi in 32nd place. So this could be a very awkward wait there for Alvis. We go back on the line to Sim Oscar Hall from Estonia, from Tallinn, an 85.5 in this Toyota GT8 62 JZ. Comes off the line and through the gears. We were wowed on that first qualifying run. What can he do right now? 17th in qualifying. Looks like he's got this one absolutely dialed in. A beautiful transition right to the edge of the circuit, and the line is phenomenal from Hull at the moment as he opens up the throttle once again and finds himself outside zone 5. Transitions that car perfectly again. Hardly any braking as he gets into 6. And this young man, the potential is unbelievable. 20 years of age from Estonia, and he is an absolute machine.
Yeah, can't see anything, but another young driver really coming out of the woodwork here for seeing. I don't know how he's going to find his way back to the pits. Man, these young drivers, though, they come out of the gate looking like they've been driving for a decade, right? Which would put them at 10 years old. But look at it. There's just these small micro movements, and that's it. I mean, if we're looking for commitment, I don't know what else we need. You're deep in thought here, right?
Yeah, I'm watching the line. I'm just watching to see where the judge is going to deduct him from. And there was a small correction there outside zone 5. For me, the hardest part of the track, which is outside zone 1, and sometimes 6, we've seen some of the big names really struggle with outside zone 6. He seems to have it absolutely dialed. I want to know what they eat in Estonia on a weekend.
I think we're going to have to road trip.
I think we need to go on holiday to Estonia and find out some more about what these guys are doing, because I tell you what, the talent pool from Estonia in drifting is just growing.
It's getting deep, man.
It's
very deep.
Look at that line.
The one thing I'm trying to wrap my head around is the thought to change gears kind of like in transition to 6.
Yeah.
Just the timing seemed a little strange to me. Once again, I don't drive these cars, so maybe that's exactly how you have to do it, but yeah, wow.
An 85.2. The judges liked it, but didn't like it enough to move him up the order and currently stays where he is in 17th place, I've got a strong feeling that's going to be enough to see him into top 32 tomorrow afternoon. And I am interested to see what he's like in that chase position. We're going to go back on the line to Ramon Candrasenka from Portugal in this Mercedes AMG GT Coupe, 2JZ GT 1,000 horsepower. Jacob's favourite car on the grid, most possibly.
It's up there.
Yeah, he says it's definitely up there. Well, as it comes through the gears, Candrasenka fires that car in, a big fishtail into that first outside zone. The judges said they want a cleaner initiation, but I'll tell you what, right now, Candrasenka doing an incredible job. Nice line out to outside zone 4 as the 2JZ sings underneath the bonnet of the AMG. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't have to, as he opens up the throttle once again. Candrasenka looking comfortable on this circuit, stands on the accelerator, currently sits in 24th place as he puts it across the line.
Yeah,
even a 360, wow.
It's going to be really easy with 360. You only move your hands about 5 degrees.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Yeah. Listen, a 360 is not an easy thing to do in general, so props to him for that. This entry, though, that is not what they're looking for.
No.
So the style points does have entry within it, so he's going to be docked a good chunk there, and then zone 3 as well. He's pushing a little bit wide through there, but yeah, I would just love to give that car a go. I think that's the only way I can look at it. I want to understand.
It terrifies me.
What that feels like. It's terrifying. That takes a lot. That car, I'm sure it would scare me, but
it's the steering for me. I couldn't imagine the steering wheel not spinning through my hands.
But is that all he's ever known?
Yeah, I mean, look, if that's all you know.
But like, look at that.
Look, it works, and it works so well. At the moment, sits in 24th place. Can he improve? Can he jump himself up the order from a 79.7? That's the big question. Can we see him in top 32 action tomorrow afternoon here in Latvia? And we certainly looks like we will do. An 81 drops in from Candrasenka. And he gets himself up the order. I think he's going to be safe there.
Yeah, I think so. And a really small crew. I think last round he was
two guys.
2 people.
2 guys, yeah. 2 guys.
Love it.
All the way from Portugal. Right, let's get back to our usual suspects on our calendar as we move back on the line to Enver Haskasap. 59 at the moment, sits out of qualifying in 37th place as he hammers through the gears in this 2JZ Nissan Silvia S15. Aggressive initiation. Now, this wasn't the hard part for Enver Haskasap. It was the rest of the circuit that he just couldn't connect the dots. It looks like he's got it together at the moment. Goes wide for outside zone 4. Just puts a wheel along the outside edge of the box. Oh, and it just puts a wheel on outside zone 5, and he's fallen out of outside zone 6 again. Now he's into it, but he tags the wall. Left foot brake, has to hold on to it and across the line.
We watch drifting, but it's really important to listen to drifting as well. And there's a lot of hesitation with the throttle. There's a lot of on and off. There's a lot of trying to figure out what the car's doing, and it's not confidence inspiring. You need to have deep trust with your vehicle, and I think for Enver, it's still not there yet. He hasn't him and the car have not reconnected.
Yeah.
Because he's on and off throttle a lot. He's kind of coming off throttle in spots I would expect him to be full throttle, and that's all it feels like. It's just he's not been comfortable, and it's making him overwork the car. Like, look at how many handbrake pulls it's taking just to go from 5 into 6. There should be 1. So that's all I think it is, because he's an incredibly good driver, and just at no point did he ever feel like he was relaxed.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has a whole page of statistics to himself that date all the way back to 2012 when he was the North Cyprus champion. And even in 2024, he was the Cyprus Drift King. I mean, this guy has a whole host of championships and trophies underneath his belt, but unfortunately here at Drift Masters, it doesn't seem like he can just connect the dots, and sometimes I think the pressure, the moment, the occasion gets to him ever so slightly.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a big step up. I mean, he has been driving in Drift Masters kind of on and off with different wildcards since 2017.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's hard to say. Just definitely not in this groove today, though.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be in his groove tomorrow either. It's going to be a 66, and unfortunately we lose Enver Haskasap out of the top 32 in qualifying. 36th place isn't going to be enough for the show. We're going to move it back to the start line to the next driver, Konstantin Sharenko. All the way from Ukraine in Odessa. Toyota GT86 2JZ, 890 horsepower. He said this It's his second full season after an 11-year break. This is the reset. This is the opportunity. What can he do right now here in Riga as he sets that car up for that first outside zone? Looks a lot more controlled this time from Sharenko, but the transition came a little bit too early and it messed up at outside zone 2. He gets himself back into it, but missing 2 has put him on that wrong line as he just about collects the edge of outside zone 5. Slams on the handbrake and it's messy from Sharenko as he tries to find the wall at outside zone 6. And the judges might class this as unchaseable.
Yeah, it hurts. It really does hurt because he is often one of the best drivers in his run group, and it just seems to be that qualifying has eluded him.
Yeah.
He just cannot put it together at the time that it matters the most for him right now. So it's gut-wrenching. He's an incredibly nice guy.
He certainly is, yeah.
I mean, very friendly. We often chat with him whenever we visit the Shanahans, and he's often got a very big smile and a cheering disposition, but none of that unfortunately matters when it comes to qualifying.
No, it certainly doesn't, and the judges don't judge you on your drifting ability or your personality, unfortunately.
Yeah, personality is not a scoreable
It's not a
trait.
scoreable trait, no.
Yeah. A few drivers do really well, a few drivers need improvements.
Mick Gieske Corpy to win every event.
That's true. Yes,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Top qualifying based on
Because
personality.
he's always smiling. One of the happiest guys around the paddock.
Yeah, there's a few that we would have to do some coaching in personality.
You're digging yourself a little hole here, Jacob. I'm
It's
gonna let
fine.
you
I
keep
didn't
digging.
say who it was.
There we go. Yeah, look, a 56 drops in for Konstantin Sharenko, and unfortunately, again, we lose another driver in qualifying. It won't be enough for this weekend. And as we move on, the tracks are only going to get tougher. We head back onto the line to a man that was in the show with a 66. It is, of course, Karim Hani from Egypt. BMW G87 M2. He looks down to put the anti-lag on. He now needs a 72.5 or more as Mick Gieske Corpy sits on that drop zone. Karim Hani comes off the line. 900 horsepower, 2JZ screams into gear and again wanders in that first outside zone, and that's not what the judges are looking for as the headlights shine into the camera lens and flies down to outside zone 4. Puts it across the track for 5, and it's a lot cleaner on the second half of the circuit for Karim Hani as he now finds the throttle, looks to put the back bumper into the pocket of that wall on outside zone 6 and across the line.
You mentioned the light going into the camera lens. Now I'm looking at this. I'm wondering if
it's been mentioned before.
Yeah, just the light coming out of the shadows, maybe depending on what side of the car you're on, and that's playing a bit of havoc. I don't know if we're running later than we normally are.
I thought you was going to say lasers then. I was like,
oh, lasers. We're not running any lasers,
lasers
that I'm
today.
aware of. Maybe for the finals.
But you can see the car burst into the sunlight. Look at that, boom, straight away.
Yeah,
you see the effect it has in the car as well. As the light shines across on the transitions. It has played into effect at other tracks before. Look, throw back to Germany last year. When Peter Viensek, under the lights, put on yellow tinted glasses.
Yeah, and certain drivers will run, yellow headlights to try and cut through the smoke.
Different visors, different sunglasses. We've seen Jakob Kroll before wearing sunglasses at night events.
He just super cool. So
he seems like the kind of guy that would wear sunglasses inside the nightclub.
He can pull off sunglasses at night. Yeah, 100%.
In the club.
Yeah, it might happen this weekend. For Karim Hani, it's a really good run, but once again, is it going to be enough to up his score?
A 76.5 puts him into 29th position for Karim Hani at the moment, and it could be enough. It's going to be a nervous wait, though, for the Egyptian driver as we go back down to the start line to Yves Meyer, who sits on a 0. Right, Yves Meyer sits on the line, a 0 on the first qualifying run. The Swiss driver in the Toyota GR Yaris 2JZ sits there. A mistake in that first outside zone, clipped the gravel and bailed out the run. Now, we don't know whether it was mechanical or it was just purely aborted, but what can he do this time? Puts that GR Yaris into that first outside zone, shallow angle, but now starts to turn the screw, turn on the angle as Yves Meyer looks for outside zone 4. It looks absolutely dialed in at the moment as Yves Meyer puts that car right where it needs to be. This is what we've expected and what we've loved. So Yves Meyer, some incredible driving style that he's gained over the years here at Drift Masters as Yves Meyer finds final zone outside 6 and across the line.
Yeah, when he's on it, he is absolutely on it. And it was just unfortunate that first run did not go the way he planned, either with mechanical or bailing out due to safety concerns of being in the gravel. We'll see how everything stacks up now. First outside zone looking good. Second one collecting that one pretty well. Has to get the car wrangled for 3 and into 4. 5, I mean, it is a good run. I think there's a bit of a hesitation here between 5 and 6. You can see it there. Car just driving straight for a second. Few drivers running into that issue.
Yeah, it kind of takes drivers a few moments to get into 6. Watch this, as he gets that car rotated, he jumps on the handbrake almost in a straight line.
Yeah.
And what that does is he sacrifices letting the car wash out. Now, it's only a small car anyway, or appears to be a small car.
Yeah.
The wheelbase is actually quite long, but we won't get into the statistics of that and the nerdy bits. But watch the handbrake. He jumps on the handbrake there, look.
That's a fair bit, too.
And he jumps on it before the car is fully rotated. So what it doesn't do, it doesn't allow the car to get into the pocket for outside zone 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you already have the car transition, you grab onto the handbrake, you can float it into it.
You're kind of just extending what you're doing. We sound like we know what we're talking about.
A little bit.
Outside 79.2 for Yves Meyer, 25th position at the moment. We're going to see if he can hold on to that or where he ends up after qualifying. Now, we go back on the line because we're going to lose George Christoforou out of qualifying. He can't make that second qualifying run, so we lose George Christoforou. Now, Clint Van Aert on the first qualifying run, as I said, he was down on power. The tip of the spark plug broke off in the engine. The team at DBM Engineering stripped the engine before this run and repaired it, and he's back out. But what can Clint Van Aert do right now? The man from the Netherlands goes super wide on outside zone 1, but holds on to it. He's going to carpet very deep on inside zone. Oh! Wow. He holds on to it, though. Clint Van Aert is going to continue with this run as he now goes for outside zone 6, full throttle. Wow, absolutely stands on it, and he's a wild man. He's possessed, is Clint Van Aert across the line.
I think once you know your weekend might be over, you just go out and be a wild man. Man, yeah, it's so tough because Clint is one of the nicest guys on grid, and we all know, and he's kind of a driver's driver as well. A lot of drivers will talk about Clint, like, you're there, man. It's just the last little bits to get sorted. But he got so close.
So close.
Could have been to there. Through 3, he was super shallow. That pushed him wide through 4. And then at that point, I mean, I'm sure he just kind of knew the run was a bit of a wash.
The car kind of gripped up there from 1 to 2, and it put him on a shallow line from 2 to 3, and that's kind of where he went wrong, because then he was firing to outside zone 4, and he ended up wheels up on the curb, and he was lucky to come out of that without damaging the car, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. It could have been a very different way to end that run. Unfortunately, one with potentially a hoist. But Clint then, going into 6, just decides to huck the car, grind off whatever is left of the back end of that vehicle.
That was a full kamikaze throw into outside zone 6, because that could have ended badly.
Yeah.
If that car wouldn't have hooked up and he stood on the throttle, he could have been backwards into the wall. And Clint Van Aert, you can see, driving angry. And again, another weekend for Clint Van Aert to forget about as we go to Ferropolis, the next round. A round that historically he's done well at.
Yeah, so hopefully this is a bit of a hard reset for him. Currently sitting outside of qualifying spot in 38th, and I don't think this is going to be enough to put him into it.
No, a 65.5 on that first qualifying run. Judges are going to be looking at this, and they're going to look into, is it chaseable? That's all going to become big factors in this, and the score is going to drop in for Clint Van Aert. It's going to be a 60.5, and he is out of qualifying for this round here in Riga, and all eyes set for him on Germany in just 3 weeks' time. And we're going to head back to the line to Juha Poit-Alaxo, 77.5 on the board in his first qualifying run. 26th place at the moment, BMW E92 2JZ, 800 horsepower. Feeling a little bit more confident after that first qualifying run is done and under the belt. We know his spotter, Chris Alto, will be in the spotter's area, watching on and giving him the feedback he needs. And it's a much nicer line in outside zone 1 this time for Poit-Alaxo as he fires down, looks for outside zone 4, puts it right where it needs to be. Good transition back. Oh, and he's up on the curb, but he holds on to it. But he does sacrifice a little bit of line to outside zone 5, and it messes up the line of the transition to 6 as well. Now Poit-Alaxo has to work as he puts the back end towards the wall and across the line for the finishment.
Yeah, a little bit more scrappy on this one.
Yeah.
A couple more mistakes than what we saw, but still putting it together, getting across the line and fulfilling. I mean, it looked like got through all the zones. Just going to be a matter of how many points he kept with him. Through zone 1, you can see just how much speed he's picking up. Lots of throttle all the way through from 1 into 2. Grabs that handbrake just for a second to extend back out into that section. And make his way around to 3. As we still get those horns blasting.
Yep, I tell you now, that microphone will be moved.
I think so.
That microphone will be put on a cherry picker for tomorrow.
Our audio guy is a very patient man.
He is. How he hasn't turned that microphone off yet.
Everyone has their limits.
Look, they're having fun. The fans are having fun. Everyone's having fun.
Love the fun.
That is, what we can take away from this.
It is funny how these next 3 rounds feel very international. You know what I mean? Like this feels almost like a second home for the Finnish fans and the Estonian fans.
Yep.
Germany is just everybody. And then same with Poland.
And Poland's the same.
Yeah.
There we go. Score drops in a 67. Judges not liking it too much. And they're all looking at each other and having a chat.
Yeah, they love that score.
They do love that score. 26 on the board at the moment. So, again, another weight there as we go back on the line to Harry Kerr. Harry Kerr, 36th at the moment, out of qualifying. Harry Kerr knows what he needs to do. He would have known from that first qualifying run where it went wrong. He comes off the line, a 2JZ BMW E46/F22, fires it in big, aggressive initiation from Harry Kerr as he fulfills all of that first outside zone. 850 horsepower being put to use at the moment as Harry Kerr now looks for 4 and he misses it. Just about scrapes a wheel along the edge of outside zone 4 as he gets into the final outside zone, needs to go deeper, and he does halfway round as Kerr now flicks the car to the wall, big clutch kick and across the line.
Not unfortunate. Well, it's not what he wants to do. It's unfortunate. That's what I was trying to get together.
I think at the moment on the drop zone, I mean, we've lost some big names already out of competition. We have Timu Sunma on the drop zone with a 75.2. Keski Korpi is now out of competition.
Yeah, still has his run coming up.
Still has his second run coming up, but as it stands right now, out of the show. I don't think you can put a foot wrong in qualifying here in Riga.
I don't think you can miss
you can't miss a zone. You can't miss a zone.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes for every event of Drift Masters.
Right.
Everyone is at the limit, pushing past the limit at every single event. But this weekend especially, when scores are so tight in the mid-pack, it is uncharacteristic really. We've seen some huge scores so far this season from our drivers in qualifying, and relatively low ones right now to get into the top 32. I think every single centimetre of the track needs to be filled.
Well, and we're sitting on a few zeros still to go.
Yeah.
And that's the other hard part, so. Oh, man.
74.5 will be the end of the weekend for Harry Kerr from Ireland. Puts him into 33rd place, and again, another event for Harry Kerr to forget. It was heartbreak in Mondello Park for the Irishman, and it will be heartbreak here in Latvia this weekend. We go back down to the start line to Jakob Kroll, who came out swinging on his first qualifying run, an 89.5. Puts him now in 8th position as we have a whole bunch of 89.5s, but the second run will select his position for the moment. Comes off the line, the S14.9, 2JZ screams into action as he comes in to get a big clutch kick from Jakob Kroll on initiation as he puts that car right where it needs to be on that first outside zone. Good line as he now sets himself up lovely to collect outside zone 4, and he does as Jakob Kroll has come for business this weekend. The Polishman sets himself up lovely, but can he get in there? He can. A big handbrake drag. He sacrifices a lot there into that final outside zone. Puts the back end into the zone and across the line.
Really transitioned a little bit early from 5 to 6, and then had to work that car. Another driver with some pretty soft suspension through this run as well. You can see that car moving around quite a lot. A few more Irish legs going on.
Yeah,
it's catching on.
This is a second home to a lot of people, and obviously Riga giving us an incredible town to stay in. Plenty of bars and restaurants, clubs, and all those sorts of facilities that these guys like to come out for. It is a nice weekend. We're always blessed with beautiful weather here in Riga, and of course, an iconic track that everyone comes to see for themselves.
Yeah, it's, as we said, very much a destination, and I mean, really all the rounds are. And if you are on the fence about doing it, grab your tickets now, because we've sold out a lot of events, and I would not be shocked if we sell out the next 2.
I can almost guarantee that we're going to sell out Germany and Poland the way this championship is going, and the way things are looking, we could see a new face on the top step of the podium in 2026. So we go at 84.7 for Jakob Kroll on that second run. Not an improvement, but stays where he is in 8th place. And he will hold on to that, see if he can keep himself in the top 10. A man that is in the show for tomorrow is Dave Egan.
not a bad spot, 23rd overall. I wouldn't feel super comfortable with that, because there's definitely some scores coming up.
There certainly is. When he pumps himself up and smokes the tyres off the line and through the gears in this 2JZ Toyota Supra A90, flicks it into gear. Beautiful initiation from Dave Egan as he now gets some wheels right to the edge of the circuit, stands on the throttle, doesn't make the same mistake again, but he's going to come up way on the inside of inside zone 3, but collects outside zone 4, lets that car go to outside zone 5, looks for the transition back, and it's a nice line, but he does have to work to get the back end closer towards the wall as Egan shallows up the angle, now starts to turn the screw and work it in as he tags the wall across the line.
I think with the pressure off of Dave, already announcing that retirement, he can now just go out and drive. And this has been, as we said, the Jack Shanahan effect of, you're having fun again. You remember why you love this sport, and there's just nothing to do but go out and drive the car. They've needed a little bit more speed from 1 into 2 and then kind of catch a bit more angle.
And I think that's where he came up short here on inside zone 3.
Yeah.
I think because he didn't have that speed, he couldn't carry the arc, we would say, from 2 to 3 and 4. But nevertheless, coming up a little bit short there, he did manage to get out to outside zone 4, and it was a nice line here into 5 as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's been cool to just already see the difference in him. I mean, even the level of stress has been dropped.
Yeah.
I think everyone just start announcing your retirements and he'll drive better.
I mean, I wouldn't.
No, but don't actually do it. No, don't do it.
Don't do it. Just say it.
Yeah.
Just say, I'm giving up this year, and then come back. I don't know whose GoPro that was on the back of the car there, but it was getting dragged along the wall for quite a while, and it did get dislodged across the line.
Yeah. Sorry, Josh.
I do believe that could be Josh. And here we go. Score drops in a 76.5. Not bad. No improvement. Stays where he is at the moment in 23rd, and we will see how that score lands him after we have seen all of our second runs in qualifying.
There's Dave.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
No.
Yep. And there we go. Back down on the line we go, and it's going to be Teemu Sunma, 75.2. Right, he is on the drop zone. The Finnish driver currently sits on the bubble, on the drop zone of top 32. Not where he'd want to be. It was a scrappy first run in this BMW M2. What can he do on a second run now? He's been watching all of the broadcast. 880 horsepower comes alive as he comes off the line and flicks it into action. Nice initiation, gets that car into outside zone 1, stays in there as well this time as he now flicks it to 2. Can he pick up 3? Beautifully, he can. He needs a good line into 4, and he's starting to make it work now as Teemu Sunma looks for 5 and a good line into 6, but there was a mistake coming into outside zone 5. Big clutch kick, you see the back of the car pop up from Teemu Sunma as he puts the back end towards the wall and across the line.
Question will always be, is it going to outdo his first run? So 75.2 on the first one. A few spots in this that need a little bit of cleaning, but I do think there's a lot of great moments, and it's going to be interesting. Sitting in 32nd is it's almost worse than sitting in 33rd, because you're right in that bubble. So first outside zone, looking good. Second, third, everything's coming up quite nicely for him here through 5. I know he got that transition done pretty early. Just didn't quite fill the whole thing.
There's a little wobble there as well.
Wobble.
And the judges will be looking, they don't miss a trick. They have every camera angle, every replay, every slow-mo. They would have been looking at that. You see it there,
you
look.
can see it right there. Yeah, and then drops down to 3. So a lot of drivers doing that. Before the transition, they're dropping down to 3, maybe just giving a little bit of a throttle.
It's nicer to do it before the transition.
Okay.
Because you normally...
You don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to worry about it, and as well, you'll see it a lot. A lot of these drivers, you'll be on angle, and then to get the car to rotate, they'll put a little bit more angle on, and then as soon as they put a little bit more angle on, it jacks the car the opposite direction. And 88 drops in for Teemu Sunma, an 88.2, drops him into 13th place at the moment, and he'll be much happier than that than sitting on the drop zone when we have the clock going, because we have on the way Espen Road. Espen Road is currently on the clock. Can he improve? Can he get himself onto the line to improve off of that 0? He's out of qualifying at the moment. The team have the car repaired, but can he get himself to the line? That is what it matters. And it looks like in the background we do have Espen Road coming into the burnout box. They made it with seconds to go.
Drama kid.
I mean, this lad, no wonder his dad always looks tired. That's all I'm going to say. I know his father, and he's a very nice gentleman, but he does look very tired all the time. And because if Espen Rode was my son and he was doing this to me, I would also look very tired.
I really like Espen, but I could not imagine raising him as a child.
Espen Rode is
Get off the roof, Espen.
Espen Rode is a lovely child. A lovely child. He's a lovely guy. Espen Rode's a lovely guy, but I tell you what, he puts himself, his team, and his father through a lot of stress.
Yeah, that's fair.
And us. And us as well.
He's a young man. He's I wouldn't say... Yeah.
He's not a child. He's not a child.
Oh.
He's a young
Judges
man.
are pointing at something. What is...
He's
what are
on
they
the
looking
line.
at?
So
Oh, underneath the car.
Oh, no. He puts the visor down. Don't tell me we're going to run into an issue before he gets to do that second qualifying run.
Yeah. Oh, you can see... Oh, are we going to let it slide?
Oh,
We're
no,
letting
we
it
are.
slide.
We're letting it go. Whatever it was,
Okay.
it was nothing. The judges spotted something, so did Marcin. It looks like Espen Rode is going to be off the line for a one and only qualifying run as he gets that car at 2 angle, flicks into that first outside zone. He opens up the throttle. He does wander in outside zone 1, but can he make it work as he dials on the angle for 2? He's going to get deep into outside zone 4. He makes it work. He fires it back. Big angle for outside zone 5 now. Espen Rode on a do-or-die run here. The Norwegian driver needs to make it happen right now here in Riga. The front wheels are absolutely dialed in, and it's across the line.
Oh, man. Into 6. That was wild. That was the right amount of handbrake to apply into 6. Oh. So I think the exhaust was low but not disconnected. So we'll give him a pass on that one. Outside zone 1, gets on throttle, has to grab the left foot brake just to get it settled back in and try and collect as many points as he can. Remember, that zone is broken up into sections, so he might have missed one of them, or not gotten full points, let's say, in one of those. The rest of this is just do or die, as you said. Not all the way out to 4.
It looked like he got deeper than he did from that camera angle, but the drone never lies, Jacob, and he doesn't get that deep into outside zone 4. It's a nice line to 5. Again, it's not... Look, he's not setting the scoreboard alight here, but he is putting a run down.
Well, you don't need to. You just need to get over a 76 at this point. And I do think that score is going to climb even higher. So, yeah, right now, Nasser Alabali is the one that is currently on the chopping block. But Espen Rode needs over 76. I'm going to say maybe
Nothing.
even an 80. It's climbing quick. It's climbing really quick.
Yeah, there's a few...
Look at the lock. Oh, sorry.
I mean, he made it work.
Yeah.
And it was a do-or-die run from Espen Rode. Like, he's out of the show. What do? We all know at Drift Masters, you can't go out there and do nothing. A 79.7 puts him into the show in 26th place at the moment. It may be a nervous wait for Espen Rode, but it's worked. Whatever they did worked. I want to know what's wrong with that car, and it's a good job we have the beautiful Becky Evans down there, because she's with Espen Rode. Becky, what happened on the first run?
Espen, emotions running high for you right there. I know your team have worked really hard to put this car back together for you to make your qualifying run there. Can you tell us exactly what they did, as you just told me?
Yeah, we went back together after the first run where the car stopped. We welded back together the whole damper on the front of the crank. Well, it shouldn't work, but it worked, apparently. So the team have been amazing. Everyone got it back together, and I'm so happy that we're here and into the top 32.
We're happy to see you out there as well. Thank you so much, Espen. Congratulations.
I mean, I didn't expect that to go. Thank you, Becky, for that inside information. I didn't expect to hear from Espen Rode. They welded the crank pulley together.
Oh, so his crank sensor went out.
Yep.
And that clunking was the...
Because
wow.
on an M50, the crank sensor is part of the crank pulley. The trigger is on the crank pulley. It snapped, that's why. We're back on the line. Less technical information. It's
smart. I like it.
It's Simon Olsen right now, 76.7. He's down there. He's in 30th. He needs an improvement. He has the best man on the track to give him the advice. Can James Dean help Simon Olsen get himself higher in the show? And it looks like that words of wisdom have helped so far. Oh, Simon Olsen comes up short for outside zone 4. Just about puts a wheel to the edge of outside zone 5 as Simon Olsen now works his way in to outside zone 6. The Norwegian driver wants it. Oh, spoiler on the wall and across the line.
I'm going to just put a vote out that every car should have a giant wing on the back. I know that's not shocking to long-time listeners. It just looks super cool when it's grinding up against the fence. Simon Olsen, big breaths on this one, 76.7 on his first run, just out. He's in the show right now, but absolutely by the skin of his teeth. And Simon Olsen, a lot of left foot brake, trying to hold that car back, going for 3. being too tight on 3 means you're gonna have a tough time getting all the way up to 4. So riding a lot of limiter, flips that car back out. Looking good through here. You almost need to pull that angle out to scrub it out towards 4.
Yeah, and
oh, 5, he's barely,
carrying that angle. Look how shallow he comes up on outside zone 4, and what that does is it upsets the transition and puts him in the wrong place for outside zone 5. He comes up a little short, he doesn't let the car flow right to the edge of the circuit. You can see that white line there that leads you into outside zone 5. Look, outside zone 6 took him a quick minute to get himself into it. As soon as he was dialed in, he was up into the fence. You can see that white line, need to follow that white line into outside zone 5, and he just doesn't. And the same here with 6. It just looks like he didn't have the confidence to really stick the back end of that S14.9 into the wall. But he did right at the end. The score drops in, it's a 77.7. He does jump up a couple of spots. But again, this may be a nervous wait once again for Simon Olsen.
Yeah, that's tough. I think the cutoff is going to be very, very close to that number.
Yeah, I think it certainly is as well, Jacob, because go back on the line. And it should be Marko Zacharil from the Czech Republic. We're going to see if Zacharil has made it on there. Word from the paddock was that Marko Zacharil was saying that he had an exhaust leak, so I don't know whether that was a exhaust manifold cracked or a gasket blown or if something had come loose.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure what happened. We haven't got all of the information to give you, and I know you guys are probably nerding out over me and Jacob's full technical breakdowns today.
I was just going to say, if you drive a VQ, that's just a performance enhancement. So,
or an annoyance.
No, not in a VQ. I am super impressed with the crowd today. This is qualifying, and almost every seat is full. So
yeah, we are almost at full capacity here in qualifying. It does look like Zacharil has made it to the line. It does look like he's F22, M2 down there on the line, and it certainly is. That Volkswagen 2-litre turbo engine, that's 700 horsepower. Bag of bumblebees, as you like to call it, Jacob, is on the line ready to go. And right now, Zacharil has got to do his best job and get himself in the show. The cut-off right now is a 76.5. What can he do? As Zacharil fires in the M2, a beautiful initiation, sticks it into that first outside zone. He knows this track like the back of his hand. As Zacharil now fires through, goes deep on outside zone 4. It's a beautiful run so far from Marko Zacharil. Collects outside zone 5. One chance to get it done in outside zone 6, and he fulfills it beautifully as Zacharil puts the back end of the F22 to the wall and across the line.
And do or die, Zacharil just absolutely on it. I love the handbrake into immediate clutch dump that he does.
Yeah.
So he's on the initiation. I think he's got such a big turbo on that car for being such small displacement. He's got to keep it spooled up. So he's just flat foot. Anytime he clutches in, he's just flat foot. Oh man, Zacharil, this is the run that he needed. It's still going to be tough. 76.5, that is the magic number as of right now. But Zacharil is looking quite good on this one. I think he's going to be in a decent spot.
I love the line from 4 to 5 as well. Look at this, a full commitment. You can see barely lifted off the throttle for a second. He lets that car settle, then it's a big, once again, clutch kick, stands on the accelerator and pushes it to the edge of the circuit. For me, it was a little tentative as he got into 6, but once he got there, it was perfectly balanced. You can see him just keeping the same distance off the wall the whole way round.
Yeah, a little bit of left foot brake, and that just keeps that car well into the wall, and there we go, coming across the line. Man, yeah, it's a fun run for Zacharil.
Oh, there's the person with the air horn.
That's our air horn guy. Got it.
It looks like a female.
Oh, okay. I only saw the hand.
An 86 on the board for Marko Zacharil, gets himself into 17th position. And the one run, the do-or-die run for Zacharil paid off, and a nervous way, and probably the stress and blood pressure he didn't need, but he gets himself in the show. Look what it means to the Czech driver as he gets back into the BMW, goes back to the paddock and says, yep, that'll do, I'll take that.
Good car.
Good car. It wasn't a good car earlier.
No.
Probably saying something else about it earlier on. Right, back on the line, David Spossum, an 89 on that first qualifying run. He now sits down in 10th. Absolutely came out and blew the doors off of all of the competition and proved that it was doable out there. A big score is available. What can he do on this second run? Can he improve even more? Big flick from David Spossum as he puts that car right to the edge of the track. Whoa, Spossum has come out this weekend on an absolute heater. Spossum lays down in front of the crowd here in Latvia. The Polishman is not messing around, right to the edge of the circuit, uses it to bump himself across. Full throttle into outside zone 6 as Spossop flirts with danger. The back end of the 2JZ S15 on the wall. The tyres on fire, and it's a run in the bag.
Wow, where did he come from? What did he eat for
Poland.
breakfast? Well, yeah, but now this just feels different. It feels confident, it feels aggressive, it feels fun.
Yeah.
It really does feel like he's having an absolute blast out there. Outside zone 1, look at this line.
That is perfect.
That is a phenomenal line through 1. 2, he's touching curb. 3 has got to be in a little bit more, but it almost feels like he sacrifices 3 to make sure he buries the car in 4. I'm sure the judges won't like that completely, but it just seems like a bit of a sacrifice just to make sure he gets the rest done. And then so long before he gets out to 5, catches a bit of curve there, so it'd be docked a point. And then into 6, he's just kind of grinding out.
It's unbelievable.
Love it.
Unbelievable from David Spossop. 2 runs in qualifying that were phenomenal, and a guy that's really come out this weekend. And yeah, I think he's thrown down in front of everyone and said, like, you can drive this track. This track is drivable. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, there's certain parts of it that aren't that easy to drive. But I tell you what, for me, Spossop has been absolutely flying.
Wow. Absolutely.
Love the tyre fire at the end as well.
Yeah, big fan.
And there we go, a 90.5 from David Spossop. Jumps him up a few spots in qualifying and puts him right in the mix with some of the top contenders in the championship. And he'll be a name that everyone's talking about tomorrow when we get in to our top 32.
Yeah, definitely someone who showed up.
Back down on the line, and I see drama straight away. It's Alan Hines in that S14, Nissan Silvia S15. Oh, it looks like we have a piece of rubber, I'd say.
I thought we were roasting hot dogs.
No, not yet. Okay. Looks like it could have been a piece of rubber on the exhaust manifold.
It is a new tool. Is somebody at home like tracking the tools that Marcin has?
I think he might have like a buy Marcin tools fund, and you send him tools.
Or you can just like buy the collection at the end of the year.
Yeah, you could do. There we go, off the line. Here's Alan Hines in that S15 2JZ, an 89 on that first, an 88, sorry, on that first qualifying run as he puts the rear wheels into that first outside zone. Hines is aggressive once again as he flicks that car across the track, looking for the edge of the circuit, and he finds it. Whoa, full throttle transition from Alan Hines into outside zone 5. Back on it once again. Look at that, barely any handbrake as he sets himself up lovely for outside zone 6. Hines with a big clutch kick on the wall and across the line.
That's a stylish run. That's a styly boy right there. Man, he's another driver having a blast. Just you can feel it. You can feel when a driver goes out.
Fun.
Yeah, and he's probably giggling like a child all the way around this. First outside zone, let's take a look. So he's just coming out of it a touch, and then back on, and then man, what a fun run from him. This is the Alan we've been kind of waiting for. We saw signs of it in Finland.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
You know, earlier on this season, he obviously had issues getting the car back into Europe, and then that delayed his season, and then you're kind of behind the 8 ball. They had to completely go through and redo a lot of the way the suspension setup was in it, just to find a setting that was correct for him and his driving style. But now it's just improvement over improvement.
That's a beautiful run.
Very beautiful run.
That is a beautiful run from Alan Hines. Another good run there from the Irishman. Currently 14th at the moment with an 88 on the board. And they'll be looking to see if he can climb himself up the order. I'm just wondering now, I'm just looking to see who is out of the show. There's some big names out of the show, but some of these guys have already got 76.7. Matthias Lindell now sits on the drop zone. Jason Benet, Juha Puutalexko down there.
Yeah.
In 30th place, Simon Olsen in 29th. Just trying to work out how many zeros we have left to go, how many guys are out of that, how many guys can affect the order is what we're looking for.
Yeah, still got a few. I think Dwayne McKeever is going to be a big one in that note, because I mean, sitting on a 0 right now, that's not something we're used to. There's Alan Hines, the big wave.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to count out. So we have 4 drivers at the moment.
Okay.
So 4 drivers at the moment, as it sits in qualifying here, can alter the course of it. So that means we could see a change down the bottom end, an 88.5, almost similar score. Alan Hines says, oh yeah, that's that. Yeah, I take that. a good score and consistency from Alan Hines, which is what could be dangerous. We jump back up the order to 11th place to Jarkko Jula from Finland, 89 on the board. Toyota Chaser JZX 100, 2 JZ, 900 horsepower, as he gets the green light off. Our start line marshal, Marcin, to leave as he slams that car through the gears, flicks it from left to right, an aggressive initiation from Jarkko Jula, and again another driver just wandering slightly in that first outside zone as Jarkko Jula now puts it towards the curb and looks for outside zone 4 and fulfills it, puts the back end of that big body Toyota where it needs to be. And this is tasty from Jarkko Jula as he now starts to flirt with danger even more, buries the back end into the wall, goes for it, comes out of it, buries it once again and across the line.
Man, 89 on the first one. This feels very similar, but a little bit more controlled. Just a
controlled chaos.
Yeah, controlled chaos. Is that trademarked? Can we?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure we owe someone $5 for that one. But yeah, Jarkko Jula, he's still using all the momentum. He's still driving super aggressive, and it feels more precise. Like he was able to land the car in the exact spots that he wanted to. But man, there it is. Look at the rev limiter. So there, as you can see, so him kind of going back and forth on the rev limiter. That's if you see that with the driver, they're kind of hunting for grip. They're trying to figure out, okay, where's the sweet spot? Where can I find a bit more forward in it? How's this car handling? There's Jarkko, big handbrake. It wasn't actually that bad. One big pull, back out, finds the limiter, sits on the limiter, across the line.
Yeah, it's nice for Jarkko Jula. I mean, I can see this being a very similar score. Super consistent and, as you say, a bit more controlled this time. Looked like he was in the zone. Look at that back end of that car flexing as he rubs it along the wall.
It's always funny, like, when drivers pilot cars that are not common, you always think, like, oh, what if they were in this? I'm fine with him in this.
A 92.5 drops in for Jarkko Jula, and he climbs up the order into 4th place in qualifying, right behind Pavel Korpelinski.
Wow.
And what a statement from Jarkko Jula as we see another Finnish driver jump into the top 5 in qualifying at the moment. We go down the order ever so slightly into 6th place to Ite Sade, who currently sits with a 91.
Ooh, tell me that's nitrous purge. I really hope that's not catch can.
Well, it looks like they have checked it out and he is good to go as Ite Sade's carbon fibre BMW leaves the line. That G87 2JZ comes to life as he fires it in. One of the first drivers to get a big score. He goes very wide, dropped wheels over the edge of the circuit but holds onto it. You can see how it affected the line. Big left foot lock up now. Finds himself deep on outside zone 4. Full throttle transition into 5. He's back on that qualifying line now as Ite Sade on the throttle in to outside zone 6. Stands on it, dials on the angle, puts it towards the wall and across the line.
If there was a mechanical issue, it seems fine. We did get word, Marcin gave him the go-ahead about 30 seconds before he jumped off the line there, but it's, again, a driver breaking into the 90s pretty early on in qualifying, earlier on with this first run, and just seems to be improving on form. Still quick, good transitions, that kind of classic dent in the door from the carbon fiber flexing from the speed. Drivers coming through zone 1 into 2. I didn't get all the speeds, but I'd seen a few that broke 130. So
really?
The speed coming down the hill in Finland is similar to the speed they have on flat land coming out of zone 1. So a few drivers down at like 115 and then a few up to 130. There's a pretty big speed discrepancy. Now, that's just qualifying setup.
I was just going to say,
so
that's
it's very
qualifying
different.
setup.
Yeah, it'll usually get a little bit closer.
Maybe we'll get the speed gun out there tomorrow.
You want to do it this time?
No, we're going to send you out there.
It's sketchy.
Yeah, I watched you do it. I was
spot.
about 200 foot away, and I was like, I'm not doing that. There we go. An 88 drops in for the second run of Ite Sade. Not an improvement, stays where he is in 2nd place, and he'll be happy with that. Still up there in the order in 6th, so he'll definitely stay for tomorrow's action, and we'll see that young man in head-to-head battle. We go jump onto the line. It's going to be a Laurie Heinen. Unfortunately, Diogo Correa didn't manage to get that car fixed in time, so one of the drivers that could upset the top 32 right now is out of competition. Heinen, though, with a 93, held on for 1st place for a few brief moments before Shanahan took his crown. What can he do now as the Finnish driver, the former champion, finds all of outside zone 1. Big early transition, but he's going to come up early on inside zone 3, and the judges all shake their head as he fires into outside zone 5. Heinonen goes for it, puts the back end of that carbon fiber 180SX in towards the wall. The NASCAR V8 screams as Heinonen drags it across the line.
Super weird. Super weird from him.
A very odd mistake,
Yeah, a 93 on the first one, and then to just have the car do that, I think he transitioned a bit early from 1 to 2 is what ended up causing it. So let's take a look on board here. Larry, the backhand shift.
Yeah.
So watch, come through 1, and watch how early he swings the car over. He's leaving the zone early, and then he's got to float it for what feels like forever, and he just doesn't.
And he realises, because he jumps straight on the left foot brake, trying to push that car towards that outside zone, knowing he's going to come up and, too far on the inside of inside zone 3. And he knows that's going to affect his line. He does a very good job, though, of getting back on the qualifying line, especially here in outside zone 6, where it could have already all gone wrong. And look at the front wheel, absolutely locked in and locked on as he makes his way around that long outside zone.
Yeah, just a tenth of a second of transitioning early is the difference between, what could have been a top qualifying run. I mean, he's second right now with the 93. I feel like if that would have been the correct transition, that run could have been the same, if not better.
Yeah, there we go, an 87.7 drops in for Laurie Heinenen's second qualifying run. Still a good score, but not enough to affect the top end, and Connor Shanahan keeps a hold of qualifying here at the moment. Still some big drivers yet to come that could affect it as we go back onto the line to the Hungarian driver, Kevin Pascolti, an 83.7, sits him in 20th place at the moment. I'm going to say now, most of these drivers are above 26, safe in top 32. As Kevin Pascolti comes off the line, Toyota GR86 2JZ sings with a tune of 800 horsepower as he now flicks it across the circuit. Big handbrake drag, and he has to work to get it in to outside zone 1, but now settles himself into the run as Kevin Pascolti comes up nice and deep in outside zone 4. Look at this full throttle transition. The Hungarian is absolutely flying right now. Puts it deep into outside zone 6, shallows up the angle but makes it work as Pascolti stands on the accelerator, starts to dial in the angle and across the line.
I've been watching a few drivers on initiation to figure out what's been working the best through outside zone 1. And it feels like entering not fully, fully at the back line seems to do better with the way that the zone is kind of drawn out.
Yeah.
If you're already on the edge of the track at the beginning of it, that's when they seem to be like wandering off. Whereas if you kind of start at it, it seems to allow you to hold that zone a little bit better, and that's what Kevin did on his, because his first outside zone looked really, really good. I mean, the rest of the run obviously still phenomenal, but it's just a thing that's been kind of going through my mind every time I watch initiation. It's like, where is the best line to get into this?
I was just watching the onboard as well there of Kevin Pascolti, very relaxed inside the car.
Yeah.
Very relaxed. Look at this, look, absolutely relaxed, no panic moves, just doing what he needed to do. And Pascolti looks like he's really in the moment this weekend, and first qualifying run, 83.7. I think we're going to see a huge improvement here.
I think so too.
I think Kevin Pascolti's run's going to jump up, and he does. A 92.5 for Kevin Pascolti as the Hungarian jumps himself into third place. It looked so calm. It just looked clean.
We've had this happen before, right? Kroll.
Spossa.
Yep, Spossa, Kroll. Wow. Not supposed to be doing donuts there, but we'll let it slide.
We'll let it slide for now. Yeah, I mean, it's just qualified third.
Yeah, I'd be doing donuts even if I just was invited here.
Right, big story. Jason Benet is on the line with a 77.2. Currently sits 31st in qualifying. Now he needs to jump himself up the order. Just a few places to keep a hold of it. What can he do? As Jason Benet comes off the line through the gears, that car, big accident yesterday, repaired. Is it 100%? As he fires that car and double dab at a handbrake? Oh, and he wanders in outside zone 1, but makes it work now as he flicks it to angle. Well, it comes up short there on the inside of inside zone 3, but fires on the angle once again for outside zone 5. Slams it across the circuit. Jumps on the handbrake, but he wanders in and out of outside zone 6, and the mistakes start to creep in for Jason Benet and across the line.
Yeah, another battle with that vehicle.
Yeah.
It really...
It was never going to be 100%.
No. It may not ever be 100% again, unfortunately, but hopefully he's going to have some more time to get things figured out before tomorrow. He's very close to that bubble, currently in 31st right now. Not a phenomenal spot to be in. I know we were starting to take a look and see if anybody else can knock him out. Three drivers. That's about 3 too many for him. But for Benet, it's going to be a war inside that car, just trying to get it to do what you want it to do, especially knowing how great of a driver he is.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal driver, and we know he will be battling that car. We know that car isn't right. We know that they've done everything they can to get it back out onto track for qualifying alone and practice earlier on today. I think for Benet, the win this weekend was getting back out.
What's nice, though, is he's not driving scared. He's not driving like he almost wrecked that entire vehicle. I mean, he did. Basically every corner was affected on that car, but he's not coming out and driving with hesitation. He's driving against a car that is not moving the way he's expecting it to.
Yeah, and he would have, been used to the way that car's driving, especially after 4 rounds of competition.
Yeah.
To come here, have it severely damaged, and then try and make it drive how he did, it's a tough ask, especially with limited practice.
Yeah, I agree. And you can even see just from this slow-mo, it almost looks like that front wheel is wobbling as well. So I'm sure there's more damage underneath it that we can't see.
Yeah, well, there we go. We wait the score to drop in for Jason Benet. Can he climb himself up just to off-3 places and be safe? And he can't. It's going to be a 66.5. It's going to be a very nervous way for Jason Benet this afternoon. Can he get himself into the show? It would be a redemption after that accident, but nothing's given here at Drift Masters as we go back to the line to the next driver. It's going to be Jakub Pszczonski, an 81.5, sees him in 22nd place at the moment as he puts that car into gear off the line. The B58 900 horsepower comes alive as he hammers through the gears and flicks it to angle, and this is aggressive from Pszczonski right now, and it's a much nicer line in outside zone 1 as he puts the car across the circuit to 2. Cleaner transitions. This is way nicer from Pszczonski. Could he be flirting with challenging the top end, or it looked like he was going to go too deep, and he bowed out of that one, and that upset the transition into outside zone 6. Stands on the accelerator, puts the back bumper towards the wall and across the line for the Polishman.
Yeah, much better when it came to those transitions. It was unfortunate that wasn't able to get all the way out to 5, coming at a 4, but we'll take another peek at it here. Good initiation, great line through this first zone. He's really flirting with the edge of the scoreable sector. Through 2, everything looks good. 3 is just a bit wide, and that does push him wide for 4. It makes him shallow through 5. We'll say it once, we'll say it a bunch of times, so get used to it. If you make one mistake on this track, it will haunt you for several zones. And you will have to make big changes to your line just to try and get back into the fight.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to go past.
Yeah.
And I think he corrected. I'd love to see the onboard to see if he slowed the car down just before then. I wondered if he slowed the car down or what he did inside the car. And that really affected the line to 5 and 6.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for such an adjustment, I think it would have been a much nicer last part of the run.
Yeah, I completely agree, but it's tough. You can't make big adjustments on this track.
No, you can't.
It is full commitment.
And it show up so much as well. And this was a big factor years ago. Judges saying when we were outside judging and commentating, an 84.2 is a slight improvement for Jakub Pszczonski. Judges could hear when drivers were off throttle.
Yeah. Well, the judges, I mean, they still
can hear. They still can hear. But it was so predominant many years ago that the judges were like, we can hear when you are not on throttle.
Yeah.
So we know you should be on throttle in that full throttle zone. If you're not, we're going to know about it.
You can hear a bad run.
You can hear a bad run. Oliver Randalou sits on the line from Estonia, an 86 dead on the board. Fits him in 17th place at the moment. Mid-pack for Oliver Randalou. He'd be happy with that, but he'd love to be at the top end and challenge him for that. Looks like he might have got that car a little bit better set up for the second qualifying run as he now fires into outside zone 2. This is very clean for Oliver Randalou. He looks comfortable as he goes very deep to outside zone 4. Look at this. Was so much potential to go for the outside edge of the circuit. And he did exactly what Pszczonski did. Bowed out of it. Got to outside zone 6, so puts the back end buried into the wall and across the line.
Yeah, 2 in a row is a bit of a trend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just strange. Just strange. It's this track feels like it's evolving more than any track
in different places.
Yeah, and I know there's different pavement in different areas and different sunlight and different horns in different sections, but it's it really does feel weird. So 4, kind of lost a bit of speed on transition.
He slightly lifted.
Yeah, and then couldn't float it all the way out to 5. So Yeah, strange.
Yeah,
Very strange.
two drivers in a row making a similar mistake, which affects the line into outside zone 5. Again, I'm not sure why. Maybe carrying so much speed going down to outside zone 5, and drivers think, I'm never going to make this, I'm going to end up going on the grass and zero it. So if I do a slight lift or an adjustment on the handbrake, that's going to get me there, and it doesn't. The track, I think, at this point now in the day is so rubbered in and so gripped up that as soon as you make an adjustment, it affects the car.
This might sound weird, but if we moved like a banner, because drivers use like visual indicators on the track all the time, and I've seen it before, and it's happened in competitions where something has moved on track, and it has affected the line massively.
Maybe.
Yeah, like even if one of these little
The track
like,
staff just messing with the drivers.
things not getting put back where they're supposed to, stuff like that. It does happen.
I don't think anything has changed down there, personally. I could be wrong.
Okay, I don't know.
The drivers might tell us.
I'm just trying to think.
You're just trying to think of things. Here we go. An 87.2 is an improvement on the score. Oliver Andalou stays where he is, though, in 17th place for now in qualifying. And we'll be confident going into tomorrow in top 32 as we go back on the line to Connor Falvey. And 88 sees him just above Oliver Andalou. Be looking to improve, though. A couple of mistakes crept in to that first run as Falvey now off the line in that 2JZ powered Nissan Silvia S15, 1,050 horsepower. Screams into gear, big flick to initiation as Falvey stands on the accelerator. A little wobble as he locks up the front wheel but flicks that car into outside zone 2, and he's on a nice line now to collect deep into 4, and he is as he goes for that full throttle transition once again, heavy on the foot brake as Falvey fires it in. A dab of the handbrake sets himself up lovely for that final outside zone on the foot brake once again as Falvey buries the back end of the 15 deep into the wall.
Yeah, his transitions are a lot of fun. He really gets the car to pivot around the front wheel, and gets it to snap around that section, which can be really nice when you're trying to get a car deep into a zone. And that's really what he did through 6. Is see a lot of Irish fans super stoked, and rightfully so. So Falvey, multiple moves on initiation. I have a feeling that is going to come up in the drivers' meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bit of a talking to these drivers about how many motions you're allowed to make. Very smooth through here. Little bit of back and forth on the steering wheel, adds a bit more angle, loads the car up for transition. Let's see if there's anything else from the spot. Zone 3 is beautiful.
4 is lovely. Look at the line down there. Even 5. Look, full throttle. I didn't see him lift an instant there into outside zone. Gets the downshift done before the transition, dabs the handbrake, and then look at this. He's buried into the wall, and he just clutch kicks the car and says, "We're going to go for more."
That mirror is holding on for dear life. Most of the body panels on his car are just barely hanging on.
A 93.5 for Connor Falvey puts himself into second position, and Connor Falvey is up there with his fellow Irishman in the top 5. Wow. Yeah, Falvey, and it was beautiful. Yeah. It was beautiful. Look at that. Look what it means to him as he bangs that car into gear to go back into the paddock. That was beautiful. Yeah. And it was a really nice, controlled and smooth.
We've seen it before where runs are a bit of sleepers. I was about to say it before scoring.
That's a
sleeper. I feel like it's a sleeper run. Yeah, where just everything goes so well. You're like, there's no drama here, but that's kind of what you want.
Well, a man that doesn't need a sleeper, he wants to come out here with full impact, is, of course, Nicolas Bertans, the Latvian driver from here in Riga, the hometown hero, an 85.5 on his first qualifying run. He needs to get this HGK Eurofighter E92 into action right now as he gets that big boy V8 screaming, 1100 horsepower, screams into action. It's a wonder, though, and a wobble in that first outside zone as he now fires through. He's a little on the inside. He goes very wide on outside zone 4. Whoa! Big flick into outside zone 5, but makes it work as Nicolas Bertans is come out here on that second qualifying run swinging, but he does tag the wall, and he goes for the wall once again and across the line.
Not many cars can hang that long. Wow. Yeah. It is. It's just a speed thing. This car is so quick, and he's got to find ways to scrub angle, and he does it using, scrub speed, and he does it using angle through 4 and 5, and even into 6. Because the pace that he's got is just incredible. Zone 1, you can already tell how fast he's going to be. He's on the brakes through 2, does get very much on the inside of 3.
Oh, 4. It's deep on the curb there.
Yeah. We've seen this with a few drivers. We saw it with Dwayne, just catching that curb and not being able to hang. But Bertans, as soon as he comes off rumble strips, he is back on throttle and back into action. So I do think there's going to be some deductions for kind of going over in a few sections of this track, but he is going to be a weapon tomorrow.
He certainly is. He does take the wall here quite heavy. Watch this on this outside zone. You see, he comes in.
Oh,
boom,
wow.
affects
You're
the front
spotting
wheels.
all those today. I've
Yeah.
missed almost all of them. You've got it nailed.
You're sleepy. You've been out partying in Riga every night. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's all the Advil I got to take today. Yeah, man. Wild.
Unbelievable though. For me, it was the way that car hooked up into outside zone 5. Look, it isn't going to be an improvement. Judges saying, look, it was good, but it's not what we wanted. Not what we wanted to see.
It's party good, not competition good.
It's party good. It's a wow. It's a wow run.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We go back on the line to a man that is outside of our top 32 at the moment. It is, of course, Nasser Al-Habali, and it could affect this man. Matthias Lindor sits in his paddock with his team, watching onto the broadcast. Can Nasser Al-Habali move himself up the order? He needs more than a 76.7. Bearing in mind, he's on a 76 right now. He needs to improve. He needs to jump himself up the order. Matthias Lindor holds on. A big, deep breath for both of these two drivers as he fires in. Nasser Al-Habali works his way around that first outside zone. It's cleaner from Al-Habali. Is he going to come up a little on the inside on 3? No, he makes it work. He goes deep on 4. This is a lot cleaner from the man from El Salvador as he puts it wide on outside zone 5. He flicks it back into outside zone 6. Almost no slowing down in outside zone 6 as Habali puts the back end of that car into the wall and across the line.
That's the position. Drivers would rather be in a position of on the bubble or out of qualifying, and then have an opportunity to come back and absolutely crush it. It's so much tougher, the situation that Matthias Lindor's in right now, because he's just sitting there and trying to figure out what his weekend's going to look like. Nasser, though, man, him under pressure is great. He drives so well under pressure. They've got this car figured out. He's got his driving figured out. It's just another driver that's incredibly dangerous right now.
It certainly is. He's driving with pure aggression, but it's calculated as well, and that's, I think, what's dangerous with Nasser Al-Habali. We see that in Finland. You get him on these fast tracks, and him and the car, they come alive. And for me, that full throttle transition into outside zone 6 was absolutely beautiful.
Well, some of the other tracks he have driven, back to his new country are very fast tracks. So this is a great match for him. And I mean, he wildcard here last year, if I remember correctly.
He certainly did wildcard here last year, and Nasser Al-Habali took part in a full season of the Polish Championship last year to gain that experience of European driving. And those guys drive on some very fast tracks, so it would have gave him the experience he needed. Al-Habali would have been feeling confident that he could come out here on the second qualifying run and do some damage in qualifying. Where does he jump him up though? A 90 puts him into 11th place, and it does knock Matthias Lindor out of the top 32. We lose one of our wildcard drivers as we now go back on the line to another driver out of the show. It is Dwayne McKeever. Now Jason Benet is on the drop zone. Matthias sits there and says, well, that's unfortunately the part of competition drifting, and it will be the end of the weekend for him. But we could now lose the Frenchman Jason Benet as well, because McKeever is out of the show, and that is not like McKeever. He will know what went wrong. He will know where he put a foot wrong. He shakes his head. He gives himself a little rub of the head and says, no messing up this time.
Yeah, looking for a bit of a little rub of the green.
Yeah, exactly that. I wonder if he's got a 4-leaf clover on the top of that crash out there.
I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked.
No, I wouldn't be shocked either. Here we go. Waiting for the smoke, as you can see there from Marcin, waiting for the smoke to dissipate around us, because it's foggy out there at the moment.
Foggy is one way to put it. So we've lost all air movement here at the track, which is kind of rare, because it's normally, it's
got
pretty good.
A light breeze. Well, you can see it hanging there, and what we don't want to do is make it difficult for Dwayne McKeever or our judges to see where he is.
Oh, wow, there's a great shot.
That's a great shot. That shows you exactly what we're looking at from that camera angle, and we're waiting for that smoke to just lift.
If everyone could just kind of, wave
blow
their hands or
in the
blow or
grandstand,
something, that'd be great, I mean, if everybody did it, I think it would help.
I don't think it would affect anything. Well, we
Only
can
one
try
way to find out.
There we go. They're off the line though. It's Dwayne McKeever with a 0. What can he do? The man from Ireland in this Nissan 180SX2 JZ. James Dean built machine, fires in, puts it to the edge of the circuit. Oh, and he wanders on that first outside zone. McKeever not looking 110% this weekend, but now starts to find the form, finds the edge of outside zone 4, puts it deep and finds the edge of outside zone 5. McKeever needs to clean this one up as he puts it to outside zone 6. He can't seem to get it in the pocket as McKeever clutch kicks that car across the line.
It's really tough when you're kind of sitting at the line there, you're ready to go, the tires are warmed up, and then you got to hang tight for a minute. It can definitely drop some of the adrenaline and set you in a bit of a weird headspace. And I mean, Dwayne's pretty locked in, so I don't know if that's quite the case here, but he starts to wander a little bit on outside zone 1, transitioning out to 2, does a good job floating there, but then through 3, it looked good. It ended up being 4 where the problems start to creep in. You can see him just making those adjustments, moves that car around, good transition. I kind of want to see where he shifted. As we start to collect more notes there, but yeah.
Just about catches a wheel on the white line, but he's not really in the zone technically for what the judges described in the briefing. And even outside zone 6, he kind of gets in there, but then he's not really in there to that point. And you can see McKeever from that view, looks like he's absolutely buried into the wall. But from the other camera angle, they don't lie, Jacob, and it will show us everything we need to know.
Yeah, the question is it enough?
An 87 on the board for Dwayne McKeever, gets himself into top 32, and that was a nervous one for the Irishman as he now moves himself into the top 20 of the top 32 in qualifying, and that of course does knock out Jason Benet. And you can see Benet's team there watching along on the broadcast, so you're going to see that shot come in. They give him a round of applause, sportsmanship there, but I'll tell you what, those guys there, down there in Benet's paddock deserve a round of applause for all the hard work they did to get Jason Benet back out into qualifying and practice today.
Oh,
and this is what we're dealing with right now. So there will be just a few moments of holding the circuit before we warm up the tyres of Juha Rittinen's GR86, because we need to let that smoke clear. Rittinen eager though to get those tyres warmed up. Just as I say, he's not listening. He's not listening to a word I say.
Yeah, let me add to the problem. And you can tell it is even just back in the woods, not a lot of air movement. And the track right now is completely fogged out. So he's going to be waiting a second. Because there is sun glaring through, and I mean, for anybody who's listening to me in the grandstands, they already know what I'm talking about. For the people at home, though,
they're not going to do it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot right now. So Juha's going to hang tight.
Yeah, he certainly is going to hang tight. Well, the pressure's off for Juha Rittinen. 7th place at the moment with a 91.5. He's comfortable inside the top 10 in qualifying, so looks good. Unfortunately, never really found the form here in Riga, but again, could be a weekend where things could change. And we could crown a new king of Riga, as Marcin says. Calm down, hold steady for a moment.
With an immaculately pressed shirt.
Well, he said he has a little surprise for
I was going to say
for top 16 tomorrow, so we'll look forward to that. Here we go. Juha Rittinen, though, given the all clear and sent off the line for that second qualifying run as Rittinen fires that GR86 in. Oh, just tickles the gravel on the outside edge of the circuit. Stays in that first outside zone, though, as Rittinen now hammers onto the throttle very deep on outside zone 4. Picks it up beautifully, though, as Rittinen now full throttle. Oh, and a little wobble on the foot brake into outside zone 5, but deep on the transition to outside zone 6. Rittinen not messing around. He went for a big run here, Rittinen, as he puts it across the line.
When you know you're in the show, when you know you got a good score on the board already with a 91.5, you maybe start playing a little bit, have a little fun, try some different stuff. And for me, that's what it seemed like for Juha Rittinen. He was trying a couple of different lines here. His initiation, I mean, he's kind of shimmying the car. I think it broke free a little bit early. Just the amount of power he's making, the wheel started to spin a little earlier than he was expecting. Touch of left foot brake there, Juha. You can see the light shining through that view. Zone 3 looking really good. Through 4, very smooth in the transitions. I'm sure to chase him would be an absolute dream around this track because he telegraphs everything. You got lots of time to be able to get back in there. He's getting that. He's getting the gear change done real early through there.
Really early.
I wonder if that's something else that he's trying. But when he gets into 6, we'll see just after this zone here, he tags the wall very early on, and able to hold on to it, but it makes the rest of zone 6 a little bit more often.
You can see the steering correction there. Look,
Yeah.
just as he gets into that zone, he tags all, slight steering correction, and then gets himself into it. And once he's dialed in. And there he is on that first outside zone. Yeah, not an improvement, some mistakes creeping in.
So Paddy's made his way all the way around.
I was going to say, yeah, our Phantom slow-mo cameras moved quite a way around the circuit now, and Addy, with that free rein, looks like he's down there somewhere near outside zone 4, getting those beautiful shots on that transition to outside zone 2.
We put that tracking tag on you. I know we talked about it last
How
time.
many miles he does.
Yeah. There we go, another view of how much tire smoke we have made, and it just doesn't, it wants to hang out too. Maybe we'll just fly the drones through.
Yeah.
Oh,
are you trying to hit? Well, they know who's coming up next, and I know who's coming up next. Of course, the name that's being rung out around the grandstands and the flags that are waving is, of course, Benediktas Čerba from Lithuania. He sits on the line on the BMW G42 2JZ. 900 horsepower, and look at this from Čerba. He slams that car into gear with aggression as Čerba now comes off the line. He knows that first run wasn't a typical Čerba run. What can he do on the second qualifying run? One movement for initiation, fires it in, now stands on it as Čerba absolutely smokes out that first outside zone. He's going to come up way on the inside though of inside 3, but it doesn't matter because he collects 4, and now he's got perfect line to 5 as Čerba's on a flyer as he gets himself deep into 6. He wanders though, now makes his way back in as the judges groan across the room and across the line.
I think they really liked the run, and then they see that one spot, and then they're like, it was there. That felt like a top qualifying run up until just before he gets into 6, and he's really tight in a few spots here as we flip back to our replay. First outside zone, look at this, locked in. They're gonna have to repaint for the next drivers because he's ground what is left, but just on the inside.
Just on the inside there, but the rest of the run's beautiful. But then when he gets to outside zone 6, it's just that one mistake.
Yeah, right in here, it takes him a long time to float in. He's got to make a lot of adjustments to get that car to come back around.
Yeah.
So some left foot brake, adding rotation to it, back on the throttle, long handbrake pull, everything else except for the entry into 6.
It was all there for Benediktas Čerba.
All there, really tight on 3, but I don't know if he got it or if it was just on the outside of it, but either way, made it work.
Yeah, he certainly did make it work. The judges will be bleeding a few points out. Don't forget though, sitting on an 84.2, will it be an improvement on that? And look at that shot, beautiful. An 84.2, sorry, an 80.2, first an 84.2 creeps in. Benediktas Čerba.
You gotta quit predicting the future, sir.
Yeah, I looked at the wrong monitor. I looked at my giveaway.
Yeah.
My giveaway monitor.
Our scoreboard.
Our scoreboard, yeah. So there we go. Benediktas Čerba stays safe in the top 32, and we'll see more action for him tomorrow. What can the Estonian, though, Kevin Pasur, do? With a 91.5 now, he's good enough for 9th place in qualifying. That M50 Turbo BMW M2 sits on the line, 1,000 horsepower, ready to get to work, as Marcin says, hold on one moment. We're just letting the smoke clear. And you can see it down the back end from just the tyre warming, how it's hanging in the trees in the forest.
Yeah, there's a lot of haze. Sun absolutely baking down the people in the grandstands right now. And if you didn't know what the Estonian flag looked like, you do now.
And there we go, Team Estonia on the side of the car from when Kevin Pasur represented Estonia. And look at this, look at the laser focus of that man as he sits on the line. So
really
quick
making sure
check.
the handbrake is...
Every driver, notice, every driver will do that.
Yeah.
The quick check of the handbrakes, car into gear, go off the line.
Well, so something I picked up from road racing is a thing called knockback.
Yep.
So where the brake pads can vibrate themselves apart.
Yep.
And when you're grabbing the handbrake, you want to make sure it's immediately locking that up.
Yep.
So just getting that set, making sure the pressure's there, it's not leaking. So I get it. Is he still doing it?
No, he's in gear now and he's ready to rock and roll. Wires are down for Kevin Pasur. He's given the green light by Marcin to leave for that second qualifying run as the headlights are on. They shine through and down the lens of the camera once again as he fires it into action as Kevin Pasur absolutely fires through the outside zone, flicks it through to outside zone 2 and 3 and 4, and dials on the angle outside zone 4, and he comes up a little short, and it was a mistake at outside zone 4 for Kevin Pasur as he gets into that final outside zone. Will he try and save anything from this one, or will he keep it clean? And he does, and across the line.
Oh, just that one mistake.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. One mistake is the difference between topping qualifying and getting knocked way back. Now, he's not sitting in a bad spot right now. 9th overall with a 91.5. So as we saw with Juha Rintanen, it's a good time to go out and try some different stuff.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Might as well. You might as well.
You might as well try some stuff, because
we might learn something before tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, like, you're in the show already. If you're inside the top 10, where you're going to be on the battle tree, you're almost at that point leading every battle.
Yeah.
And you get to choose whether you lead or chase.
Yeah, that's a big part.
Which is a big part. Which will it come into play tomorrow?
I don't know. I haven't seen a ton of tire issues this weekend. But yeah, I mean, every advantage that you can take is a good one.
Well, I've just heard some news over the headset of the radio. I'm going to wait till the score drops in, because
interesting.
This one's going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I can explain it. It's going to be a 0, because outside zone 4, judges saying unchaseable. So at outside zone 4, Kevin Basseur almost over-rotated the car, and they've said it's unchaseable at outside zone 4.
And even going out to 5, like wrong line,
yeah,
tons of angle.
Watch this, look, goes to outside zone 4. Watch the car now, look how much angle it carries.
Yeah, and then even here,
rotates it way too early.
Yeah, nowhere near 5. I get it.
Judges are saying unchaseable, it's a 0 for Kevin Basseur in that second qualifying run. Well, he stays where he is, and a man that is outside of the top 32 is this young man, Mika Keski-Korpi. He sits on the line, 72.5, needs to get himself in the show.
Yeah.
He now can affect the order. And look at this. Who can he affect in the order? Well, we're going to tell you right now. Juha Poitalaxo.
Oh.
Juha Poitalaxo sits on the drop zone with a 77.5. Mika Keski-Korpi needs greater than a 77.5 to get himself into top 32 competition. He is the last driver that can affect the top 32. Once Keski-Korpi's run is done, the top 32 is set. It's just the order that will change. He's off and through the gears. The young Finnish driver needs to make it happen. He drops on the inside. Keski-Korpi stands on the foot brake to try and claim something back of the run. As he now starts to clean it up, he goes wide for outside zone 4. Keski-Korpi goes for the big transition to outside zone 5 and makes it work. Final outside zone coming up for Mika Keski-Korpi as he stands on the accelerator, trying to fulfill all of the zone with a back bumper towards the wall and across the line.
This is why you don't give up on a run. It's not the way that he wanted it to go. It's not a great start, but he is able to reclaim a lot of points later on in the run. Another driver struggling with one section, but doing a great job through the rest of it. So catch back in the replay. How did this go wrong?
I was cheating. I was watching the judges' replay there, trying to see what had gone down.
Just not enough movement to get the car out.
It doesn't get on throttle early enough either.
Yeah.
Handbrakes, initiates really late and then stands on the throttle. Look at this, it's already pushing the front of the car and the back of the car out of that outside time.
Yeah, now, going into 2, things look a lot better. Even into 3, great job through there. 4, so it's a mistake. It's a big mistake, but it is just one zone. So, is that enough? I'm not sure. I mean, Juha Poitalaxo's run was pretty good, and that was a 77.5. I don't remember it having a mistake quite that large, but it's not one thing. Like, a lot of people get caught up and go, oh, this one thing is the reason why his score is the way. And it's like, no, there's multiple zones, there's angle, there's style points. Like, there's a lot going on. You can't just say one part of a run is a reason why someone should or shouldn't qualify.
But this is Drift Masters, Jacob.
I know.
And these guys have to be the best of the best.
I agree. But as I said, it is one section of track. So we'll see. We'll see. Once you add all the rest of the scores in, is it enough? I'm not sure. I really don't know. But
well, the judges are in deep deliberation about this at the moment, and it is going to be an improvement. An 81.2, it jumps him into 26th place, and it does knock Juha Poitalaxo out of competition.
That is a bit of a Hail Mary there.
Well, it certainly is. It's one finishman in and one finishman out. And as the smoke now lingers around the grandstands and on the circuit, we await the next driver to make their way to the line. It will be Jack Shanahan to step up next from Ireland, at 89.5 in that Toyota GT86 2JZ. Down in 12th place at the moment the man that won the last round in Finland, and the man that won the King of Riga here in 2023, would love nothing more than to challenge his brother at the top end of qualifying.
It definitely could happen. If it's going to happen for anybody, I mean, I really do think that this might be it.
Well, it might be it. It certainly might be it. Well, Becky's down there, out and around, and finding out all the stories and the gossip in the paddock. Becky is with Laurie Heinonen.
Yeah, so I've jumped down to Little Finland, as we call it, in the paddock here at Riga to catch up with Larry Heinonen. Now, Larry, that was a great qualifying run you put out there, but it's not been easy for you. Obviously, when in Finland, you didn't qualify because you had to take Mika's car, and it was just not enough time to adapt to that chassis.
Yeah, exactly. I would be happy to say that I'm comfortable in my own car, but I drove it so little that I'm just lap by lap taking notes and remembering how it is.
And now the last one that you did, the commentators were asking, did something go wrong? Was something, what happened in the car there?
Yeah, it was just me being too comfortable on the first outer zone and not having much throttle. So yeah, my mistake.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you in top 32. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. And yeah, there you go.
I mean, just admitting his own mistake. We tried to blame it on the car.
We tried.
Yeah, we always try and blame it on the car.
I tell you what, though, take away from that, Laurie Heinonen saying that he hasn't driven the car a whole bunch, and that's coming into play, and it certainly will. Jack Shanahan's on the line. Looks like the smoke is almost cleared before we send Jack Shanahan off the line for that second qualifying run. Let's hear from Jack about the win in Finland.
Winning Finland, I think they said it was 1,077 days until my last win, which was here in Riga. So finally getting that win again. I've had a couple of podiums in between, and obviously a win is the most important trophy, you know. So getting the win, I was quite emotional, to be honest. It's well doable to win the championship, but at this point I honestly don't care if I win or lose the championship now. I just want to try and finish as strong as possible.
Well, currently sits top 5 of the championship, so I'd say it wouldn't be a bad year.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Well, he comes off the line and he is ready to rock and roll. Shanahan in that 1,000 horsepower GT86 flicks it to angle. Look at that super wide and that typical Jack style. That's unbelievable. That first outside zone, a little wobble though as Shanahan fires into outside zone 2. Now looks wide for outside zone 4. Does he get it right? He certainly does. As Shanahan full throttle into outside zone 5. This is incredible. Shanahan now not messing around, needs to find the wall when he can. Halfway around outside zone 6 as Shanahan flexes the back end off the wall and across the line.
He is a speedy boy. That
was
such
very
a quick
fast.
Clutch. It was very, very fast. Still had the signature Jack style and angle and everything else that you come to expect with a Shanahan run, but absurdly fast. So let's take a look at this again. You can already tell, look at the angle he's got through 1. Not an easy spot to hold that much angle. Just flirting with disaster on the edge of that zone through 2. No lifting there. He's just a touch wide through 3, and I'm sure those points are going to be a bit much. Ooh, he does catch some curve.
Yeah.
You can see it in it. He's waiting for it to come off the curb before he can transition back out. There he is down to 3, still through that section. Let's see here. Yeah. And then transitions back out into 6.
Yeah, for me, it was the slowing into 6 that sacrificed a little bit of depth in that zone.
Yeah.
If it wasn't on the handbrake, I think he would have found the wall a little earlier. And you could see, look, you can see, watch this. Gets to the wall, and you can see dials off the angle, trying to get that, shallows up the angle to get the car into the zone, then dials the angle back on once he's in the pocket of the wall and the tarmac, and does a very good job of doing it. Jack Shanahan, an absolute masterclass of a driver. For me, the initiation was just phenomenal. The way he flicked that car to angle,
oh yeah,
it was risk reward, and it was a reward.
But that's what you have to do. So we'll see how that stacks up with his other run. I mean, 89.5. It'll be interesting to see what the judges think. Kind of put them side by side. See him there, just pulling a bit of angle out, getting ready to transition that car back over. Still on throttle.
And 86.5, judges not liking it that much, and I wonder if that was outside zone 6, where he did lose some of those points.
Yeah, and I mean, catching a wheel off on outside zone 4 doesn't help either.
No, true. Riding that curb, yeah, we've seen it time and time again so far in qualifying. So Jack Shanahan stays where he is in the show. But we move it along to the man that's held on to first place in qualifying now for a whole bunch of drivers. It is, of course, Conor Shanahan from Ireland in that Toyota GT86 2JZ, a 950 horsepower, almost a mirror image car of his brothers. And Jack Shanahan did throw his hand up at the end of the run. And you can see him down there visibly upset, so I wonder if there is something wrong with the car, or if he made a mistake, or I could see it on the onboard. He threw his hand up to say,
Yeah, he wasn't happy about it. So we'll I'm sure we'll catch up with him a little bit later on and find out what's going on. But for right now, it's time for the brother.
Certainly is. The younger brother sits on the line, the man that won the championship, the man that sits on the line ready to get it done. He comes off the line. Can he improve on at 93.7? Can he be challenged for first place in qualifying? As Conor Shanahan now goes for a big aggressive flick to angle, jumps on the handbrake, sets that car up, and it's nice so far from Conor Shanahan. Left foot brake locked and shallows up the angle there through inside zone 3. And Shanahan now looks down the barrel for outside zone 5 and finds it. That big flick back once again. It gets in to 6 nice and early, tags the wall, runs it, doesn't affect the front wheels, stands on the foot brake, bumper on the wall and across the line.
Man, sitting in first place, do you just keep pushing this hard? Because I think Conor does. He's never happy until it's 100.
Yeah.
And a 93.7 is nothing to shake a stick at, but he still wants to keep going and try and absolutely make it undeniable that he is the best driver here this weekend. And it seems like a great step forward for it. He's got to move the car around a little bit and make some adjustments to really fill all the zones, but man, he's really making sure that he's going to cement that top spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, he certainly is. A few mistakes creeping in there, though. I can see now from different camera angles where the car was adjusted, especially coming through inside zone 3. You can see he was on the foot brake quite heavy there, and the car was wandering around. You can see it again there. A lot of inputs into the car. It doesn't look like it's easy to drive.
Yeah, this feels like the most dynamic Riga we've ever seen. The track conditions, run to run, feel and seem different, and I'm sure we'll hear all about it from the drivers who will come up and be like, yeah, my run was like this, my run was like that, and it does not feel predictable. Now, it makes for a great show, because every run's going to be a little bit different, but I'm sure for the drivers, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, for us and for the fans and for everyone here in attendance watching along, we're having a good time. This is a good show, but I think for the drivers, and they're feeling the pressure a little bit here in Riga this weekend.
Yeah, it's like a puzzle where the pieces keep changing.
Yeah, a 90.2 backs up that 93.7, and Conor Shanahan holds on to that first place in qualifying at the moment. We now get into the top 3 of the championship, and of course up next, the first of the 3 will be Peter Viensek. But before we go down to Viensek on the line, Becky's down there with Shanahan.
Oh. All right, I just managed to catch Jack in the paddock after his run there, putting an 86.5 on the board. Now, Jack, we saw you in the car there, a little shake of the head. It wasn't a run that you were particularly proud of, but it was still a good score. But people are talking about the track. Can you give us an update on the track conditions, or is there something different happening out there?
Yeah, to be honest, it's just not the same Riga that we've ever came to before. I'm not too sure if it's the lack of rubber that went down yesterday because of the rain. It's not giving us the consistency that we usually have. But yeah, just the start of the track at the initiation seems to be super slippy on the handbrake, and the minute you let go of the handbrake, track grips up like massively, and then as you transition again, it kind of loosens up again. So it's very hard to figure out exactly where to, do your handbraking, where to get back on power. But yeah, my second run just wasn't great. I got kind of told that the track was after loosening up again, so I flicked even harder than what I should have, and I still completely messed up the first part of the track, and that obviously snowballed into the rest of it just being terrible. So I don't know, even an 86.5 was generous, I think, because it felt absolutely terrible in the car. So yeah, but the track is just funny. I've never seen it this inconsistent, which is super frustrating because this is one of my favorite tracks. I absolutely love driving here, and when it's this inconsistent, I don't even want to drive tomorrow, so it's frustrating.
Jack, you always put yourself down. You're still driving amazingly. We've got to talk about Conor here as well, because obviously he's topping qualifying at the moment. Do you guys share a spotter?
Yeah, we share a spotter, but obviously when I go first, I was able to radio him driving back because we're on the same channel, so he had a bit better information than me, I think, because obviously it comes from the horse's mouth. But yeah, it is what I don't know what he scored. Do you know what he scored in that run? Okay, yeah, so I'm not too sure what the second run was, but I would presume it's an improvement, but how good he's been driving, so yeah, it's pretty good.
Brilliant, thank you so much for your insight, Jack. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Don't beat yourself up, Jack, it wasn't that bad. I mean,
he's honest about himself, and there's the Irish contingency right there.
Yeah, I've heard about this flag, and apparently
it's a great flag.
It's quite funny. I need to see it in person up close. Yeah, there we go. Well, down there on the line is Peter Viensek, an 88.7. He will definitely want to improve. He's in 15th at the moment in this 2JZ powered A90 Supra as it comes off the line and through the gears. 1,000 horsepower being put to use. What can Viensek do as he now finds the edge of the circuit? The limits are found as Viensek fires it through, and this is very nice for Viensek. Just about clips the curb on outside zone 4 as Viensek hammers the throttle once again, flicks it back, looks for the wall. Viensek on an absolute flyer. This is as close to perfection as what you can get here in Riga as Viensek brings it across the line.
Man, Connor's got to be a little bit nervous after seeing that run. Piotr he's back on it. 15th spot is not a place he is comfortable with by any means. That is unacceptable in his books. And he's came out like he had a grudge against himself on this. Look at the line through 1. Good transition to 2. On throttle all the way. I mean, he is going to be a nightmare for so many drivers tomorrow. I'm looking for flaws in this, and I'm not finding many.
And that's why I said, Jacob, I think this is as close to today. We're going off of what the drivers are saying, from what we've seen so far in qualifying. The track conditions not being 110% with the amount of grip laid down. I think this is as close to perfection as we're going to see, apart from Conor Shanahan's first qualifying run here today in Riga, because this was phenomenal.
And it looks like this team has given him a car that is very, very easy to drive. Earlier in practice, he put the car into the wall, had a bunch of issues with it, but man, this looks so good.
Is it perfection, though? That's what we want to know.
Cool.
Is it perfection? Am I hyping a run that's not as good?
I don't know. It's happened before.
It has happened before. We've had the gold buzzer. We get excited over drifting. We're drift fans.
Yeah.
We love drifting. So we get excited over watching a good run that's smooth, it's technical, it's where the judges want it.
This is all
Look
those
at
things.
This. It's a 96 from Peter Viensek, and it is a good run, and it is as close to perfection as you're going to get today here in Riga this weekend. But there are still 2 drivers to go that could contend that score.
Well, you want to get into perfection. Let's take a look. Our next qualifier might be enough, and there's Connor taking a look at the top spot, getting knocked down, but he knows it too. He's a driver.
Yeah.
He's going to know exactly what that run meant.
And look, they respect each other. You know, respect's great. At the end of the day, they know how good these drivers are, and it's all about pushing each other to be the best they can be. We're going to wait for a few moments for that smoke to lift from Viensek's second qualifying run before we get into James Dean's second qualifying run, an 89.5. Another driver down in 15th place, and Becky's down there with Conor Shanahan. Becky just pipped to the top spot by the Polishman.
Absolutely, guys. I could see Connor just watching the run there. And you know, as a driver yourself, when someone puts down a heater of a run, it's all respect. Now, obviously, you're not in the top qualifying position, but I know your mindset always prevails. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Yeah, good. I definitely didn't deserve to win qualifying today, so I knew I was going to get beat. Hard day, probably one of the most inconsistent Riga tracks that we've ever driven. Like, I really can't get my head around that. Every lap feels different. We struggled earlier on in practice. I don't know what's going on at the first turn with the paint situation, but it's really difficult. That run, I kind of reset in my mind, being like, okay, just go back to like last year, forget about all the practice that we've had, and fire it in. And the minute I felt the slippy part thing, got back on throttle, it was like, no, not today. You have too much grip now, and I started to get understeer. But yeah, it just didn't come together. But overall, still quite happy to be running up the front with the boys. And yeah, big weekend, big day tomorrow. Last roll of the dice for me if I want to try go back-to-back champions. So game on tomorrow.
I was about to ask you about the obviously championship standings as they are right now. You really need this round to come together for you if you want to stay in the fight. Have you been doing any at-home practice on the track before you came here? What's your mindset like?
Yeah, feeling good. You know, obviously Finland is out of my control. I can't do anything about that, and sucks that a win like that. It makes the championship race difficult, but you know, this is what tests me as a driver. If I'm a champion, I got to figure out ways to do it when stuff goes wrong. So yeah, we just got to drive with that mindset. I know what it feels like when we go to Poland. We're in the running. Going to use that as motivation this weekend. I don't want to sit back and watch the boys fight for a championship when we go to Poland in September. So yeah, we won't go down without a fight. The game is far from over right now, so we got to keep pushing, and tomorrow's a big day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Connor. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, big day indeed, and didn't feel like he was going to win qualifying today. Didn't feel like it was his. And strange to see or hear from another driver saying that it's the most inconsistent Riga track we've had. This definitely mixed it up for a lot of drivers today, and definitely really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Probably a lot of drivers coming here this weekend expecting it to be the same old rinse and repeat, but it's definitely not. As we now see James Dean down in 15th place at the moment. Can he upset the top end of qualifying in this Ford Mustang RTR as he comes off the line? That V8 screams, the nitrous bangs into it as James Dean flicks that car into gear and drops in and out of outside zone 1, and once again another driver that just can't seem to hold it together as he absolutely fires that car on big angle into these outside zones. James Dean doing an incredible job on outside zone 5, puts it towards the wall. Dean on form, but once again a little shallow, then works the back end of that Mustang towards the wall as Dean puts it where it needs to be and across the line.
It's another absolutely mega run here. Wow, James Dean is, he seems a little frustrated.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think when outside zone 1 didn't really work out and he dropped in and out of outside zone 1, watch this, fires it in, unbelievable entry, but look at that, drops in and out.
Yeah.
I think he then got annoyed and he was like, do you know what, I'm just going to fire this car wherever I need to put it, and I'm going to put it right to the edge of the circuit.
Yeah, like that snappy transition between 4 to 5, he sets himself up really, really early for it, does a good job, and then even into 6, kind of just working that car in and out. We're kind of used to James just grinding the back end of a car all the way around an outside zone, and yeah, maybe a bit of frustration has crept in. He's so used to being in the top 5, top 10 at worst case scenario, and being way down there is it's unfamiliar territory. So we'll see how the points stack up here. I would hope and expect a bit of an improvement, but I'm really not entirely sure.
Well, there we go. Score drops in an 89.7. It is a slight improvement. He moves up to 13th place above Jack Shanahan. He's still in the mix in that top 20, but definitely not where we'd expect James Dean to be, and that will all come down to that mistake at outside zone 1 and outside zone 6.
Yeah, it's a strange spot to be for him, but you see how that all works out. Only one driver left to potentially top qualifying, and it is your current points leader in the championship as we head into this weekend.
Yeah, certainly is. So back down on the start line, it will be Paweł Korpolinski, nervously waiting for his second qualifying run. The man from Poland, from Warsaw. We're going to head to that capital city for the final round of Drift Masters in 2026. But before we head down to Paweł Korpolinski, Becky Evans is back down in the paddock, and she's chatting with the man, unfortunately, we're losing at the end of the season. It's Dave Egan.
Dave Egan, I love these interviews because when I come to talk to you, at least this time, I'm coming to you with good news. You're in the show, but the thing is, in top 32, I will say you've got Lauri Heinonen for your top 32 battle. Now that's going to be a big one, and let's rewind a little bit. Last year, you ended up lending Lauri your car, and now this time you get to battle him in your car.
I won't be lending it to him this time. No, me and Laurie have an intertwined future, it seems always. So he's an amazing guy, an amazing driver, and he's had really bad luck this year as well. So I'm so happy to see him back up where he belongs. I'm just happy to qualify. This is actually my lowest qualifying result all year, and I got in, and then in Finland my highest didn't get me in. So the scores are really tough to know sometimes. So I didn't do the greatest runs in qualifying, but I sent it, had fun, and had a good experience. So this track is just like a roller coaster to drive. So it's so much fun. It's everything you think it'll be and a lot scarier.
We've got to talk about the video you put out earlier this week. You're leaving us.
Yeah, I'm leaving for a while, but
no.
Yeah. So I wanted to experience Drift Masters. I never really wanted to do it for 10 years, be the champion. I just wanted to, I used to do with you guys the commentary. I talked about it for so long, and the fact that I get to just experience it in the flesh is just an amazing experience. So I didn't want to do that forever. I feel like this year, great car, great team. We've given Connor an amazing platform. We've kind of achieved everything we want to, and now I want to take the pressure off and just enjoy it.
We've got to talk about tomorrow. I hate asking these questions. Everyone's like, oh, I don't know, one step at a time, one step at a time. Have you got any eyes on who you think will take the King of Riga this year? Because in this championship, we're in round 5 out of 7. It is really important you take those points tomorrow.
I think it's big for the championship, but I have no idea. The whole year has been upside down, left and right. I mean, everyone in the top 10 or 12 are going to think they can win it, and then we've had a different podium every single
Different podium every round.
So, I don't know. I think me and Laurie Heinonen, whoever wins that will probably win the whole thing.
Well, if that was going to be a bet, you'd win a lot of money if you bet on that
1,000
one.
to 1.
1,000 to 1, you heard it here first. Guys, back up to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Becky. 1,000 to 1 odds on that one. And there's the reaction from Dave Egan. He's like, yeah, no, I'm in the show. I'm in the show.
Yeah.
But he does have Laurie Heinemann, so, hey, you know,
As of right now.
Bittersweet. Hey, Laurie Heinemann's track record of...
Well, look at
hey,
but,
I'm just
but
saying,
listen, if Powell qualifies higher than Larry, that could mix this whole thing up.
He could be battling Conor Falvey. Just saying.
Could be.
Just putting it out there.
Or he could be battling this man right here.
Well, there we go. Pavel Korbalinski, your current championship points leader, comes off the line in a 2JZ Nissan 200SX S14A. The man from Warsaw fires that car in, looks for that wide outside line and sticks it in to that first outside zone. Snappy transition, stands on the foot brake, but he's going to be on the inside, and he does make it work. As Pavel Korbalinski goes for this one, he needs to get himself higher up the order. Currently in 6th place in qualifying. Can he challenge the top end? Can he challenge his fellow Polishman as he puts it in to that final outside zone and across the line?
It's going to be a big ask on this run, and that's a lot of pressure. What I'm really loving about what Korbalinski's been doing lately is he's adding more flair, he's adding more style into it. We've always known him as a surgeon, just an incredible line driver no matter what situation, but we start to see signs of him and his personality really coming into play here as he's adding more angle. I mean, that's a lot of left foot brake. There's going to be a flat spot on that tire for sure, but he's getting snappier with his transitions. He's got more commitment. He's doing more as opposed to doing less, and that's what you need to do, and that's how you need to win a championship. So, you know, last round didn't go well for him, all things considered. This round, he's got to have a fresh start, and he seems like the pressure is off.
Yeah, I think that maybe forgetting about the championship, forgetting about the pressure, forgetting about the points lead says a lot to a driver, and you can see that, you know, they get that pressure and instantly they have a bad event, and then when they forget about it and they say it's just another Drift Masters event, it doesn't matter about the points, it matters when we get to that final at the Pagay Narodovway, who will take it home. An 89.7 on his second qualifying run. He backs it up, he moves himself up one spot with that better second qualifying run than Jarkko Jula, cements himself into 5th place in qualifying, and that is qualifying done here at round 5 of Drift Masters Riga, Latvia. Tomorrow we will crown the King of Riga. It's Riga baby once again, as Pavel Korbalinski will say, well, I'm in the top 5. Yeah, I still gain points from qualifying, but Peter, Connor, they all gain points from qualifying. This is a result list. This is how it looks. This is how we finished up today in qualifying. This is who's in and this is who's out, Jacob.
Yeah, this is pretty big. A couple of drivers really moving their way up there. Jarkko Jula taking 6th is great. Piscolti up in 7th. Iseta 8th. I mean, it's a fun mix. Obviously, Conor Falvey as well.
Yeah, we had 12 drivers on a 90 and above. You can see Nasser Al-Habali rounding out that 90-point qualifying run. James Dean down there in 13th place, and Jack Shanahan just below him, as we see tumbling down the order. McKeever down in 19th. Yeah. Zacharil with that one shot at it, gets it done and gets himself into 20th. Cherba into the show. And then we start to see some of our wildcard drivers creeping into the show. Roman Kandrasenka in there with a 27th place, and Martins Immermanis.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really good shakeup. Simon Olsen just barely making it in, as well as Yves Myers. And these are the unfortunate drivers we will not be seeing in competition. You can still come visit them in the pits, and we highly recommend you do. But unfortunately, yeah, not able to make it into the show.
Yeah, unfortunately, some big names out of competition, and some drivers obviously falling foul to some mechanical issues and getting knocked out of competition. But what I want to see is how the battle tree stacks up tomorrow, how it looks, who is going to head tomorrow. But this is how Peter Wiensek got the job done, that first place qualifying run, that 96 on the ball, and it was as close to perfection as you're going to see this weekend here in Riga.
I kind of want to know where he was missing points, to be honest. I'd love to go back and...
Those 4 points?
Yeah, where did they go? Just let me know, because this is a phenomenal run, and you can tell from the in-car. Look, there is almost no steering input going on. Just a little bit of back and forth, and that's about it.
That certainly is. Well, Becky is down there with the man that topped qualifying here in Riga. She's with Peter Wiensek.
Smiles all around, guys, as Peter Wiensek tops the qualifying here at Riga. Peter, whenever I ask you this question, I'm like, how are you feeling ahead of this run? You just say, I don't know, but give me something today. That was really good.
Honestly, I don't know. to be honest, no. It's the whole practice this year was really hard for me. We tried some different things, and I couldn't make repeatable runs one after one. It was all a mess, and somehow this run came out of nowhere, to be honest. I'm very happy. Very big thanks to the guys, because we have a contact with the wall previously today, and they fixed the car that's like it's brand new. So it feels amazing, and big thanks to them. Big thanks to all my partners, all the sponsors, and everybody who gathered here and in front of TVs. Thank you very much for your support and cheering up. So yeah, we'll be leading the pack. That's amazing.
Now you're a back-to-back King of Riga here. Now, what does it take to become the King of Riga, because this track demands such a lot of our drivers?
I don't want to repeat it myself, but we just, everybody tried their hardest, you know, everybody are pushing, and we simply try to be prepared for every possible lap, and this track is very demanding, and you need to be very focused for all those corners. Every transition needs some precision. I don't know what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm trying to figure something out which will make sense, but it's tough in here, and it's definitely will be tough tomorrow, so we'll have to prepare for war.
Brilliant. Thank you, Peter. Congratulations on topping qualifying. There you have it. He doesn't know, but he gets the job done.
Well, I mean, look, getting the job done at the end of the day is what's most important, and claiming some more points towards that championship fight is definitely what he needed. And this is how the points stack up after qualifying. Obviously, those 8 points for those drivers are all added on. This is how it looks after qualifying. So Kopelinski still leads the pack, but look at this, Wieniec now hot on his tail. James Dean tied with points with Wieniec after qualifying.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And there's Mika Keski-Korpi, Kevin Passer, 1 point off from each other. Still very much in this race right now. And the Shanahans, that gap sticking the same, but man, top 10. I think mathematically all still within points contention right now.
Certainly are. Well, this is how it stacks up tomorrow. This is what we've been waiting for. The heat treat tomorrow. We always say that every battle looks like a final, and boy, do they here in Riga this weekend. For me, some big ones coming up. Juha Rittinen versus Benediktus Cherba. Two very, very aggressive drivers, two very similar driving styles. That one's going to be a heater.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I like the battle of the young guns. Connor Falvey, Espen Rode. Yeah. I think that's going to be interesting. As long as both cars are up and running, that's going to be great. And right after that, Jack Shanahan, Dwayne McKeever. There you go. You want to talk about a crazy top 32. That's going to be a showstopper for sure.
It certainly is. Well, look, tomorrow the action kicks off here in full force, in full effect, because tomorrow we go from 32 drivers down to 1 to the King of Riga as the crowds empty out to go back to Old Town to have a drink and a sigh of relief after that qualifying session. We all need a breath of fresh air. Ladies and gentlemen, from me, from Jacob, from Becky Evans, we'll see you tomorrow at Top 32 live at 1:45 exclusively on Red Bull TV. We'll see you there.